Another patch? Really? Tauren's the best race. Tauren's the best race. Fight me.
Hey everyone, and welcome to our first in-depth look at Holy Paladins in Shadowlands. If you've been keeping up with our tier lists, it'll be no surprise that Holy Paladins are currently shaping up to be one of the weakest healers. But with Paladin class changes likely to happen soon, we're hopeful that there will be a few improvements to bring Holy Paladins closer in strength to the other healers. For now though, we've teamed up with Born Good to cover all the basics to help you get started with your own Holy Paladins the moment Season 1 of Shadowlands begins, including the best races, talents, covenants, soulbinds, conduits, and legendaries. Then, around the time Season 1 starts, we'll release a refresher guide that will cover any outdated information in this guide, including the upcoming Paladin changes, along with a more advanced look at how to perfect your playstyle and what your best comps are. So be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to be notified the moment those guides are released. To get things started, let's take a look at two of the biggest changes for Holy Paladins moving from BFA into Shadowlands. First, we've seen the return of Holy Power to all Paladins.
Yeah.
Holy Paladins generate with Crusader Strike, Holy Shock, Bestow Faith, and by casting Flash of Light and Holy Light into their Beacon of Light target. Holy Power can be spent on Word of Glory and Light of Dawn, although it will mostly be used on Word of Glory. This means Holy Paladins not only received a buff to their mana management by getting a heal that's free to cast, but they'll also have an additional way to deal with interrupts given that Word of Glory is an instant heal. The other big change that Holy Paladins have seen is a redesign to Infusion of Light. Previously in BFA, Infusion of Light procs would either reduce the cast time of Holy Light or increase the healing of Flash of Light. This meant that Holy Paladins had an extremely mana efficient way to heal for a large amount by using all of their Infusion of Light procs on a low mana cost Holy Light. In Shadowlands, Infusion of Light has been changed to instead reduce the mana cost of Flash of Light or increase the healing of Holy Light. This is effectively a nerf to Infusion of Light as Holy Paladins no longer have a way to reduce the cast time of their largest and most mana efficient heal, Holy Light. Alright, So how are these changes going to impact your playstyle? Well, first and foremost, the return
Okay.
of your entire healing rotation will essentially be based around generating and spending holy power. And as previously mentioned, you've got a handful of ways to generate holy power, including both a mix of instant and
Do the
casting
companion.
spells. With that in mind, holy paladins can then opt for two different playstyles, either sticking to the more traditional healer role by casting heals from range while utilizing a pillar, or they can opt for a more aggressive playstyle, making use of instant cast while staying in melee range. As for how good Holy Paladins are right now, while your toolkit remains as strong as ever with talents like Ultimate Sacrifice and Divine Vision continuing to give Paladins a reliable way to deal with incoming damage, along with the return of Concentration Aura playing a pivotal role in helping you and your team deal with interrupts and silences, Holy Paladin's throughput is seemingly at an all-time low. The redesign of Infusion of Light means that you can no longer rely on exclusively casting high healing Holy Lights, which in turn is an indirect nerf to the PvP talent Light's Grace, which was a major factor in a Holy Paladin's viability. Instead, you're forced to cast Flash of Light more often, leaving you with much less throughput than before. And although Holy Light still has its place, the really long cast that can no longer be reduced makes healing as a Holy Paladin feel clunky in comparison to BFA. This leads us to believe that Holy Paladins need some form of buff to their healing output.
68.
We don't see a revert to the Infusion of Light change. Great changes would be to increase Holy Power generation or to simply buff the healing of Holy Shock and Flash of Light to make it easier for Paladins to keep up with the high pace of damage and bring Holy Paladins more in line with the throughput that other healers currently offer. Alright, now that you're up to speed on where Holy Paladins currently stand in Shadowlands, let's go over everything that you need to know to get started with your own Holy Paladins the moment Season 1 of Shadowlands begins. Starting with your best race, it shouldn't be a surprise that Human continues to be the standout pick for Alliance, given that you're able to play with Relentless while still having a way to break out of stuns, something that no other race can do. This can be crucial when facing classes that have plenty of easy to land and consistent CC for you, usually against mages, warlocks, and hunters. The Human Spirit is then the icing on the cake for the additional secondary stats. Although both Dwarf and Dark Iron Dwarf are also competitive choices when facing Shadow Priests, Balanced Druids, and even Affliction Warlocks to remove Silence, Root Beam, and the silence effects from dispelling Unstable Affliction. As for those playing Horde, we recommend picking up Tauren as you gain access to War Stomp, a versatile ability that can be used both offensively and defensively. Alternatively, Blood Elf has its place, especially when facing other Holy Paladins to try and purge important buffs like Divine Favor or Blessing of Protection and Freedom. Alright, next up, let's go over each of your talents and discuss what your best ones are and why that's the case.
Seen this before.
Bestow Faith is the winner, not only for the additional instant heal, but also for the fact that it generates holy power. Alternatively, in matchups that have limited CC for you, Crusader's Might has its place as you can stay in melee range without being punished. Next, in the level 25 row, we see the return of an old Holy Paladin mechanic, Saved by the Light. This works by granting your Beacon of Light target an Absorb Shield when they drop below 30% HP, and it even works on your second Beacon target if you pick up Beacon of Fate. While the strength of this talent alone is reason enough to pick it up, your other two options don't provide much healing, making this an easy choice. The level 30 row sees three equally viable options, each of which have their place depending on the comp that you're playing and playing against. Fist of Justice can be taken as your default choice, given that it will pretty much always provide some value, especially when playing in caster cleaves that lack stuns of their own. You'll then want to play blind like comps that have plenty of their own CC, when playing with a rogue and mage. Repentance can then be considered when playing compositions that lack their own CC, for example when you're paired up with a warrior and warlock to get CC chains on healers. Next, in the level 35 row, we're currently recommending Cavalier because of how fast-paced Arena currently is. If things slow down and games start to last longer, Unbreakable Spirit will return as your best option. But given the current pacing, you're unlikely to have time to use 2 Divine Shields, meaning that you get more value out of having 2 charges of Divine Steed. Moving down into the level 40 row, Seraphim is looking to be your best pick. While it does cost 3 holy power, given the lackluster healing that Word of Glory currently provides, you're not missing out on too much by spending some holy power on Seraphim. Still though, Divine Purpose is a close second if you prefer to play without Seraphim, or if you're worried about being CC'd while it's up. Holy Avenger, on the other hand, has too long of a cooldown to warrant being taken over your other 2 options. In the level 45 row, Avenging Crusader is shaping up to be your best talent. Due to how weak Holy Paladin throughput is right now, picking up what's known as melee wings gives you a massive burst of AoE healing every time it's up. Although the high mana cost usually prevents players from picking this up, the fast-paced state of Arena right now means that mana is less of an issue, and increasing your throughput becomes the priority. Both of your other options, Sanctified Wrath and Awakening, just augment your standard Avenging Wrath, and again, because of your low healing throughput, they lose a lot of value. The final talent row sees Beacon of Faith as your optimal choice. Not only does it increase your overall healing by healing the 2 targets with your beacon, but it also increases your holy power generation, giving you more throughput by letting you use Word of Glory more often. Plus, when compared to your other 2 options, both Glimmer of Light, inspired by the Azurite trait of the same name in BFA, and Beacon of Virtue simply don't offer as much throughput as Beacon of Faith. Alright, so with your standard talents out of the way, let's take a look at what PvP talents you should pick up. First, Divine Favor should be taken to every matchup, regardless of what you're facing. Not only does it give you a way to deal with interrupts, it still increases your healing and helps with mana efficiency. It also introduces a style of healing similar to that of a Holy Priest, casting Greater Heal by giving you the option to pair Divine Favor with an Infusion of Light proc to cast a huge Holy Light. Next up, Blessed Hands is extremely strong right now given how stacked the meta is with Sub-Rogues and MM Hunters. Be sure to always pick this up against these heavy physical damage
Holy Light.
comps. And Ultimate Sacrifice continues to be a strong pick in the classes with really high burst, so rogues, hunters, elemental shamans, etc. Without this, you'll really struggle to keep your team alive through those high burst comps. Outside of these 3 main PvP talents, there are a handful of other options that you may want to consider swapping to against some compositions. First, when facing Affliction Warlocks and Shadow Priests, Divine Vision is a great pick for the flat 15% reduction to their dot damage. Cleanse the Weak also pairs well with Divine Vision against these dot classes. Finally, while Light's Grace used to be a staple of your toolkit, the fact that Holy Paladins no longer rely on just Holy Light means that you're much less likely to pick this talent up, but it may still be worth considering in some matchups if you want to just sit back and cast Holy Lights, so mostly against comps with limited CC and interrupts for you. Okay, so you've hit max level and you've got the right set of talents. What's next? Well, if you've been around since Legion, you'll be incredibly familiar with the term Borrowed Power, which is set to continue into Shadowlands. You'll need to start by choosing the best Covenant for your class, which will give you access to 2 abilities among a whole host of other perks that we'll cover after this section. Currently, we're recommending the Venthyr as the best overall Covenant for Holy Paladins. This choice actually isn't because of either of the active abilities you get, but instead because of the Soulbind ability, Familiar Predicaments, which stacks alongside Concentration Aura to make interrupts very easy to deal with. Although, if you're not feeling the Venthyr and want to go another way, the Necro Lords are looking to be your best offensive option after the recent damage buff to Vanquisher's Hammer, and the Curian
No,
are
just
looking to be
change
your best
again.
defensive option because of Divine Toll. This ability gives you a decent burst of healing and holy power generation every minute, making your healing output a little less clunky, and it can even be used while locked on Holy. Still though, we do suggest going Venthyr because of that Soulbind ability, Familiar Predicaments. Okay, so we keep mentioning the term Soulbind ability. What actually are Soulbinds? Well, after selecting your Covenant, you'll unlock Soulbinds, which are essentially skill trees that you'll be progressing through as you journey through Shadowlands. If you choose the Venthyr as your Covenant, you'll want to go with Nausea as your Soulbind for competitive PvP, as you gain access to that Soulbind ability that we keep mentioning, Familiar Predicaments. While most casters are already looking to go with the Venthyr as their Covenant just because of this Soulbind ability, the fact that it stacks with Concentration Aura makes it even more potent for Holy Paladins. Next, you'll also need to pick up a bunch of conduits that fit into your Soulbind tree, which are split up into 3 different categories: Potency, Finesse, and Endurance. Your ideal build sees you pick up 2 Potency conduits, 1 Finesse, and 1 Endurance. Fear Concentration should always be taken as your 1 Finesse conduit to reduce the duration of incoming fears, giving Holy Paladins an even better matchup into Priests and Warlocks. The only other Finesse conduit worth mentioning is Light's Barding, which has its place in fast-paced matchups against teams without fear. As for your 2 Potency conduits, you'll want to pick up your Covenant-specific conduit, so Hallowed Discernment for Venthyr, Righteous Might for Necrolord, and Ringing Clarity for Curian. These simply buff your Covenant class ability and provide more value than most of your Potency conduits. Untempered Dedication should then be chosen as your second Potency conduit and can be used to increase your
Beware.
healing throughput. The final Potency conduit to look at is Focused Light for the increased crit chance to Holy Shock, increasing the likelihood that you'll get Infusion of Light procs. We recommend going with Shielding Words as your one endurance conduit to slightly increase Word of Glory's power, although Divine Call can also be considered if you want to decrease the cooldown of your Divine Shield. This also has great synergy with the Unbreakable Spirit talent and may become the best option down the line if the pacing of Arena slows down. With all of that being said, this leaves our current suggested build looking like this, with your Covenant-specific Potency Conduit being taken alongside Pure Concentration, Untempered Dedication, and Shielding Words. Alright, and the final step that you'll need to take is to pick up your best legendary. For those of you that go with the Vengir, Vanguard's Momentum is looking to be your best pick for the increased offensive capabilities it provides, given that it has excellent synergy with Ashen Hallow. This is because Ashen Hallow increases the damage of Hammer of Wrath by 100% when positioned on top of it, and you'll gain 3 charges of Hammer of Wrath when using this legendary. As a bonus, you'll also be able to use Hammer of Wrath at all times while Avenging Wrath is up, making you even more of an offensive threat during Avenging Crusader. Alternatively, Inflorescence of the Sunwell works well for all Covenant choices, and further plays into the pseudo greater heal build by giving you an additional infusion of light proc and increasing the healing bonus to Holy Light even more. And finally, if you go Necrolord, you may also want to consider using Shadowbreaker, as it has excellent synergy with the Necrolord Paladin class ability, Vanquisher's Hammer. Alright everyone, that concludes our first look at Holy Paladins in Shadowlands. You should now have everything you need to get started in Season 1. And be sure to subscribe and check back for our follow-up video, which will include updates to the information in this guide, along with a more advanced look at how to deal damage, perfect your playstyle, and what your best comps are. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Judgment. Should go. It's crazy. Why?
To talk about, which legendaries are looking pretty powerful. And then I also want to talk about what's new. So first thing with Holy Paladin right now that you might notice is auras are back. And this is actually pretty awesome. I think each aura has a pretty decent situation in different scenarios. Retribution aura probably not going to be used very well in PvP, but as you guys can see, when someone dies, you gain Avenging Wrath for 12 seconds. In PvE, that could definitely be good. Crusader R increases your mount speed, but there's actually a bonus to Crusader R that I'm going to show you in a little bit, so Crusader R is definitely going to see play in PvP. Devotion R, which reduces damage taken by 3%, standard to what we have now. And then there's also Concentration R, which I personally think is going to be the best aura that you're going to use most of the time in PvP. And this one reads, interrupt and silence effects on party or raid members within 40 yards are 30% shorter. So personally, you guys may know Paladin as the healer that doesn't really have much residual healing. They have no healer time effects, so they end up having to cast quite a bit. Well, this is great news for Paladins because your interrupts and silences are 30% reduced, not only for yourself, but for your teammates. That is huge for Holy Paladin Wizards, if that's something that you want to run. And then if you guys are familiar with the Holy Paladin, Aura Mastery increases the effectiveness of all of your auras. So if you use Aura Mastery with Concentration Aura, your entire team is immune to interrupts and silence effects. And keep in mind, you're still going to have the Divine Favor, So Paladins are going to be kind of difficult to interrupt now. You have the 25-second cooldown Divine Favor. You have the 3-minute cooldown R Mastery for your entire team. It's definitely going to be really solid. Some other changes that you're going to notice here just by looking at my character here is the Holy Power is back. And I think personally, from my experience, I liked Holy Power and Holy Paladin. I felt like it gave it like a little bit more depth. Although I don't really think there's too much you can do with it. You only really have 2 options, and it's Word of Glory. Actually 3 options. Word of Glory, which is a big single target heal. Light of Dawn, which is a reasonable AoE heal. And they also added in Shield of the Righteous, which does a little bit of damage and also increases your armor. I personally don't think we're going to see too much use for this unless maybe scaling's not right or something, but the damage doesn't seem very good. Personally. 432 damage, 20,000 HP. Compared to some of the other abilities, Hammer Wrath is hitting 1k, Judgment's hitting 1400. It's pretty low on the damage end, but I do think that the armor is actually pretty significant. I just don't know if 4.5 seconds is enough to justify using. So basically, you get quite a bit of armor, but would that be better than just pressing Word of Glory for 2400 health? Would it save you 2400 health in 4.5 seconds? I'm not really sure. My guess is probably not. So I don't think we're going to see too much out of Shield of the Righteous there. Holy Power is back. You generate that by Holy Shocking. You can also generate it by using Bestow, which is pretty nice. Oh, maybe it has to go off. Yep, okay, when it goes off, you do generate it. It's kind of awkward for Holy Power generation not to get it immediately, but I don't think that's that big of a deal. You also get it by Crusader Striking, so if there's anyone in melee range, you can actually get a ton of Holy Power. Training a Holy Paladin when in melee range, or excuse me, as like a melee team, might actually end up just helping the Paladin more, because you have 2 charges with Crusader Strike. Every single one's going to generate 1 Holy Power. It's just going to be Holy Shock, Crusader Strike, Word of Glory. Holy Shock, Crusader Strike, you know, it feels like they're going to be able to rotate that Word of Glory really, really easily. Hammer Wrath is back. I feel like this is one of those iconic Paladin abilities. I think personally I'm pretty happy to have this one back. It's instant cast. It does generate a Holy Power if someone's below 20% HP, so definitely something that you're going to want to sneak in for extra damage, as well as generating Holy Power. Turn Evil is also back. You would think that this probably doesn't get too much play in PvP, but for some Holy Decays, you're going to be able to, you know, fear that Abomination, fear their pet. Versus Warlocks, you can also fear their pet. Optimal, it's actually a fair bit of mana. Look here. Whatever. It's not too bad. So optimal time to use this versus Warlocks is, number 1, if you're fighting against Demo Warlocks, you can fear their Wrathguard instantly, right? Nope, that's not a dead, that's Demon. Oh wait, no, okay, you can fear Demon, I'm stupid. Sorry, you can fear their Demonic Tyrant immediately. That's actually really powerful. You could also fear Abomination, that's also really powerful. You could also fear the CS pet, as like the CS is coming off of cooldown, so the Fel Hunter. So if Fel Hunter has like 3 seconds left on it, you throw a Turn Evil on it, gives you a little bit extra time to, you know, cast in that situation, and you could also fear Succubus, stuff like that. So, a very niche ability that feels like it can be pretty impactful. These are the kind of abilities that you want to see coming back in Shadowlands. They're not, you know, the craziest, but there's definitely specific scenarios where you can use them. Now let's take a look at the talent tree here. One of my favorite abilities ever on the Holy Paladin is coming back, Saved by the Light. This ability is absolutely awesome. It's one of those things where Paladins lack like even major defense, and it's something that, you know, just proc if you're in CC, and it gives you that little extra you know, padding to kind of keep someone alive, and it's really awesome to play with, because I remember when I first played against it in the previous expansion, when someone gets low with Beacon of Light, or Beacon of Light, they proc a big shield, and I remember the first time playing against it, this huge shield proc on this guy, and we're like, what the hell, swap to this guy. We get this guy low, they put on the beacon, the big shield goes up, and we're like, what the hell is the cooldown thing? Screw this, swap to this guy, and then next thing you know, the shield procs on that person too, and I was absolutely blown away. I'm like, what is this? And finally, you know, I got to look at it, and it's really awesome. So I think Saved by the Light is a really, really cool talent that I'm very happy
85.
to see come back.
Damn.
And then Glimmer of Light, you guys can't really see it here, but the Azerite trait Glimmer of Light has joined in as an honor talent here. I don't think this is going to see too much play, unless... Wait. Okay, it's still a magic buff. Okay, so the fact that it's still a magic buff, I think gives it a
So it's
pretty
not, yeah.
reasonable amount of importance, just baseline, because Purge protection on Freedom and Bops and stuff like that is pretty powerful. And the way Holy Avenger now, we'll talk about this for a second, the way Holy Avenger works now is, in my opinion, more fun than the way it worked in the previous expansion. So just having 30% more Holy Shock healing and 30% more haste or whatever it was, 20% whatever. You just get 3 Holy Power every time you press a Holy Shock generating ability. Holy Power generation triple. So you Holy Shock, 3 Holy Power. You Crusader Strike, 3 Holy Power. I feel like this is a pretty fun ability to press. This may be used in very fast-paced games, but I think Divine Purpose might just be used overall. Holy Power abilities have a 15% chance to make your next Holy Power ability free. So free Word of Glories, this is in replace of like kind of like the double Holy Shock thing. And then also do 20% increased damage or healing. That's really good in my opinion. So I think that you're probably going to go Divine Purpose over a Holy Avenger. Paladins have always been that, kind of cooldown based class. Maybe in faster games, Holy Avenger is better. But I think overall, Divine Purpose is definitely going to have, a much better flow. So those are the positive things about Holy Paladin. You guys are probably thinking like, wow, how can anyone think Holy Paladins are bad? This seems great. Well, the major change that Blizzard made moving into Shadowlands is they reversed the way Infusion of Light works. So in previous expansions, Infusion of Light made your Holy Light fast and increased the healing of your Flash of Light. So in Shadowlands, it's reversed. It's going to increase the cast time of your Flash of Light, and it's going to increase the healing of your Holy Light. So
I don't mind that.
when you're trying to go for these big Holy Lights, as you can see right here,
Makes your
which are
flashlight
actually really
faster and
important
your
because you have
Holy Light
Space,
more
which
powerful.
increases the healing by 50% and also gives damage reduction, and it's also more mana efficient. This is where Holy Paladins are really going to fall behind. So if you're in PvP and you're going for these quick flashlights, which don't even seem that quick, honestly. I'm not sure if it got nerfed a little bit.
1.3.
Yeah. Oh, it's reduced the cost of... Oh, wow. The fast cast is actually just gone. It's actually reduced the cost of flashlight. Wow. So the fast cast is gone. I feel like that fast cast was one of the really important things that Paladins had to actually help them get healing. Maybe it won't end up being the end of the world because you do have that concentration aura. You do have the aura mastery to empower the concentration aura, and you still have the divine favor. But overall, I think Paladins are going to really, really struggle getting big heals out because it was kind of all based around the Holy Light and the damage reduction from the Holy Light, getting those stacks up, being really mana efficient. So I think that's really, really where the Paladins are going to struggle right now. The other thing that's obviously offered on Holy Paladin is the removal of Ineffable Truth. You guys know that probably made Holy Paladins really, really powerful. But on top of that, Vision of Perfection, reducing the cooldown of Wings. Wings is now a 2-minute cooldown, as opposed to the minute 30 that we've been used to for like all last expansion. And on top of that, I think that there was an Nazarite trait that increased it by an additional 5 seconds. That's obviously gone. So Wings uptime is going to be so much lower. And Holy Paladin healing outside of Wings has generally been pretty bad. I'm not 100% sure if Word of Glory can fill that gap, but we'll have to see. So overall, I would say Holy Paladin's actually got some really good additions. I think if Blizzard did not do anything to Infusion of Light, I think they would be in a phenomenal spot. Unfortunately for them, they may not be in the greatest spot, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be something that they change back, or maybe it's going to be something that they will adjust. In terms of covenants, I only saw one covenant that was really good, and it actually happens to be probably my favorite covenant. I'm a huge fan of, I guess, playing like a support role. Obviously, I'm a healer. I play, shaman. They're all about buffing people, and the Night Fae ability is one of my favorite. So this reads Blessing of Summer. There's 4 seasons that you can rotate through, and helps your team out basically. So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at all these buffs here. So this one reads, bless an ally for 30 seconds, causing their attacks to have a 40% chance to deal 30% additional damage. So this is just a 100% DPS throughput increase. That sounds awesome. You want to be a part of those kills. You want to do something, boom, you buff your DPS. Attacks have a 40% chance to deal 30% additional damage as holy. That's really cool. 45-second cooldown, and then as soon as you use it, it rotates, and it's on the same rotation based on the seasons. I was just talking about Ineffable Truth. Guess what? Blizzard decided they wanted to add it back via this covenant, and it's obviously pretty cool because you can choose who you want it on. Maybe you want ice blocks to come up faster, maybe you want blind to come up faster. You kind of have this decision on who you want to use it on. So cooldowns recover 30% faster. Now we're blessing a winner. Bless an ally for 30 seconds. Their attacks deal 43 cross damage and reduce the enemy's movement speed by 30% reduced movement speed and 20% reduced attack speed. It's a little bit defensive, slow down some melee attack speed. It's not bad. Let's go and reset it here. So here is Blessing of Spring. Bless an ally for 30 seconds, increasing their healing done by 10%, so you can bless yourself. Or you can put it on a DPS that you're healing, and it increases their healing received by 20%. So this is also a really powerful one. So you can see the way that you kind of rotate through them. It's going to be something that you kind of press on cooldown. So the first one's a damage increase. The second one is a cooldown recovery increase. The third one is a damage reduction, so it's kind of defensive. And then this one's a healing increase. So it's definitely one of those things where blessings are going to be very, very powerful for the Paladin toolkit. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to press. I think there's going to be some kind of thought behind it where, you know, okay, I want to use this blessing on this person to recover his cooldowns. I want to use this blessing on this person because he's doing more damage. And they're not purgeable. So it's one of those things that will be a part of the game. There's not going to be any counterplay. So it's just something that Paladins have. Secondly, we have Soul Shape here. I do not think Soul Shape is that very good. I don't think Night Phase is very good for many people. I think, interestingly enough, it's okay on Paladin just because when you go into this form, I think that you can be slowed. So if you pop a Freedom in here before you decide to go into your little, wolf form, you can't be slowed. And keep in mind that if you use a single global, you're out of it. So I'm going to log onto my other Paladin real quick so I can show you guys a little bit better. But yeah, so if you drop a Freedom here, and then you go into this thing, you can't be stopped. This can actually help you get a little bit of CC. I feel like Paladins aren't super...
Arcane Mage.
Restore me, and I will disable them.
Spicy boost. Oh fuck. Dumb.
So we're gonna stick with the Arcane Mage. I hope we're all actually Arcane. That'd be fucking funny. Froston, you ruined it. You ruined it.
Beware.
The other three mages are Arcane though, so... Yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. Anyway, let's use cooldowns. And let's see what we can do. And fuck your AMZ. I don't even know what it's called these days. It's that one ability. The struggle of playing Arcane is like just literally getting in range to do damage. Use temporal here. Slow. Link away.
Beware.
We're good, we're good. We're golden. We're golden. Oh, Arcane. Does so much damage. Doesn't even like, I don't know, you don't even have to try to do damage as Arcane. You just press Arcane Blast, something fucking dies. Death. Oh, go on the Hunter. I'll show my talents in a little bit, by the way. Hey there, Shaman. You just res. No one expected it. No one expected it but me. My big fucking brain. My big Arcane Mage brain, you know. I need that big brain to press Arcane Missiles so hard. That was a lot of skill right there. In use evocation, we're just hitting into karma, guys. We're an Arcane Mage. We don't not hit into karma. We keep hitting into it. Wow. Dampen
Yeah.
as a total honest though.
That's something.
We'll slow you and then go on the Shaman because the Death Knight used good defensive.
Is that seriously
I
78?
feel like I might get focused. And we don't get focused. Goodbye. Goodbye, Shaman. You and your Ghost Wolf. So Arcane, I'm not sure if it's better than Frost or Fire. I still haven't played any of the I haven't played the classes nearly as much as I want to say like what's balanced and what's not.
Alright.
But yeah, I mean Arcane feels good. I wish we had like an ability that we could use while we were moving. But
Hell yeah.
Blood and thunder. Cold war to victory.
Okay. So you guys are always, you know, you're always interested in the one shots. So I think you're gonna be able to do some really fun things.
Undead. Huh. Try this out again. Human. Human. Human it is. Alrighty. Oh, Nelly. What the hell? I'm gonna be Mexican. Or like, yeah. Why is she so old? Huh. That's a weird one. No. No, no, no. Yeah. Hell yeah. Red. Or purple. Because I'm gonna be arcane. Fish shape. Arrow. Okay, I got very black. Red eyes. If they actually let me do this. Please. 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 Hell yeah.
Emboldened by the return of their heroic king, Varian Wrynn, the proud humans of Stormwind led the Alliance to victory in its war against the dreaded Lich King. While successful, the campaign in Northrend proved costly, and the humans now seek to bolster their strategic holdings throughout the world. Under Varian's daring leadership, humanity now braces itself for a renewed conflict with its perennial enemy, the Horde. Yet, as the great cataclysm rips across the world, familiar threats have once again arisen closer to home. It now falls to you to defend the kingdom and uphold the honor of humanity.
All right.
Well
Well
met.
met.
The Alliance.
Okay. You go over there. Okay. I only got one? Okay. Do I get pants? Nope, not yet. Facial animations are pretty cool. Wow. What do I need? Hurry up! Because Pretzel's running in the background, isn't it? Why is it so slow?
You can actually play Overpowered now, if you want. You can also play Ruin of Power. So they basically made it easier to do your huge one-shot rotation in PvP with all these like quality of life changes on Ruin of Power instantly dropping and getting full arcane charges with your Touch of the Magi. I'm going to show you what you're going to be able to do, and it actually insane damage, and it's not completely unrealistic that you can get it off, which I like. You know, in the past, people, they'll make videos and they'll show, oh my god, the most insane one-shot. Like, I'm gonna drop a Ruin of Power, and you know, it's like, there's too many globals to actually set it up. Now you actually can do it. And it's basically almost, it's not all instant damage, but it's a lot of instant damage. So let me show you guys. This is what you're gonna do. All right, are you ready? Here you go. This is gonna be the big one-shot Swifty Wombo combo. Okay, so you're gonna play Overpowered for 60% increased damage on Arcane Power. You're going to play Rune of Power, which, keep in mind, is going to automatically drop, which gives you 40% increased damage. You're going to use your Radiant Spark, you're going to use your Touch of the Magi, and you are going to be able to do a whole bunch of damage. Basically, this is what's going to happen, okay? I'm going to put both Touch of the Magi and Radiant Spark up, which is basically both of those combined gives you Mark of Alanith, if you want to think about it that way. It's like Mark of Alanith that also beefs up your other spells. They also, another thing that they changed was Presence of Mind gives you 3 Arcane Blasts. I have no idea why. As if having 2 instant Arcane Blasts wasn't enough, now you have 3. So it makes it even easier to get off this combo. Alright? So this is what we're going to do. It's insane. We're going to use Touch of the Magi. Here it is, get full charges. Radiant Spark. Then we're going to Arcane Power, Presence of Mind. Blast. Blast. Blast, and then you'll likely get a missile charge, but you can use missiles or you can just use a barrage. And I know that doesn't look that significant on a training dummy who's not losing health, but it will basically one-shot anyone, okay? So you're basically stacking Rune of Power, 60% overpowered Arcane Blast, you're stacking up your Radiant Spark, you're getting full Arcane charges, and at the end of your burst, the Touch of the Magi is going to explode and do a bunch of damage, okay? It's huge damn. We're going to show you what it is, but that's essentially the review of Arcane Mage. Now, I mean, we can get into some games and mess around with some of these talents. Let's see how this goes. Somehow I got knocked out. Touch of the Magi, Radiant Spark. Oh my god, I'm just going to blast this guy. Look at this damage. Blast. Blast. Watch these missiles. He's actually dead, by the way. Locked him out.
Go.
Look at this guy, he can't even hit me. Big missiles.
Damn.
Kill him through his Vivifies. Amazing. Woo! Let's go, baby! Our first win is Arcane. Blast. 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 He blinded off all my damage, dude! Are you kidding me?
Come on. What the fuck? Something's downloading in the background.
Oh my god, is he gonna die? Oh my god.
Not that.
Oh my god, I'm so nervous right now. You guys have no idea. What are my potions? I don't have like any food. I need to make food. Making refreshments? Should I eat? He's not eating and I am. I think I'm winning. Oh shit. Big charges. Big CS. Blink this thing. Thank God. Oh, thank goodness. You know, I'm actually very upset at this rogue because he blinded off all. I still have yet to show you guys the freaking damage, man. Here we go. I'm gonna show you guys the most insane one shot you've ever seen. Literally ever. You've never seen anything like it. You probably have. You've probably seen a lot like it. Alright, here we go. You guys need to show this to Mitch Jones, okay? You need to show this to Mitch Jones is what you need to do, alright? Here we go. Touch of the Magi. Radiant Spark. Arcane Power. Blast. 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 Barrage. Dead.
Damn.
100 to 0. All with instants. Let's go, baby. And these missiles, I want to let you guys know. I want to let you guys know how hard missiles hit, okay? And also, I don't know what these things are, but there's like some little balls. I actually don't know what they are. I can't figure it out. I think it's from my Covenant, but there's like these little balls that I can go pick up. Wait till I get a missiles proc. I want to show you guys how hard missiles hits. Okay, watch this. Let's shoot this guy. Alright, watch his missiles. You ready? Just look at his missiles. One proc of missiles. There's like 40% of his health. 35%. That's pretty insane. Missiles does damage, guys. You guys freaking believe that shit? I want to show you guys the one-shot again. We'll show you guys a mini one-shot. Alright, here's the mini one-shot without arcane power. This is what you're going to be able to do actually relatively frequently. And if you're not like... So watch this. Touch of the Magi, full charges, Radiant Spark, Arcane Blast, Arcane Blast, Arcane Blast, Arcane Blast, and then here's the creme de la creme, the missiles. Dead.
Jesus Christ.
Look at that. What do we think? Not too bad, right? That was no arcane power. What it is? Maybe Sappy? Yeah. Oh, this guy got me out. I don't know what that is. No, go this guy, go this guy. Go Moonkin, go Moonkin. Big damn. Blast. 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 Biggest missiles ever. Oh, Biotox. That's it. That's what's up, bro. He left. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Blinded. Walk Flushcraft. Look at his health. I can't out-damage him. Dude. His health is just going up while I'm actively attacking him. Sweet. He's gonna Shadow Step kidding me.
See you around. That's like a Titan look to it. It's really weird. Damn. Garrett.
Hey there. See you later.
Oh,
Students the first $50,000 in student loan debt with an executive order. Now, here's the
Get a
thing that
cookie.
people don't understand about this. People think, oh, that sounds great. Student loans, right? Most
can I do this in combat? Holy shit.
people watch this go out and protest and go, I'm bogged down with student loans.
Wait, I think I can. No! Oh man.
People watch this go out and protest and go, I'm bogged down with student loans. You should be. You made bad choices. Not everyone, but most of you. Oh, I'm bogged down with student loans, says nobody who aced their way through medical school, residency, and then
What? What? No. Okay, Steven Crowder has never met a person. Like, I just realized that, like, he's just never met a human, I think. Like, at
Is
first I
to
thought, like, oh,
push
he's just, like, privileged, or he's out of touch. Like,
out of
I
touch,
didn't
yeah.
recognize that he just has not met another
I
human
think he's
being
out of touch.
beyond the sycophant.
He's been doing it for like 10 years now.
Like, have you met a fucking med school student, dog? That isn't like a trust fund baby? Even trust fund baby med school students are like not necessarily having a great time. That shit's a lot of debt, dude.
actually fulfilled their chosen profession. That's not what happens. Same thing if you go to law school. In general, underwater.
Incredibly insane take. Law school. Wait. I'm so confused by this. Like, so, what's going on here?
Esmel.
What did you get? Thanks.
I'm a doctor with $375K in debt. I also left college with zero debt.
For basket weaving gender studies, you might be out there at a Bernie rally. I understand where you're coming from. I'm trying to walk a mile in your shoes, but they're Toms.
Dude, what is he saying? Like,
Cool.
like, I don't understand. The only med school students that aren't suffering from crippling debt are ones who were fortunate enough to go to, like, one of those med schools that actually offers just full scholarship as long as you are able to get into the med school. And that's basically an advocacy for free college, if that's what he's saying, which I don't think he's saying that.
My aunt finished her medical doctorate 10 years ago, and it took her 6 years.
Like, what if
to
you're
pay
a
off.
lawyer and you want to become a public
6 years to
defender?
pay off.
So
Yeah.
many fucking lawyers literally take jobs with massive corporations and do corporate law, even though they don't want to do that, even though they want to fucking defend people exclusively so they can pay off their fucking insane loans. Like, now this is psychotic. This is just the most anti-intellectualist argument I've ever heard. Now, that is before we even talk about gender studies. It's like, what is the argument of these fucking morons? First of all, you're a theater kid, okay? So you don't get the shit on social sciences. You're not even a fucking STEM lord yourself, okay? So shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch, okay? You fucking massive moronic baby. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm gonna curse a little bit. He's over here talking shit about actually what you do. He's over here talking shit about the art. Okay? He's being a dumb bitch. She hates it when I curse. Like, what do you mean, like, gender studies? First of all, who the fuck cares if someone's studying gender studies? Secondly, you can't disrespect the arts, for example, or social sciences, like, as though anthropology does not truly benefit other fields that you would never even consider. Like, what are we supposed to do? Not study, not have theology, not study fucking history, not study, I don't know, bones? Like, yeah, it's just so dumb. It's such a fucking idiotic, dumbass take where you're like, hey, gender.
Yeah.
Like, gender studies makes up a tiny fraction of the arts or the social sciences that you're criticizing. But even then, it's like,
So what is this no degree Andy even talking about? He literally
5,
doesn't even
10.
know what he's talking about.
10, 15.
like the world would be so gray and awful if it weren't for the art. Like, it would be horrible if we didn't have classically trained musicians and shit. Like this theater kid himself. This is why it's so funny. It's like, he's a theater kid LARPing as a STEM lord, okay? Because he knows that a lot of his audience are like those weirdo, like, I'm hyper rational YouTubers who think that their understanding of the world or their understanding of social sciences absolutely comes from people like this. That's why so many of those morons that you probably have in your classes too, even though I have a lot of STEM lords in my community as well, so many of those fucking morons are like misguided by these sorts of big brain takes. Like Ben Shapiro, literally an English major, wasn't he? I think he was like poli-sci or English, went or he did pre-law and then went to law school. Okay? Like, Steven Crowder is a literal theater. This notion that like we should do STEM lord jobs only is so dumb. It's so fucking insanely dumb. Like, only STEM lord, only STEM lord. That's the only future that we should have, where everyone is a tech serf. Oh.
Chanting.
A lot of the similar type hate science they don't agree with. Yeah. God, reactionaries are really fucking weird, dude. These are the type of people that argue that if you go to law school and rack up 100K debt and choose to be a public defender or an NGO lawyer, that's your fault. You should have done the law. Yeah.
So, here's something people understand. The highest income households in the United States owe 60% of student loan debt, while the lowest income households owe less than 20% of outstanding student loan debt. Because lower income households, they typically either go to a community college, a trade school, or get something known as a scholarship.
So here's the thing, like, this is so funny. So what's up? Like, if you're poor, you should just not have the opportunity to go into a field that you might be incredibly good at. Like, oh no, sorry, the arts are just for the rich, okay? And if you couldn't secure a scholarship for yourself, then who cares? Sucks to suck. That's not for you. You go to trade school. And by the way, the trade school shit could be incredibly rewarding, unless we're talking about like Full Sail University, even though there are some people in here that have gone to trade schools like that and have found some success. But trade schools, especially when it comes to like, you know, if you're becoming a carpenter or some shit, then they could be incredibly rewarding. I know someone who, for example, had a marketing degree, left that, got a union job, went to a trade school, and is now, I think he's an electrician? I'm not entirely certain, but it doesn't matter. He is a lot happier doing that shit than pursuing a job in marketing and advertising. Like,
A bunch of bullshit. To be clear, I am not talking about normal citizens, I meant public officials.
history is the dumbest study of them all? What a fucking dumbass take. Wait, why do the people who say history is the dumbest of them all are also the exact same thing? Oh, he's baiting me. Never mind. Even if you don't count California, Biden still beats Trump by 700,000. Okay. I bet he's a fucking history major too. This fucking moron. Good bait, dude. Obama's a pussy. Obama's a pussy.
I could just kill him?
Good bait, brother.
What?
People who do have this point of view are also the same people who are like, how will we remember? Yeah, history is dumb. You know why history is dumb? Because all we need are monuments of the Confederacy. That's how we remember, brother.
That's it.
The people who have crazy student loan debt are people who shift their majors every 3 years from German poetry to gender studies to Afro-lesbian studies.
This is straw man.
In Michigan, and then all of a sudden you find yourself accounting for 60% of the student loan debt. Think about this for a second. This is effectively a handout to the wealthy. 56% of student loan debt is for graduate school.
Unbelievable. You should
Really? Yeah, 56% of student loan debt, we have this from the Brookings Institute, is for graduate school. Most people with advanced degrees who owe a lot, they should pay it off easily, unless it's a useless degree.
Right.
There's no such thing. Like, I'm sorry. This is such a peasant mindset, dude. And I don't mean like the cool peasants that involve themselves in like a peasant uprising. I mean the dumb peasants who were like, no, it's okay. Nothing should be better for me. I deserve to be here. The God gave all the power to the feudal lord, and I am destined to toil the land. And that's what Steven Crowder's doing, except he isn't just doing that. He's getting other peasants to never rise up. It's like, why shouldn't you fucking learn something? Like, why should you limit your opportunities in learning something? There is no such thing as a useless degree, okay? Now, useless is so subjective in this circumstance. Useless is an entirely capitalist point of view.
Non-profitable.
What is this? Oh, Jesus, you scared the shit out of me, dude. I almost got banned.
Handout for the wealthy.
I thought I was going to get banned, rather.
After the North American Free Trade Agreement, you look at Joe Biden's policies and Barack Obama's policies, and you look at the unemployment rate in the United States. You look how it affected black American families. You look how the average household income only went up by $1,000 in 8 years under Obama, and then you look at $5,000 on average under the first term of Donald Trump, and you look at this, and people say, oh, that sounds, people shouldn't have student debt. Well, first off, incorrect. People should have student debt if they go to schools and they decide to procure a degree that is useless or that costs a lot of money. Anyone can go to
Bro, come on, dude. This is so stupid. Dude, how are you from like a fucking middle-class family and you watch Steven Crowder and not recognize that he's literally telling you like, you ain't shit. You're worthless. Like, you're only worthwhile as long as you are a cog in the machine to the fucking capital owning
Pass
God
along.
because of our
Try it.
supposedly meritocratic system, which is demonstrably not a real meritocracy and does not exist and will probably never exist. Like, he's basically just saying like, no, this is that stuff is for the rich people. Like, you're poor. If you're poor, sucks to suck. Shut the fuck up. Like, you should only put yourself under debt if you can pay for it in the future. When he comes from Canada, where he knows for a fucking fact that colleges is significantly more affordable, or European nations exist.
Get wrecked.
Turkey has free college, man. That's crazy. Like, we have public universities that you can get into and get a free education. It's nuts, dude.
community college, and anyone can get their grades up and get a scholarship. I know a kid who was a pothead loser in high school.
Hi.
Sorry, George. Sorry, he's a Harvard law grad, cum laude. He's the guy who Bill was introduced by this guy.
Yeah,
His friend
great
of mine.
guy.
He was a pothead burnout. Then he met a wonderful woman who he's married to now. So
Just for the record, like, this is why it's funny. I majored in creative arts. Like, at least I got a fucking political science degree, but you will never fucking hear me do this. Like, this is such a dumb, idiotic take. Like, my man literally fucking got a creative arts degree. That's why I'm, like, making fun of him. He's like a theater kid LARPing as a STEM lord, dude. Bitch, you did arts and crafts for college. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, that's actually not even true. Creative arts is not easy at all. Three-dimensional design was, or was it two-dimensional design? Well, whatever. My first introductory arts course is the reason why I fully that put the final nail in the coffin where I was like, I can't do this. This is way too fucking difficult. What about having a weighted uni debt payment scheme so those fields like medicine and law pay less and those doing art pay more interest since they're more likely to be able to pay their debt off? No. There should be no fucking debt. Like, there should be an opportunity for people to be able to go to a free college education, get a free college education. It's nuts that it does not exist in this country. I majored in philosophy, and my philosophy professor told me it's a useless degree and made me feel like a loser. Okay, philosophy is, if you're one of those annoying elitist philosophy bros, then yes, it is useless. Okay, that's the one degree that I'm just kidding. It's actually not useless at all. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But some fucking philosophy majors are so annoying. Like, philosophy undergrad is nearly as annoying as like Econ 101 bros. Like they're up there. Some of them are just unbearable.
You're gonna get your crap together. Went to community college, got straight A's. Went to UT, got straight A's. Then went to Harvard on some kind of a grant or scholarship because you're an outstanding student. Got straight A's, graduated cum laude. This is a kid who came from a rough background, from a poor background.
Oh yeah, let's use an anecdote. It's like, instead of looking at this anecdote and saying like, well, shouldn't it be great that like, you know, this person should have an easier time, easier go at it? Like, nah, just ace your student loans like my friend did in my fake made-up story.
And he was already behind the 8 ball because he was doing nothing but skateboarding and smoking weed all day. Now, I know the potheads up there are going to get mad. I'm not saying that everyone who smokes a pothead is a burnout loser, though you probably are if you're offended by this and you're going to comment in the section.
Yeah.
I don't think you're one of the high-functioning executives who occasionally dabbles in tincture. I think...
God, he's such a nerd. Like, who the fuck watches this nerd and goes, oh my god, he's so funny and cool? Like, he's such a dweeb, dude. It's like
I am moving out this time.
when I see stuff like this, I'm like, we should bring back bullying, dude. I mean, we've gone too far. I think we've normalized conservatives too much. Like, I'm kidding. I don't think we should bring back bullying. But god damn, he's such a fucking nerd, dude. And pot smokers are bad. You're a loser. Like, you're a loser if you smoke pot. Oh, it's so good, dude. Who the fuck likes this dweeb, dude? Oh, okay.
that you are what we're talking about.
Well, some of us went to Lansing Community College and sold drugs and paid off their tuition in 5s and 10s.
See? And that's called America.
That's hard work.
Yeah. That's entrepreneurship right there, baby.
If it was black, Steven Crowder would literally be like, I'm calling the cops right now. I heard a black man sold drugs back in the day. That's illegal, sir. That's illegal. But it's a white dude in a robe in his studio, so it's like, haha, that's America, baby. Yeah, fucking little bitch.
It really does bother me, though. It's like, you don't have to go to college.
No.
This is your choice.
Go back to Canada, dude.
Responsible for the decision that you've made to do this with your life.
This is a perfect example of it sounds good on paper. What the media does is try and say, oh, look, this will help people of color. This will help the disenchanted minorities in this country who need a leg up. They are not the people who are incurring most of the student loan debt. It's usually people who come from well-to-do families who decide to go into useless degrees and fields, and for some reason now you, the working-class American citizen who did not impale yourself on the spike of student debt, you are going to be the one.
Is the argument here for free college? Because that's all I'm hearing. Like, I'm hearing we should also allow everyone to be able to have those same opportunities and not necessarily the wealthy that should be subjected to these financial penalties for trying to better themselves and become more competitive in the labor force. Because again, free college education would mean, and free trade schools as well, would mean we have a more competitive labor force in the global marketplace. So it's only a good thing. Only fucking idiots who think that college makes people into Antifa, you know, gender Marxists or whatever the fuck these morons believe would be against more college education. Okay? Free college education is very good. It's a very good thing, and it should absolutely be offered so that more people can get college education. It's silly as fuck.
Left with the bill. You're going to foot the bill for Courtney, who decided to go get a German dance.
Should I do Kata or?
Forgivenesses. You working on, and you want.
I'm liking what I'm hearing. I would like to subscribe to Crowder's Socialist newsletter.
I skateboard, smoke weed, and haven't graduated high school yet, but at least I'm not fucking Steven Crowder. True. In Australia, we have HECS debt, government debt that doesn't accrue interest, it only indexes.
What else?
They try to deceive their listeners to assume that all schools
Lich King.
and not also trade schools.
Crowder is a soy
Yeah.
boy. Changed my mind.
My friend says that a college degree is just the sticker saying that you did your time. How do I counter this argument from a left perspective? He's quite conservative, but I know he's just confused.
Kata, Mom, Draenor, Legion.
College isn't about actually. College isn't about
Outland.
actually like learning whatever the fuck you're
Outland, why not?
Unless you're going to like grad school and shit, like, or specializing in a field specifically. A lot of what you learn on the job once you get into the professional world, or even if you're like going into finance, for example. A lot of that is literally you studying for tests, the series exams that you need to take, and that's where you learn a lot of that. But most importantly, you learn it on the job. College isn't necessarily just for, I mean, this is of course not the same for STEM degrees for the most part, like engineering and shit, like you still learn a lot that you, and it has a lot of practical utility. But college is basically a jobs program for being able to go to the networking places and going to the jobs.
Who are you gonna be Lich King?
Going to the
I don't know.
career days and shit like that, and being able to secure a free internship if you're rich enough to be able to only get an internship, free internship, and then eventually end up getting a job there, like a full-time employment opportunity. So most of what college is for, on the other hand, is for developing critical thinking skills and also learning about a world outside of your fucking town. Okay? For so many people, they live in segregated communities. They never leave. They never get to meet even people from other countries, for example. Obviously, this is dependent on where you live in America, but like a big part of colleges, in my opinion, for having the label of adulthood with not a lot of the responsibilities of adulthood, being able to do that with all these other people in your age group is truly a unique unique experience that everyone should be able to have. Okay? And if you also find something that you are truly interested in doing, then it's great that you get to learn that in college as well.
I wonder why the union members, not the union leaders, not the union actual representatives, but people who are members of unions in the Midwest overwhelmingly.
This guy's literally, okay, cue the video. Give me the video. Steven Crowder talked about unions. It's obligatory. Who has it? I know one of you have the video. All right. Steven Crowder talks about unions. I have to show this. Okay, none of you have the video. I'll find it myself. Sorry. This is a very important.
Steve Crowder is a so-called correspondent for Fox.
The underlying issue is that conservatives don't want uniform citizenry.
Who did that? Oh god.
Is that Trumpka? No, it kind of looks like him a little bit.
At the St. Abbey, this might be a stupid question. If your tax money doesn't go to healthcare or education other
Wait,
than
is that him?
where the hell does the money go?
Is that actually Richard Trumpka? I've seen this video a million times. Where's my lib court? No, it's not. Doesn't he look like him? Am I crazy? Am I doing the all white guys look the same meme, dude? Look at this. I promote Trumpka. Look at that. Boom. Anyway. Answer the dono. If your tax money doesn't go to healthcare or education other than infrastructure, where the hell does that money go? Wait, what? It goes to war, baby. But it goes to those places too. What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure it is him. Anyway, Steven Crowder went and got his shit rocked, and then lied about how these big, scary union guys were beating on him. They were beating him, the big, scary unions. Of course, he was there to agitate against the unions because, you know, back in the day, Fox News used to be way more masked off about their anti-union sentiments. Now that unions have been completely eviscerated in this country, they don't even need to fucking act like they hate the unions. They could just be like, I stand with the unions, of course. If you're a union guy, then that's good. Like, you know, we love the working class. Come on, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, bitch, you don't. And you played a significant role in destroying these unions, so...
Voted for Donald Trump because these people are working on the assembly line, and then they're talking about under this potential president, depending on the state, up to 62% marginal tax rates, paying for kids who are getting degrees in gender studies, in poetry, and philosophy.
Like, oh god. I need to know how many people
right
in the U.S. have gender studies degrees. I need to know what Steven Crowder is crying about. Cultural and gender studies. So Steven Crowder
14,000?
talking about gender studies.
What?
Turns out, in 2017, only 14,000 gender studies degrees were awarded in 2017.
Google thinks my mom is more Shapiro. Google Ben Shapiro's wife. It is very clearly two different people, and that lady is my mom.
Wow. Wow. Seems kind of weird to just like cover. Seems kind of weird to just exclusively cover. Let's see how many people get STEM degrees. How many STEM degrees in the U.S.? About over the 1.8 million bachelor's degrees awarded in 2015 to 2016, about 331,000, 18% were STEM fields. Oh, wow. Wait, why'd you say facts are inconvenient? Are you trying to say that to me? I'm saying that, like, covering, like, the humanities, like, fuck the humanities overall is an idiotic take, okay? Especially because Steven Crowder himself got a fucking degree in creative arts, okay? But the reason why I always find add comparison, oh, shit, okay, let's see, what's another degree that I can compare it to? Cultural and gender studies majors don't deserve rights. Yeah, it's idiotic. It's incredibly idiotic. Like here, okay, biology, like, wait, what? There's like difference. Oh, interesting. So Steven Crowder likes to talk about 0.6% of all degrees awarded. An industry in, or not even an industry, but like a degree that's already in decline. Kind of odd, dude. Doesn't that play into his they keep swapping degrees bullshit? What do you mean they keep swapping degrees bullshit? No, it doesn't matter. The point is, Oh, that's the decline. That's not the total.
Focuses on bias and discrimination. It is a
Wouldn't it be
fundamentally
total as
important
well?
field for
No.
some
Is it a
industries, especially
6-point
ones that
decline?
have implemented affirmative action.
I wait to finish my mechanical engineering degree to work for a corporation I hate for 50 years so my dad doesn't think I'm a failure. How the fuck is the average wage of a bio major 108,000? Like, there is 166,000 people that are working in the workforce with cultural and gender studies. If you're hyper focused on it, yeah, close to the total. The total is about 0.7. Wouldn't it be total as well, Pepega? No, I'm saying I don't think it's a 0.6% decline. It has to be similar to the total overall. I think that's why I thought it was a total.
Who do you think has hurt America more, Bin Laden or Ben Shapiro / Steven Crowder?
The point is, I'm pretty sure it is the total. The point is, it doesn't fucking matter, okay? It doesn't matter. By the way, there are more gender studies majors in the workforce than there are coal miners in America, but Steven Crowder loves to fucking talk about the other as like saving the economy. Just remember that.
Of course that plays poorly with the American public, and that's why it's remarkable that Joe Biden could win an election. The only reason that he would be able to is because the media never talks about this, because he doesn't speak the language of the middle class, he hasn't seen Scranton. Also, he didn't win the election.
That's true.
Allow me to sort of help you follow the money trail. Okay, all right. Here's Timmy. He's getting a degree in Afro-lesbian-centric studies, okay? Afro-lesbian funk, okay, at U of M. Here he is. He gets a loan. Here's the two universities. Here's Timmy. Okay. So you know what? Here, let's move this. This is Timmy. This is the university. This is the loan.
Yeah.
All right. So Timmy wants to go to the university and get a degree in Afro-lesbian funk. Okay. He gets a loan from the bank, and that gets paid to the university. Right at this point.
I don't think most people would seriously disagree with college being free. However, the way the topic is currently framed revolves around bailing out people who got knowingly into debt and are statistically more likely to end up in a higher income bracket without fixing the underlying problem, which is frankly a losing issue for Dems. They should be talking about making college more affordable. I think it goes hand in hand. I think that student loan debt is a tremendous problem regardless, though. And it's not just like people who no, I reject that notion. Like, if you're making middle-class lives better, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm sorry. Like, just because they knowingly went into debt, it's like, they can't not. It's the only way that they can get this fucking, it's the only way that they can get, they have at least a shot at upward social mobility. You're making it seem like, you're making it seem like, these people are all, like, wealthy trust fund babies or some shit, and they, got this debt, like, for what? Like, you might as well at that point say, yeah, they're getting homosexual Marxism majors. You might as well just say that, because that's what Steven Crowder is saying.
Huh.
You know? Like, it's nuts. Why are you saying earthquake? Why are you saying earthquake?
And of course, that's paid with interest. The university gets the money. This money has already gone through. So now Timmy has a useless degree. He's in debt. What's going to happen is he owes the bank. The university already has the money. Now what they're going to do is absolve him of his debt by giving this money to the bank. What do you think happens with that school? We got away with that one. Let's charge more money next time.
There's a lot more people that can afford it.
What do we charge him? We charge him $50,000 so we could make up the difference with an out-of-state grant. All right, let's charge him $7.
In other countries where college is free or near free, you often have to choose your discipline when you're like 16. The benefit of private system is significantly more freedom. No. No. I disagree. Like, I know that exists.
Yeah, I'm gonna do Lich King.
9.7 magnitude earthquake? Where? In the Midwest? Like, what are you talking about? I would rather have people get into specific majors, and there's still a way to, like, get out of your major, for the record. So you're wrong about that. That's not a thing. I'm from Denmark, 16. What is this dude talking about? No, you can always change your major. That's ridiculous. I mean, there's more limitations. He is right. There are more limitations. Like, for example, in Turkey, if you are, if you're gonna go the STEM path, you need to take Keme or Mefe when you're in high school. So you pick your path in high school, or at least that's how it was when I was in Turkey when I was growing up. So you either get Turkish and mathematics, or you get mathematics and science. Okay? So, like, that is a distinction. That's something that you choose. It's like a skill tree, basically. You choose it pretty early on. But even then, you can still you can still change your at the end of it. You can still, when you get the ÖSS or whatever the fuck it's called now, the national test that you take to see if you can qualify to get into one of the top 3 colleges or one of the top 3 institutions. When you take the test, you can still excel and potentially get like, you have the option to still take a science test and excel and potentially get into a science field if you would want to. And even after that, you can still change it. You can still change it if you got into a science degree and you still want to fucking go the humanities route. There's always an option to be able to change it. It's ridiculous to say that that's not the case. I'm running an ad, by the way. Top of the hour, every hour, 6-second ad break, and I'm gonna continue through this video because I want to fucking blast through it.
Probably should run that too. Disable pre-hunt roll for a while. Oh, that's right. I'm on YouTube. Doesn't even matter. Okay.
Nothing should be better for me. I deserve to be here. The God gave all the power to the feudal lord, and I am destined to toil the land. And that's what Steven Crowder is doing. Except he isn't just doing that. He's getting other peasants to never rise up. It's like, why shouldn't you fucking learn something? Like, why should you limit your opportunities in learning something? There is no such thing as a useless degree. Okay? Now, useless is so subjective in this circumstance. Useless is an entirely capitalist point of view. What is this? Oh, Jesus, you scared the shit out of me, dude. I almost got banned.
Handout for the wealthy.
I thought I was going to get banned, rather.
After the North American Free Trade Agreement, you look at Joe Biden's policies and Barack Obama's policies, and you look at the unemployment rate in the United States. You look how it affected Black American families. You look how the average household income only went up by $1,000 in 8 years under Obama, and then you look at $5,000 on average under the first term of Donald Trump, and you look at this, and people say, "Oh, that sounds people shouldn't have student debt." Well, first off, incorrect. People should have student debt if they go to schools and they decide to procure a degree that is useless or that costs a lot of money. Anyone can go to.
Bro, come on, dude. This is so stupid. Dude, how are you from like a fucking middle class family and you watch Steven Crowder and not recognize
Twilight's hammer. Uh-oh. Thank God Trump is pulling out of Afghanistan. It's long overdue. 20 years overdue. There's a reason they took out the Soviets in the Alexander the Great. That was yeah, there's a reason.
Afghanistan, a nation of 37 million people, has one of the fastest growing populations on the planet, and will soon be more populous than either Canada or Poland. It is bordered by Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, China, and Pakistan. Afghanistan is located at the strategic crossroads that has connected Iranian, Central, and East Asian civilizations to India. It is one of the most mountainous countries in the world. However, it is also home to a vast network of rivers and fertile valleys, carved out by the massive snowmelt flowing from the Hindu Kush and other mountain ranges which envelop the country. More than 4,000 years ago, the farmers of this region began to urbanize. Little is known about these first ancient city-states, other than that those in the north, in the land that became known as Bactria, were culturally connected to Central Asian peoples, while those in the southeast were heavily influenced by the Indus Valley civilization, with some of the cities there likely being founded by colonists from the south. However, until more archaeological work is done, Afghanistan's ancient past will remain largely mysterious. Even Kabul, the current capital of Afghanistan, is likely to have been near continuously inhabited for more than 3,500 years, with the exact origin and people who built it unknown. Sometime during the 7th century BC, the Medes, a northern Iranian people, were the first to conquer and unite this land under their rule, which lasted approximately a little over a century. They were overthrown by the closely related Achaemenid Persians, who divided the empire up into satrapies, or provinces. By the time of the conquests of Alexander the Great, Persian people, language, culture, and religion were prevalent in what is now Afghanistan, with sizable Buddhist and Greek minorities who the Persians had resettled from their western provinces in the preceding centuries. Alexander faced some of the most formidable resistance of his conquests in Bactria, which is likely the primary reason he married the Bactrian princess Roxana, with whom he had a son, also named Alexander, which secured the allegiance of much of the Bactrian nobility and access to India through the strategically important Khyber Pass. Alexander also founded several Greek colonies in the region, that later became important political, commercial, and military centers.
No,
Macedonian
Tuchulu!
and his descendants ruled over much of the eastern portion of Alexander's empire in the years following his death at the age of 32. Control over Bactria and the Indus River Valley was tenuous at best. Before 300 BC, much of this territory had been lost to the Indian Mauryan Empire of Chandragupta. In the peace that followed the war between the two empires, Chandragupta married Seleucus's daughter and gifted his father-in-law 500 trained war elephants, which he used to great effect in his wars in the west. Not long after, the Greek cities of Bactria overthrew Seleucid rule, establishing a wealthy kingdom that controlled much of the land trade to and from China and India. They were able to withstand a major Seleucid invasion and a nearly 3-year-long siege of their capital city of Balkh, causing the exhausted Seleucids to sue for peace. Over the next 2 decades, the Seleucid Empire was also greatly weakened by the rise of another one of their former vassals, the Arsacid Parthians. In the southeast, the Mauryan Empire collapsed. The Greco-Bactrians were then able to effectively fill much of the power vacuum left by these two empires. But their success was halted by internal division, as much of the army was in India, expanding Greco-Bactrian territory. The king was overthrown by a usurper, splitting the empire into 2 kingdoms, which both experienced several decades of relative stability and prosperity, and the flourishing of a culture that was a unique amalgamation of Greek, Iranian, Indian, and other cultures. After the Greco-Bactrians suffered a series of severe military defeats by the Parthians, they were overrun by successive waves of nomadic invaders. The most powerful of these tribal confederations were the Uz and the Saka, or Scythians, who established control over the lower Indus Valley. The Uz settled in Bactria and largely assimilated with the local people over time. After the waves of nomadic invasions calmed down to some extent, the Parthians then conquered much of the east, up until the Indus River. The Parthian Arsacid dynasty was very hands-off in their style of governance, and were content as long as taxes were paid and men supplied to the army when needed. And as they became increasingly focused on halting Roman expansion into Mesopotamia, the Parthian noble family that had defeated the Scythians and had seized control over the Indus River seceded from the empire, establishing the Suren kingdom, or more commonly called the Indo-Parthian kingdom. And although they ceased to pay taxes, and their king claimed equal status to the Parthian Great King, the 2 states appear to have been allies and deeply involved in each other's politics. In the north, the Greco-Bactrian people and Yuzi tribes formed the Kushan kingdom, and became an empire at the expense of the Parthians, and then expanded deep into Central Asia and the Indian subcontinent. The Kushans worshipped Greek as well as Hindu gods, but gradually over time, Buddhism became more prevalent and was widely promoted within the empire's borders, and even without, with Buddhist merchants and missionaries traveling to Han China, which many believe were the first to introduce Buddhism to China. The Kushan Empire was the crossroads of the world, manufactured goods from as far away as China, Rome, and Aksumite Ethiopia would have been common sights in the great cities of the Kushan Empire. In the west, the Parthians succumbed to internal infighting, which allowed the Sassanid Persians to overthrow them. Viewing themselves as the re-establishment of the ancient Achaemenid Persian Empire that Alexander had toppled, the reinvigorated Persians successfully campaigned to the north, south, east, and west, quickly overrunning the Kushan Empire, and established the Kushan Shahs as vassal kings of a greatly diminished territory, and were gradually stripped of their military and administrative power. During the intermediate period of Sasanian decline, the nomadic Kidarites and then Hephthalites gained control over the eastern portion of the empire, and like the Yuzi before them, they largely adopted much of the local culture before being reconquered by the Sasanians. It was during Sasanian rule that the first recorded instance of the term Afghan was made in reference to the people inhabiting the mountainous eastern provinces of the empire, and is likely derived from the Pashtun ethnic group, which is the largest in Afghanistan. By the time of this region's conquest by the Arab caliphates, Buddhism and the Persian Zoroastrian faith were the dominant religions in the land that proved difficult to control. Whenever a large Arab army left, the locals would rebel and revert to their ancient customs and self-rule. In the east, Kabul managed to remain an independent, wealthy city-state, controlling trade through the Khyber Pass to India, ruled over by Buddhists and Hindus. It was not until the late 9th century that the Safarid dynasty, founded by a Persian coppersmith born in southwestern Afghanistan, successfully rebelled against the Abbasid Caliphate and firmly established local rule, that Afghans began to convert to Islam, which the dynasty widely promoted. The Safarids were overthrown by the Samanid Empire, whose rulers claimed descent from the Sasanian Persians, and extensively promoted Persian culture and Islam throughout the empire. They made the mistake of utilizing Turkic slave soldiers, which in time overthrew them and established the Ghaznavid dynasty. Based out of the city of Ghazna in eastern Afghanistan, they continued the policies of promoting Islam and Persian culture, particularly among the nomadic Turkic tribes that were settled within the empire. The Ghaznavids were greatly weakened by conflict with the Seljuk Turk Empire, which allowed for their overthrow by the native Ghurid dynasty, which had recently converted from Buddhism to Islam and were possibly of Pashtun descent. During the reign of Sultan Ghiyath al-Din Muhammad, the Ghurid Sultanate became a major world power, stretching from the Iranian plateau to Bengal in the east. However, after Ghiyath al-Din's death, the empire fell into infighting and was rapidly conquered by both the Delhi Sultanate in India and the Empire of Khorasan, both of Turkic Mamluk origin. Only 15 years after their conquest of the Ghurid Sultanate, Khorasan was overrun by the Mongol Empire of Genghis Khan, who frequently massacred the populations of cities that did not immediately surrender. The Mongol Empire split into several successor states not long after their conquest of the region. The Il Khanate, as the name coincidentally implies, fell ill and was ravaged by the plague, wiping out much of the Mongol royal family and army. And as the Il Khanate fragmented into many small states, the Tajik vassal princes of Herat established a sizable kingdom for a short time. All of these small states were conquered by the Turco-Mongol warlord Tamerlane, who inflicted even greater slaughter and destruction throughout the Near East than the Mongols had done a few generations before. Timur frequently used Afghanistan as his base of operations, and his descendants moved the capital from Samarkand to Herat. The century following Timur's death began with peace and prosperity and ended with internal strife and civil war, with its territory being lost to the Uzbeks in the north, the Safavid Persians in the west, and in the southeast the emergent Mughal Empire, which would go on to conquer most of India, claiming descent from Timur and Genghis Khan. Throughout the 17th century, Afghanistan became a largely autonomous buffer zone between the powerful Safavid and Mughal empires. In 1709, the Pashtun Hotak dynasty successfully rebelled and established a short-lived empire by conquering a great deal of Iranian territory. The Safavid Empire was overthrown by the soldier of fortune Nader Shah. He was the son of a common herdsman and one of the most brilliant military strategists ever to have lived. He reconquered Afghanistan and defeated Ottoman and Mughal armies, but his reign was brought short when he was assassinated at the age of 48. One of his cavalry commanders, Ahmad Shah Durrani, was a Pashtun and returned to his homeland, where a Pashtun tribal confederation selected him as their leader. He used his military experience to great effect, conquering those cities that did not join his cause in Afghanistan. And during his long 25-year reign,
1747, wow.
campaigned in India 3 times against the Marathas and Mughals, and even sacked their capital city of Delhi in 1757. The Durrani Empire is considered the foundation of the modern state of Afghanistan, and Ahmad Shah Durrani as the father of the nation. The empire declined after they were defeated by the Sikhs and driven out of the Indian subcontinent. However, the greatest factor influencing their decline may have been economic, as trade was cut off to China due to poor diplomatic relations, and the traffic along the ancient land trade routes connecting India, Iran, and Central Asia all but disappeared. This was due to the expansion of the Russian Empire into Central Asia and the dominance of the British East India Company over maritime trade, leaving Afghanistan in a more isolated state than it had been in over 2,000 years, but also a more unified one, with the majority of the country practicing the same religion, Sunni Islam, and the concept of a national Afghan identity became prevalent, regardless of tribal or ethnic affiliation. The Durrani were overthrown by Dost Muhammad Khan, who established the Emirate of Afghanistan. The British, who had largely gained control of India and its revenue, feared that the Russians would take Afghanistan and use it as a staging ground to take India from them. So to preempt the Russians, they invaded instead, and reinstalled the deposed Durrani king on the throne, who was widely disliked. After encountering minimal resistance to their conquest,
Subtly PvP best is gonna be human, right? Survey says So it's orcs and humans are the best usually. Go away. I don't think I've ever PvP'd as a mage. Alright. Time to do some. Get them out. Right. Okay, where's the... over there.
In occupation of the country, the British withdrew most of their troops back to India. The remaining British occupying force was then ambushed and was almost completely slaughtered as they attempted to retreat from the country. In a event that shocked Great Britain and the Western world, the Afghans then reinstated Dost Muhammad Khan on the throne of the country. Nearly 4 decades after the first invasion, the British invaded again. A peace was concluded after both sides suffered heavy casualties. Afghanistan became the British protectorate, with the Afghans maintaining complete self-rule, and the British handling their foreign affairs, which they didn't do too much of anyways. Namely, no cadoodling with the Ruskies. 40 years later, in a third Anglo-Afghan war, 120,000 Afghans invaded India. After a few brief clashes with the British, a treaty was made where Afghanistan would be internationally recognized as a fully independent state. A few years later, in 1926, the country was reformed into the Kingdom of Afghanistan and began the process of modernization and
let's see what I can do.
In 1973, the monarchy was overthrown in a bloodless coup d'etat by the king's cousin, Mohammed Daoud Khan, who became the president of the single-party republic, who further sought to modernize the country and received aid from the Soviet Union and the United States, who both tried to curry influence over the country. In 1978, Daoud and many of his family members were assassinated during a communist coup d'etat. Establishing the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan, this Soviet-backed government pushed wide-ranging reforms that sought to modernize and abolish most traditional and religious societies.
I don't even have a million.
This caused widespread insurrection and Soviet involvement in a long war of attrition that nearly lasted 10 years and caused millions of refugees to leave the country. A few years after the Soviet Union withdrew their forces, the Islamic State of Afghanistan overthrew the government and took over the cities, which was largely overthrown by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in 1996, which established a totalitarian rule. They were removed from power 5 years later by U.S. coalition forces and the Northern Alliance, and established the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan in 2004. Let me know in the comments of what you believe the future holds for Afghanistan. Also, let me know in the comments of what you found most interesting about
Damn.
This has been Epimetheus. Remember to subscribe and hit the bell
There's
icon.
a lot. A lot of empires rising and falling.
And a big thanks to my patron.
Damn it. Should have queued after I learned how to fly, but no.
Here is CNN panel. I mean, we're seeing this idiocy now. It's like it just snaps back. Like it's literally like just like a branch that's been bent. It just snaps back as soon as the tension Trump gone. You see stuff like this, and you see you know, Jake Tapper talking to Fidel Castro. Like essentially, let's just do clip number 3 first.
And Lori, I mean, if he's doing this to weaken Joe Biden, he's doing this at the expense.
Pause it for 1 second. This is the idea of Donald Trump withdrawing from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Now, I actually think this is like, I don't quite gather how this is a way of weakening Joe Biden. Now, it's quite possible that that Donald Trump has a laundry list. He has a little.
That's what I think. Yep.
And one of them was like, how can I hurt Iran?
Yep.
Because, you know, Donald Trump really care about bombing Iran?
No, and then, like, and he's been saying and toying with announcing that he's withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. Like, it must have been, this is the 7th time? I mean,
Well, he has a new defense secretary now, right? Like,
well,
whatever.
you gotta revamp it. It's like a remake of a movie.
Why is he doing this? Now, I don't know. No. I mean, maybe Donald Trump deep down, is against military occupation in countries that start with an A. Like, he doesn't, like, he's ramped up our drone program in Sudan. I mean, he is, what Saudi Arabia has done to these countries has been devastating. The idea that Donald Trump gives a crap about, 4,000 troops in Afghanistan, I'm sorry, he doesn't. Now, somebody else might. I don't know who it is. I'm not sophisticated enough to know who, from a geopolitical standpoint, it benefits to us put more strain on NATO in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Personally, I would like to have taken our troops out of there 10 years ago.
So it's a good thing, but again, as you're saying, as he's doing all this, he's like the U.S. is backing Moroccan troops in Western Sahara, and then of course like everything we're doing in Yemen, and like it's completely.
And there may be better ways than other ways. I don't know. I'm going to cop to this right now. I'm not sophisticated enough to know the various players. I don't know what Turkey's interests are here. I don't know what Saudi Arabia's interests are here. I don't know what Russia's interests are here. I don't know
Infrastructure in China. I mean,
I don't know what it is. Like, who has an agenda to weaken NATO? Maybe NATO should be, in some respects, pulled back.
you do know whose interests are to weaken NATO. Come on.
I have ideas, but it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
So, very interesting that, the Arctic sale happened
you know, whose geopolitical interest does that benefit?
Indeed. Like, the idea that Donald Trump is doing this because, like, the one thing I want for my legacy is to get rid of those 4,000 troops in Afghanistan, you've got to be a moron. And so unless the analysis of this is along the lines of who's benefiting, how does that ultimately help people in Afghanistan, who live in Afghanistan, who are trying to basically just like feed their family, not get killed. Unless that analysis includes that, rather than just sort of like it is, you know, your anti-imperial instincts about America, because that's not what's going on here. Those 4,000 troops in Afghanistan, it's not going to satiate your anti-imperialist notions. And I consider myself to be an anti-imperialist, which is why I'm not going to make any assumptions as to who's benefiting. But I can tell you, Donald Trump is not operating in the interests of the Afghani people. I'm not sure who is here, but that better be part of your analysis. But listen to CNN just sort of like, again, botch this, even though there may be a point that, like, if we draw down in Afghanistan, we should be doing it in a maybe a way that just ensures who's benefiting and who's paying.
And Gloria, I mean, if he's doing this to weaken Joe Biden, he's doing this at the expense of the safety of American troops.
Absolutely.
To do something this quickly. I mean, not that we should be particularly surprised. We're also watching him stand idly by while Americans die, and he doesn't really seem to give a damn that they're dying of coronavirus. He hasn't changed his tune. He just pretends it doesn't exist. And here he is doing something that really could put at risk American troops.
Right. Absolutely. And I think what he wants to do, as Abby is saying, is drop a problem in Joe Biden's lap. And if you know the history of Joe Biden, he has not been one who is for robust military intervention in any way, shape, or form. So he can drop this problem on Biden, and if Biden believes he needs to put these troops back, he would do it, because if he believes, and his Pentagon brass believe, that it is in the safety of American troops and in the national security interests of this country. But that is not what this president is talking about or thinking. I think what we need to hear right now are from some of the military brass who may be out, who can perhaps
It's manufactured consent or manufactured descent
for the safety of our
in this
troops
case.
in the region.
It's not really working though.
Let me diagram this for you, okay?
Oh.
Troops.
Thank you.
If the troops go out like this, hurts their safety, hurts safety. So what to make them safe again? Once they're here, they go back here.
But that place is not very safe, Sam. I'm confused.
Well, but
They have
then
to go back to the unsafe.
go back out of there, because it's this process. Here's the non-safety zone, which is why you come back in through the back door. And that's the non-safety zone is here. I mean, they're just out there just like jibber jabbering about whether we should take troops out, like, should be waging war there or not, whatever it is. I mean, it's just.
Well, this is what and I'm not here to defend Trump supporters, but part of why they are mistrustful and don't like a lot of the media's coverage is because, I mean, this is a good thing. Like, I believe that any withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan, it's so long overdue. It was part of his campaign promise. It was part of, the Tucker Carlson-esque fake populism that he pitched to the American public. It's a good thing.
Let's take it and bank it.
But of course they have to make it about, it's this Machiavellian thing to hurt Joe Biden. I don't think Trump's capable of that kind of thought, and I think we should credit when a president is taking us out of a multi-decade war that has killed far too many.
Yep.
It is a war crime and an illegal war.
I think what she's trying to do.
Come on.
Low-cost loan.
Come over.
That's good.
I think what she's trying to do.
Just hold.
She's not explaining it properly.
There's 3
and
here.
it's just because she has no proof.
Warrior, dude.
It's
Is he a
creating
healer?
It's creating a geopolitical nightmare that on day one Joe Biden is going to have
Probably
to
not.
reassemble whatever normalcy their version of normalcy is. geopolitically. Not to mention what's going on in Armenia right now, with the geopolitical tides are shifting drastically and like
He is a
shockingly
healer.
fast in terms
Think.
of the whole Mediterranean
Yep.
and Turkey's
No.
expansion
He's
of interest. I mean,
He's a chicken.
this is a real problem, I think, that was instigated by Trump. I don't necessarily disagree with you, Emma. It's just this is what is going to happen.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I mean, and I think though, like, you don't not do the right thing in order to, because you're fearful of potential dominoes falling afterwards. And like, give Trump credit even if he's doing a completely insane narcissistic thing, but like, they're incapable of doing that in especially issues of war. Like, they'll give him credit for the mother of all bombs. Remember back in the day?
Oh my God! Like the first thing he did, yeah.
This is the moment he became president. Oh, so you're gonna give credit for maiming and murdering people in the rural Middle East, but when he decides to bring thousands of American troops back home and he's still keeping 2,000 there, oh no, that's harming the troops somehow.
It's just psycho the level that it's discussed on too. Like the way she says we might hurt American troops. Like I don't mean this like what I am earlier as a to disregard the American troops, but that is not like the only top line in this discussion to say like, oh, he's doing this to hurt Biden and American troops. I think people can sense that for what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why can't you just be honest and say it's gonna shake up everything geopolitically? Like, can't you just say that?
Yeah.
Why does it have to be about like the troops?
Right.
I mean, I think either she doesn't understand
Did I spell that right?
or it's more like
Oh man.
they don't want to sort of talk about actually what actually like they don't want to go any deeper than just total platitudes. Like, and the problem is, like, it confused her when she said like this is going to harm the troops if we come out quickly. Like, the idea that we can't evacuate 4,000 troops in a safe way is just, I'm sorry, absurd.
I'm pretty sure they have the funding to do it.
I mean, I think like the military has the expertise of getting those people out of there safely.
Dunkirk, Mark?
Then the idea that like we're going to put them in harm's way if we do this quickly, and Joe Biden may have to send them back.
How are you?
Keep them safe. Excuse me, what?
Will they still be home for Christmas?
Now, and
they might get coronavirus, guys. That's the problem.
Polymorph.
That's what the agenda is. Bring the troops home for Christmas.
We can give them COVID.
Damn it.
That's the liberal agenda.
Exactly. All right. Should we watch this?
Got him.
I don't want to do the Jake Tapper Warnock thing. Like, I don't even want to give that any like
Fine.
credence at all.
Yeah. Less attention.
Oh, come on.
All right, let's do it. This is. I mean, it's just absurd. I mean.
Yes. Same shaman. Where's it? Oh shit. Right. I think we can take him. God. There's too many of them. Are they all right there? Come on!
There are two Trumpsters
Yeah.
on the Wayne County Board of.
Yeah, what's that? How many HKs do I have? 14. All I have to do. Damn it.
Of canvassers, I guess. Basically, the county board of elections, if you will. And two of them, William Hartman and
Oh, I like that. Yeah. Legion or
Monica Palmer decided that they were going to vote against certifying the vote coming out of Wayne County. Wayne County has houses Detroit, if you will, or Detroit sits in Wayne County.
Yes, and Trump supporters and Trump lackeys were targeting it for no specific reason.
No specific reason at all. For instance, like here's Wayne Hartman's Facebook post from 2010, found by Quentin Wilbur, or Del Quentin Wilbur. You know, just the classic break stuff, steal things. Here's Barack Obama, pirate, smoking a cigarette. Oh, here he is, Obama, Muslims, and NASA. I'm only interested in learning how to fly it, not land it. That, incidentally, is what the 9/11 attackers told their flight instructors down at the flight school that they were at in Florida. And here it is, Michigan, Detroit. Kwame made my license plate. That was the former mayor of Detroit. So these, you know, those are. I don't know. I don't know what that tells you about William Harvey. He's just a guy who likes to have fun on Facebook.
Yeah. I mean, he just is really interested in D- memes that remove Barack Obama's teeth for no discernible reason. And don't forget, he used to smoke cigarettes, which means can't trust him.
He's a hood.
Just-
He's a hood.
Yeah,
He's a hood.
he's in the hood.
And so the Hartman and Monica Palmer decided like that they thought there was something suspicious about what happened in Detroit.
Yeah.
Now, by all other metrics, there were plenty of other places, and they said the rest of the county is all fine.
But this, just quickly, this is clearly signaling from what Trump has now said publicly, where he singled out Detroit, he singled out Philadelphia, he singled out other cities that are predominantly black. Very little to say about Pittsburgh or a city like that, which is an urban center that I guess kind of colloquially has the perception of being whiter. Nothing there. But so they're taking basically marching orders from Trump's talking points about Detroit.
And so they refused to certify, we saw the video where Kayleigh McEnany and Sean Henney celebrated. They thought this is going to win Michigan for them. And this guy, Ned Stabler, who was on the Wayne County Board of Canvassers, gets on the Zoom call and basically says, like, okay, this is what is called, and when he does this, he thinks he's lost. He thinks that the ship has sailed. They refuse to certify. It goes up to the state. State can't certify, and who knows what's going to happen with the electors from the state and this and that. And this guy says basically on this Zoom call, "You're going to do this. I'm going to make you pay a price."
That thing.
This dynamic. I want you to think about this dynamic, because this is what Democrats should have been doing. Every time they lose a battle, you exact the cost. I don't think.
Did I spell despair wrong? It's the
yes. Basically saying, like, you're going to pay for this win that you're going to get. It's going to. You're going to take essentially blood money, as it were, metaphorically speaking. People are going to know it's blood money. Play this on this Zoom. It's really unbelievable.
We also know that the Secretary of State and the Attorney General have already tweeted out that your legal arguments are rubbish and you're going to lose when it comes to court. So we're not worried about that at all. I'm also not worried about any of your things are bad so we certify arguments, because that's just ridiculous. You certified in August when they were worse. Less than 50% of the ballots are recountable. Now over 72% are. 58% of them are even balanced, when it was less than 30% last time. So it's doubled. It's gotten way better because the Secretary of State actually jumped in and did her job, unlike you. But I know it's not going to change your opinion. You talked about not certifying Detroit, even though you acknowledged that Livonia, a city, by the way, I know you know is 95% white, had bigger variances than Detroit, which is 80% white. We understand, and you now added your name, so I'm not going to try to change your mind. I just want to let you know that the Trump stick, the stain of racism that you,
Your
and Monica
will of denial.
throughout history. Your grandchildren are going to think of you like Bull Connor or George Wallace. Monica Palmer and William Hartman will forever be known in southeastern Michigan as two racists who did something so unprecedented.
Maximum nonsense.
Thousands of black voters in the city of Detroit. They were ordered to. Probably, I know, Monica, you think Carol should do it or some other crazy stuff like that. But just know, when you try to sleep tonight, that millions of people around the world now on Twitter know the names of Monica Palmer and William Hartman as two people completely racist and without an understanding of what integrity means or a shred of human decency. You the law isn't on your side.
How do I like?
Your conscience will
What's that emote called?
And Lord knows, when you go to meet your maker, your
Stand
soul is going to be very, very warm.
Thank you.
And the end of the story is that they basically came to some resolution where they're going to perform some performative audit of the votes, and they certified the election, essentially. And
I love that he pointed out historical context, because it's amazing to me how we learn about these things in history class, and like there are villains and there are people on the right side, but nobody in current times thinks about themselves in context.
Oh god, it's gonna cream.
History and how things will be looked back upon. I mean, I think that's important.
Sure, why
for
not?
people, even though it may not change anything. It's just this.
I wish you could just do it right here. Why not?
you know, as I'm watching that, I'm thinking, who is it going to be? Certainly, I can name the people.
Is that a warrior? A hunter?
I'm
Oh
curious
god.
as to the people who are sort of like on the
There
nominal
he is.
left, who are going to say, this is cancel culture.
I just got.
This
yeah,
is
I just
cancel culture run amok. This is the
Let's go.
weaponization of the idea, like, I think, right? I mean,
Michael Tracy,
right,
says
right.
white supremacist violence isn't a real problem. Or
Right.
whatever.
This is, I mean, you know, like that's what's going to be like. This is bullying.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't want to say the innovators.
I wish I just had a mount.
But
It's not that
the
far away.
most prestigious people who deployed that was Antonin Scalia Supreme
No one's
Court
following
ratified
me.
the Voting Rights Act. And they said that the reason why it was authorized, this is in 2013, the reason why it was reauthorized by the Senate.
Interpreting things, by the way, which is
Okay.
what you're not supposed to do.
Where'd you go?
In 2007, the Senate.
Where'd you go?
I think it was 98-0 or something.
What?
Reauthorized the Voting Rights Act. And in addition to like John Roberts and Scalito, the both of them, saying that, racism's basically over. Scalia justified the reauthorization by saying they were afraid. They were afraid of being called racists, and that's why they did it. That's why they reauthorized it, because they were just too afraid of something like what we just saw happening. And there's definitely going to be a take that, like, they've deployed the attack, the worst thing you could say about somebody.
It's
that they're
phasing, isn't it?
racist on them to get them to take black people's votes seriously.
Which, by the way, is potentially holding your representatives accountable for not being racist.
Exactly.
That's part of it. That's part of, like, the whole purpose of having elected officials. I mean, I don't know if you want to play this, but I really like the Detroit NAACP heads yelling at them, the Michigan County officials as well.
Yeah.
Because that was cathartic, too.
Let's play this clip. This is also part of the response of the attempt by the Wayne County Board of Canvassers to decertify the vote and discount the vote of hundreds of thousands of black folk in Detroit.
You look at black cities, you have extracted a black city out of a county and said the only ones that are at fault, at an issue, is the city of Detroit, where 80% of the people who reside here are African Americans. Shame
There you
on
are.
you. Shame on you for leading to this level of corruption. You have disavowed your right to even sit in the seat that you occupy. You are a disgrace as relates to the ability to have a free and impartial election in this nation. You have...
Hard to argue.
Yeah.
Hard to argue.
I just, the level of catharsis there reminded me of, I believe it was the Los Angeles hearings on policing, where people just ripped into them, like, earlier this year. Do you remember that?
I don't think I saw that.
I mean, I forget this one, like, caller basically said, suck my dick and choke on it.
Jeez. Touche.
Anyway.
It would have been better if we had the video of the people that they were actually, chastising. But unfortunately, Zoom is behind again.
You want to see the faces.
Wait, why does he have two? What? Is unholy. Oh, all will serve. Okay, I never seen that one. Death and K. Damn.
Talking a little bit about the promise of Obama, what he represented, how he was selling his biography, basically, and his ability to, bridge the divide, and that was necessary that because of what was happening in Washington.
Politicians are in the business of selling hope, and Barack Obama was exceptional at it. Hope and change. It's an optimistic country. The country had been through 8 tumultuous years. 9 months into President Bush's term, we saw the attacks on the World Trade Center. We saw a war fought over weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist. We saw the United States mired in a civil war in Iraq. We saw an economic crisis. So people people grasp for change. And all presidential elections are a choice. And what Barack Obama was offering was widely appealing. He represented generational change. He was a historic candidate as the first African American to be president of the United States. And he appealed to an aspiration. Going back to his 2004 Democratic Convention speech, where he said, we're not red America, we're not blue America, we're the United States of America. And that call to unity has always been appealing in this country, though the politics of division that we see right now represented change from that unifying message.
So how difficult was it for the McCain campaign? You were the ones that were competing against this, and how did you view it?
It was extraordinarily challenging. Timing is an underappreciated virtue in American politics. There's only been 3 elections since 1900 where the incumbent president's party received a 3rd term. And the last time it happened, Ronald Reagan had a 61% approval rating leaving office.
Sebastian,
Walker
maybe.
Bush was elected. George W. Bush had an approval rating that by the time we got to the election was in the high 20s. The economy had collapsed. All presidential elections in the end are a choice. They're not a referendum on the incumbent, but we represented a continuum of policies that had become very, very unpopular with the American people.
So Obama tied into something clearly in the United States, both black and white voters that saw something historic. But Sarah Palin, on your side, when you guys brought her on board, also tied into something very deep and powerful out there in America. What was that the people that were so excited about her, and why?
Well, she tapped into a simmering grievance in the country that's real. There's a rebellion that's taken place in this country, and it's not just in the United States, it's globally against the elites. Recently, there was a global warming conference that took place at a Sicilian resort hosted by the founders of Google. And that global warming summit drew 147 private jet aircraft and 17 super yachts. This is absurd and obscene to average people who look at the constant condescension, the constant lunacy that emanates from what they view as people who look down on them. And it's simmering not just in this country, but all over the world, the forgotten people.
So what was she doing? What was she saying that seemed to have tied into these forgotten folk?
Well, I think she didn't have a deliberate strategy as much as she was an intuitive performer who loved the spotlight,
warmongering,
who was able to sense the crowd, and she tapped into the grievance. She was of those people. Her husband had a union card. She was condescended to. When we picked Sarah Palin, one of the things that I thought was virtuous was that this was a person who had put herself through school, that she had gone to 5 different colleges paying her way through. She was mocked. She was disdained by the news media for that. And I think that when you see people like you being mocked, people translate it as they're laughing at me. And no small number of people in this country identified with her and identify with Donald Trump, who they view as their champion.
Did Obama and his people understand what Sarah Palin specifically was tying into? Did he get that audience? Did they play it in a way that sort of...
I think it's a profound mistake to analyze this period of division in the country as being incepted with Sarah Palin. This has always been part of American life, part of American politics. We used to say in this country, excepting Vietnam, that the country had never lost a war. Well, if you live in the southern states, that's not true. Not only did you lose a war, or your ancestors lost a war, you were occupied, you were humiliated, and that grievance through George Wallace to Sarah Palin, has always been part of American politics. And there are politicians, political leaders, who have preyed upon those grievances, stoking them, fanning the flames. She was one of them. And there's been politicians who have appealed to the better angels of our nature. Franklin Roosevelt saved democracy by saving capitalism. He could just as easily, as happened all across the world in the middle of a global depression, been a force for illiberalism. He was not.
Okay.
But we shouldn't pretend that all of this begins in 2008. Those embers in this country have always been there. There's a regional divide in this country. There's a class divide. There's a race divide. And she tapped in 2008 at a time where the economy was cratering, where the effects of that collapse were disproportionately felt by working people who still haven't fully recovered from it. That's what she was tapping into.
She was also a very different politician than John McCain was. I mean, when racial questions or worries about Obama being a Muslim came up in campaign visits, Senator McCain he pushed them off, and he said it had set the people right. But she seemed to have played into that. I mean, why?
Well, I think that she is the first of a generation of politicians who live in a post-truth environment. And she was, and there's no polite way to say it, but a serial liar. I mean, over and over and over again, dozens of times a day, she would say things that are simply not true, or things that she had read at that time on her BlackBerry, things that were picked up from the internet. And this obliteration of fact from fiction, of truth from lie, has become now endemic in American politics, but it started then. And so the fact of the matter is that overwhelming percentages to this day believe that Barack Obama was not born in the United States, that Barack Obama is a Muslim, and there's no convincing those people. And it's an extraordinarily large number that neither is the case.
So new
Obama comes into office,
PTO.
and of course, has the economy is still tottering, basically. He does the stimulus. He works with the banks. He decides he has to work with the banks, and he's not gonna spank them. And there's an anger that comes out of that. Economically, on sort of the stance of the administration. Do they understand, what was at stake here, and how that would ignite the anger that eventually becomes the Tea Party? Also on the liberal side, there's also a reaction to that.
The economic collapse of 2008 and the economy that Barack Obama inherited, I think, is the defining event of this generation, even more so than 9/11, and it profoundly reshaped American politics. American politics had been defined as a contest between right and left, and if you think about it as a vertical line running down the middle of the field, a 50-yard line, both sides would fight and argue, sometimes very hyperbolically, between the 45-yard lines. If you listen to the rhetoric in the Bush versus Kerry campaign, McCain versus Obama, you would think that the delta between a just and an unjust society is the difference between a 39.6% tax bracket and a 35% tax bracket. What the 2009 collapse did is it reoriented American politics as being defined by really a lateral line. Above that line, you have people that are in the top 1%, top 10%, but people that are living better, longer, more prosperously than any human beings have ever lived in the history of human civilization. And those people have a lot more in common with people in cities like Sydney and Melbourne and Geneva and Rome and Brussels than they do with their own countrymen here in the United States. You have a middle class that believes that their kids will be worse off, believes that it's much more likely that they could slip down the economic ladder, and believes that they are one misfortune away from economic calamity. And then we have 42% of the country that doesn't have $400 cash available for an emergency. We see declining life expectancies, as was the case at the fall of the Soviet Union for whites between 40 and 50 years old. We see rising maternal labor death rates, rising infant mortality rates. We see an opioid epidemic in this country that's going to wipe out hundreds of thousands of people over the next 10 years. And what those people at the bottom economically in the country see is one set of rules for people at the top
Yep.
and a different set of
Damn
rules
right.
for everybody else. Millions of American families lost their homes, lost their jobs, and the Wall Street bankers kept their bonuses, and not one of them went to jail. Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump essentially have the same message. What both of them are saying, though in different ways, is those people up there are screwing you people down here. And that message, above and under that lateral line, can expand the political geography as we have previously understood it from left to right.
So describe then what's going on with the Tea Party summer, where that anger is coming from what you just defined, and also the existence of Bernie Sanders as being a politician on the left that is going to get traction.
I think the Tea Party movement is misunderstood if you look at it as a reaction solely to the Obama administration. The Tea Party was as much a reaction to the Bush administration as it was to the Obama administration. What Republican voters saw was a Republican president and a Republican Congress spend recklessly. And at the end, what they saw were $800 billion of bailouts for the banks. And there was a rebellion to it. Now, Barack Obama had the obligation to govern the country, to do so in a way that did not cause a global economic depression, the likes of which we haven't seen since the early 1930s, with all of the attendant catastrophe that flowed from it. So the Tea Party, stoked by a culture where incitement on news radio, on cable stations, pays big bucks, a movement was stoked that was oppositional and fueled by the politics of incitement.
The Tea Party Congress, the next elections that come through, talk a little bit sort of as the understanding of the GOP and sort of what was going on, because the party was evolving in a kind way. The young guns come along and they decide that they're going to sort of find these popular Tea Party folks. They support them. They talk a lot about the fact that we can use the economics to get what we want from the Obama administration. They're getting in bed, or they're riding the tiger, with a group that will become very powerful within the GOP and will eventually change the GOP. What's going on there, and what are the consequences?
so
Do
hard.
they understand, do the leadership of the GOP understand what's going on in 2010?
Well, certainly not. I think that the Washington leadership of the Republican Party saw energy and enthusiasm amongst the grassroots. And the goal after you lose a presidential election at both houses of Congress is to do well in the first midterm election, to take something back. And so the leaders sought
That's
to
what happened in
capitalize on the
2018.
energy of that movement, and that movement
we
ultimately
lost all that
consumed
next
the
election.
Republican Party and the conservative movement, utterly transforming the Republican Party from a vessel of conservatism to a vessel of racial grievance, a vessel of economic grievance, a populist political party.
Let's jump to 2012. So Obama is is feeling that he can't get the things accomplished that he wants to accomplish. The GOP is the party of no. But he feels that the 2012 election will be a turning point, that it'll break the fever, basically. How wrong was he? What was the realities behind what was really going on with the GOP and Obama at that point?
Well, I think that it's a function of an utterly broken political system where the middle, the compromising middle, has been eradicated through gerrymandering and redistricting and the technological advancements that allow politicians to pick their voters as opposed to voters picking the politicians. And so when you have primary elections that determine the determine the nominee in a district that there's almost no chance that the other party could take the seat, there is no responsiveness to broad public opinion. So you sit and you watch over and over and over again. How is it that 80% of the American people say we should have a common sense solution to immigration, yet 10 years on, there's no solution? How is it that 90% of the American people say that we ought to have some common sense solutions to the gun massacres we see every day all over the country, and there's no responsiveness to the Congress? Because Congress, for a long time now, has not been responsive to broad public opinion. It's been responsive to the most intense voters who are in factions, who are incited by a billion-dollar anger industry on radio and television, and that's the audience, that's the constituency.
So how much of a rude awakening was it to the Obama folks after a black man is able to win a second election in America? What's going through the political mind of the group of people around Obama and Obama himself?
I don't.
What would you imagine as a political guy who understands that world pretty well?
Being president is a difficult job. Great presidents have been able to forge compromise, have been able to get people in a room and to get business done. President Obama was not able to do that. And the reason may well be the implacability of the people sitting on the other side of the table from him. Sometimes you can't get to yes with someone who won't say anything other than no. And I also think when you look at the rise of the Tea Party movement, it was a real issue that the Obama administration faced, which is an age-old one, is you can't fix crazy.
I guess you have to try to
The fact of the matter is,
de-radicalize
there are a
them
number of
somehow.
crazy people who started getting elected to
You know,
the
their base
Congress
is radicalized.
on
You
the
have to
Tea Party
de-radicalize
ways
the
who
entire.
there was no dealing with.
Get on Fox News
So
and try
you
to
mentioned
like
immigration.
break
Let's
through
talk
the
about the immigration and how big
bubble.
a turning point that was, the 2013-2014 bill. The Gang of Eight bill that couldn't get through to the House and eventually leads to the ousting of Cantor. It seems like a very important point for the GOP. This was
Hurry
something
up.
that when the Senate
Attack
was
it.
dealing with it, it was a very popular idea that finally we're going to deal with reform and immigration and finally once and for all. What's your overview of the 2013-2014 immigration reform fight?
Well, both sides, both Democrats and Republicans, have used this issue as a political wedge, have used it as a campaign issue, and that's taken precedence over solving the problem. And so both sides have plenty cause to look at whatever side's in power at any time and say, well, when they were in power, they didn't move on this. They used it as a wedge issue to appeal to their base. Now, for the Republican Party, the party of George W. Bush, that won a national election in 2004 with the majority of the vote,
There you
did
are.
so with 43% of the Hispanic vote in the
He's
country.
mad.
The Hispanic voter in America has been completely alienated from the Republican Party by a hostile message. People obviously won't vote for you if
You're a
they
sheep now.
believe you don't like them very much. And it's not just that the Republican rhetoric alienates them, it's almost as if it's
What is that,
purposeful,
night
there's
porn?
a deliberate strategy
Sound
to
different.
antagonize the fastest growing demographic group in the country. And the Republican Party will pay a very steep price for that over the next 10 to 15 to 20 years as that
You got it.
population continues to grow.
How does an issue, which has always been there and been talked about and is always part of the top 10, I guess, issues when pollsters talk to the public, how does it become this #1 issue that, which we'll talk about in a second, probably got Donald Trump elected?
Well, again, this is an issue that's an incitement issue. This issue sells on cable news. It sells on talk radio. It reaches the activists of both sides. And the average American, if you went out and we got 500 people off of the street and said, you're now the Congress, they would solve this problem within 3 hours. Because everybody basically agrees on what the solution is. The border should be secure. The people who are here have acted lawfully but for entering should be regularized, and that they should pay a fine. There's a deal to be made, but again, the issue and the power of its incitement, its capacity to incite, denies a solution.
And the difficulty within the GOP to come to grasp with that, what you just stated, is what?
Reality. We had a presidential election where the presidential winner said, we're going to build a wall paid for by Mexico. It was a fantasy. So we see this blurring of lines between reality and fantasy. It's driven by cable news. It's driven by talk radio. It's driven by social media, driven by the internet. And you see a reciprocal dishonesty from the left, for example, when the Democratic candidates are promising free stuff for everybody, hundreds of trillions of dollars of new spending, it's as equal a fantasy as the Mexican paid-for wall. But the obliteration between reality and fantasy, what's achievable and unachievable, has occurred, and it's occurred some time ago to the great detriment of our politics and our country.
One last question before we go to the Trump years. The midterm elections in 2014, where the GOP takes back the Senate, is a point where Obama basically gives up on bipartisanship. His people around him, and he decide that executive orders is the way to get something done. This is used as a way to attack him as the man who wants to be king. How important a point was that? How does that define, and how ironic it is to some extent at this point now that we see what Trump has been doing. How important a point was that? What were the consequences of that decision, and why did they come to that?
Well, it's an understandable choice to try to accomplish your agenda. He was legitimately elected twice by asserting the prerogatives and the powers of the office as the Congress has become not just dysfunctional, but non-functional. The legislative branch of the American government simply doesn't function. It's so profoundly broken. And so when we understand how does the American Republic work as a system of government in continuous operation since the 1780s, how does it function? It requires a functioning legislative branch. And so I think that Barack Obama was dealing pragmatically, practically, trying to find solutions to an absolute obstruction of anything, not on the basis of genuine disagreement, but on the basis of, if he proposed it, we're against it, which of course is terrible for the country.
And how was it?
Legion.
How powerful was it to use against him?
Black or cold?
Well, the claims by the opposition when a president asserts his
Isn't there a quest
executive
giver in here?
power always ring the same, which is that he is usurping congressional authority, he's acting as a dictator, and so what we've seen over the last decades is an increase in the power of the presidency. And I think there's a real debate to be had about a rebalancing between the power of the executive and the power of the legislative branch. But that is a civics question and a political science question that's like talking about Neptune exploration, because in the end, you require for there to be a rebalancing a functional legislative branch, which the country simply doesn't have.
So Donald Trump comes down that golden escalator. What do you see, and who are the forgotten that he is tying into? What does he know that the establishment, the Northeastern press, and the leaders of the GOP and the leaders of the Democratic Party don't see? What's going on? What did you see when you watched that, and what did you think?
Trump was completely untethered to establishment politics, to the foreign policy establishment, to the economic analyst establishment, to the Iraq War. He clearly is intuitive. He consumes news by looking at his phone, Twitter, cable news, and he found his way really through a poke and explore. What gets me a positive reaction? What gets me a positive outcome? What is my reward? And so Donald Trump went out, and he had been stoking racial grievance through the birther issue for some period of time. He came from that wing of the Republican Party, and he went all in on it. And it was at a moment in time, at the end of 8 years of Barack Obama, with a fatally flawed opponent who would ultimately be the Democratic nominee. It was a message, a grievance message that worked.
And what does he, here's this guy, he's a reality television star. He's been stoking this, as you said, with the birther issue, but also some of these issues he's been talking about for years on Fox or other conservative radio interviews and Breitbart and such. He's understanding what's resonating. What are the talents that he's bringing to bear here, and what did most people not understand about what he was doing? Because he was mostly laughed at, basically, by the media to some extent after that.
It's not what the Democratic political establishment or the Republican political establishment, which he also blew up, got wrong about Donald Trump. It's what they got wrong about the country they're supposed to be governing. And the country that they're governing sees an elite that is out of touch, that is out of control, that is enriching themselves at the public trough at the expense of the public interest. And the Democratic Party nominated for president the perfect archetype of politician that those people resent.
How is, you said that in some ways Palin was a harbinger for Trump in the way that that he tied into the forgotten, who were blind to his or their unfitness. What was she? What do we? I know you don't like connecting the dots specifically, but what can we understand about Palin to Trump? What happened there and how they differed in a way, and how he was a lot more savvy and understood some of the needs and so had talents that would take him a lot further.
She was profoundly incompetent, but it represents a cultural moment that I think is defined most clearly by Joe Wilson, the congressman from South Carolina, during a State of the Union, who shouts, "You lie," to the President of the United States on national television. Not too many years before, he would have resigned in disgrace from the Congress, and he would have been called upon to do so by leaders of both parties. Instead, what happened? He raised a couple $1 million overnight
What?
So if you're some poor schlub congressman who's schlepping over to the National Republican Congressional Committee to dial for dollars, $500 at a pop, what's the lesson there? Behaviors that are incentivized and rewarded, you get more of them.
Yeah.
So there's no longer a
They're gonna be
for
more
dishonesty, for craziness
toxic in order
that's
to drum up
rewarded
more
in our
support.
political system. The statesmen and women, and we don't have a lot of them, but as a general proposition, the one place you won't see them is on a cable news channel. You see
Wow.
the insiders, the crazier
Yeah.
you are, and there's no place that's more home to more crazy than Fox News.
Oh.
And so Fox became the driver of the Republican Party.
Oh, yeah, and
the
that's the topic.
political party that used to
They're
be
trying to top it.
covered by TV networks instead became an appendage of the TV network. The politicians became seamlessly integrated between the contributor desk and the
Oh,
campaign.
it's instant kill. I didn't know that.
Politics became entertainment where anything could be true, any lie could be reality, and the serious business, the life and death issues that political leaders face in a dangerous world were unceremoniously removed from discussion because they're boring and they don't drive ratings.
And the danger of that is?
It's a threat to American democracy. What Lincoln understood is that what would threaten this country would come from within, not from an external threat. A democratic republic, and we're the oldest in the world, depends on an informed citizen.
Yeah.
It depends on truth. Without truth, there can't be accountability.
Yeah.
And without accountability, you don't have a functioning, healthy democracy. And all over the world, not just in the United States, you see a regression of democracies fueled by a social media world where truth has been obliterated.
Fox had been hesitant in the beginning to support Trump, but they turn at a certain point and they go all in. One moment that when he attacks Megyn Kelly during that debate, and then the debate that happens immediately after between Trump's people and Fox. Do you see that? What's the relevance of that?
Well, what Republican voters believed to the core of their being was this. They believed that Barack Obama, with the help of a complicit Republican establishment that was profoundly corrupt, wrecked America. And so what they were looking for was strength. And in that moment, here's what voters saw. They saw a generation of Republican politicians who kowtowed to Fox News, who genuflected. Then they saw somebody take on Fox News, and Trump won. He broke Fox News. In the steel cage death match of Republican politics, in that instant, Donald Trump became king.
Right. During the campaign, Trump also goes after McCain. What was he doing? What was your reaction to it? And how he survived that, which would have thought, 5 years, 2 years, any time before that would have been considered to be ridiculous.
Again, his survival is not a referendum on Trump. It's a referendum on the citizenry of the United States. When you look at a country,
Oh my God! God damn it!
particularly the United States, the values that it needs to survive, like a plant needs sun, water, air.
Wasn't paying
A
attention.
nation needs valor. It needs integrity. It needs truth. And all of these necessary nutrients for a democracy, Trump has assaulted, he is degraded, but he's gotten away with it because there's an audience for it. And all of the virtues that John McCain represented, for them to be mocked, of course, is a terrible indictment of Donald Trump as a person, as a leader. But what's really scary about it is that there was no punishment inflicted on him for it by the voters.
Everybody said then that there was going to be a pivot, that that was all campaigning. But when he gets to the convention, he doesn't pivot. He's attacking Clinton, he's attacking Khan in very divisive terms. What does that mean for the GOP? Again, it's one of these points where it says a lot of people say it's an early turning point for the GOP, who is now stuck with supporting this man, who many in the GOP completely disagree with.
Well, it was a moment where illiberalism was unleashed within the Republican Party. When you see in the United States of America a crowd of political activists chanting with no due process, lock her up, lock her up. Our system, the idea that we don't lock up our political opponents, we debate them. The idea that the criminal justice system is blind to party affiliation, that somebody is innocent until proven guilty. These are bedrock principles that are at the heart of the American experiment. And to see this cascading illiberalism across the country from within the party of Lincoln is staggering. But we should all understand the consequences for it, the weakening of our systems, the weakening and erosion of our democracy that result from it.
And the election, when you saw election night as you're watching, what did you think it said about the country?
I think that one thing that is not talked about enough is the profound institutional failure of the Democratic Party, the party and the nominee that Trump beat. And there's just a reality that's important to recognize when understanding Donald Trump. And everybody likes to talk about the connection from Sarah Palin to Donald Trump. But the place to look for connection is between Bill Clinton and Donald Trump.
Wow.
Because now when we sit back as we approach 2020 and we think about what Bill Clinton's legacy was, it was only one.
Ew.
And I don't say this out of any spite, out of any venom towards Bill Clinton. But the country should reflect seriously, Democrats should reflect seriously on this. No matter what depravity, what act of corruption,
it's a Blizzard employee
says, but Bill Clinton did it. In the erasure of all and any standards, the politics of self-dealing, think about the extraordinary achievement that Donald Trump was viewed as more honest than Hillary Clinton. You can blame the voters for that. You can credit Donald Trump and his communication skills, but might there be something deeper to it? And I would suggest that there is.
You've described the divisions that exist, that have just become worse and worse, and you've defined how the media has been involved in sort of pulling it apart and making it worse. It also happened during the election that the Russians used these divisions to attempt to interfere in our elections. What's your sort of overview of that? What's at stake here?
I think that Vladimir Putin certainly has our number as a country. He understood how easily Americans could be turned against each other with Facebook ads. And I think it's important to understand that as bad as Fox News has been, as bad and as pernicious as talk radio has been, with regard to incitement. Neither was a threat to democracy, but Facebook is. And it may be the greatest threat democracy has ever faced, even greater than fascism
Really?
and communism. Because fascism and communism were ideologies predicated on lies. And when the truth confronts the lie, the truth can win and will win. What Facebook does is obliterate the ability to tell the lie from truth. And now as we enter into the social
Twitter's
media
trying.
age where truth has been obliterated, we are at the dawn of the era of deep fake, where what is real, what is fake, is not discernible and not knowable. And the consequences of that for a democratic republic are frightening at best to think about.
So Mueller is appointed, and Trump sort of defines his strategy is to attack the institutions. Talk a little bit about what's at stake here in the fact that he attacked the FBI, he attacked the intelligence services, he's attacked the press as being fake news. What's at stake, and why is he doing it, and what the way the GOP sort of reacts to it and the consequences of that?
These institutions are important, they matter. And to see them degraded, to see the men and women who work, who fight for the country, who serve the country, to be attacked is disgraceful, but it's dangerous. Because in the end, what Trump is saying when he goes out and says, this is the biggest crowd size ever, what he's saying in essence is what's true is what the leader says is true. We don't want to live in a country where truth is defined by what the political leader says it is. It's straight out of 1984, when at the end of the book, Winston, after being interrogated, looks at the party official, and the party official holds up 3 fingers and says, how many fingers am I holding up? Winston says, I see only 3. The party official says, but it could be 4 or it could be 2. The obliteration of the line between truth and the lie is fundamental to grasp because it's so elemental to a functioning democracy. And the degradation of those institutions is a weakening of our system. First, the politicians are distrusted, and next, the institutions. And what's after that is the very system of democracy itself. And not surprisingly, we see a
this
real
was in
rise
January.
polling of disbelief in democracy as a system that is better than its alternatives, which is an amazing thing to see playing out in the United States.
Let's talk specifically about the press here. So in as early as February, Trump was not happy with the way that the press was dealing with him. He was attacked nightly on the comedy shows, the late night comedy shows. He was the whole story of the size of the audience that was at his inauguration went on for weeks with people talking about it and him and the way he reacted to it. So he basically decides to take on the press himself, that he's the one that's going to be the spokesperson for his administration. The dangers of that and sort of the consequences?
Well, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, these are the bedrock principles of the country. And so when you see an American president attacking the media, attacking the press, it's important to understand the role that the press plays in safeguarding the institutions of a democratic republic. That being said, and the press is not a monolithic group of people. It's a large and diverse series of interconnected news aggregators, content makers, television studios. Do millions and millions and millions of people in this country think that the press is dishonest, that it's biased, that it's against them, that it looks down on them? They do. Is that providential? Did that just happen? Is that genetic? I would suggest it's not. And so trust, when lost, is difficult to regain. And the media has lost trust because of bad behavior, like many other institutions in America over a long period of time. And they have become perfect prey for a dishonest, demagogic, illiberal opportunist like Trump to take advantage of in driving his message.
The first initiative that was on the Hill that Congress went after was to try to bring down the ACA and bring down Obamacare, finally to live up to the promises they had been making for quite a long time, and dozens of attempts to do so. Trump goes along with it, but when it turns out that the leadership within the GOP have really no plan, and it basically goes down the drain, there's a turning, I guess. What do we see as far as Trump's, how important is it to Trump's attitude that if Congress can't do it, well, then I'm going to have to do it myself, and he took on more power because he wanted to, number one, and number two, the GOP basically allowed him to.
Again, I think there's a really important debate to be had in the country about the power of the president, the power of the executive. And each presidency in recent years, moving forward in the post-Watergate era after Jimmy Carter, has asserted more and more executive prerogatives. And so there's a reckoning, I think, that the country has to have about the limits of executive power. But again, we're talking about PhD level physics when it comes to the civics of this in an era where every elected institution at the federal level is failing, is non-functioning. And so it's difficult to see that debate being had, and for now, we'll have to rely on the Supreme Court, the third branch of government, to rule on whether the president is within or outside the lines on the assertions of his executive prerogatives.
But was that a turning point between the power dynamics between the two?
No, I don't think it's a turning point. I think it's part of a continuum.
McCain's vote, why? Your reaction to that, and and your reaction to Trump's reaction to it.
Obamacare, despite all of its flaws, at that point, had been the law of the land for many years. There was nothing to replace it with, and it would have thrown the American healthcare system into complete and utter turmoil. So he voted against it, which was the responsible thing to do.
And the reaction of Trump and sort of how he viewed this as power, game of power?
Well, in the Trump era and in our dysfunctional or non-functional politics of this era, there's no room for disagreement. It's zero-sum all the time. Trump expects obedience, and the highest virtue that can be bestowed to any person to seek Trump's favor is by being utterly obedient. And obviously the archetype of that is his very servile vice president, Mike Pence. But the era where the senators, the members of Congress asserted their prerogatives, their power would stand up to a president, seems largely to be over in the United States today.
And how do you view the consolidation of power? So he attacks Senator McCain, he attacks Senator Flake. A lot of the people that used to stand up to the president are gone. What's going on here?
We have a guts and courage crisis in American politics. We have politicians who go to great effort to get elected to go to Washington, not to fight for great principles or causes, but to see who can be the best bootlicker. And so when you see Donald Trump and you see the servility of the co-equal branch of government, the absolute unwillingness to confront him, to confront his excesses, his dishonesty, his degradations of the office, his attacks on the institutions, is an utter, complete, total abdication of a responsibility and duty that's historic.
The zero tolerance policy, the family separation issue, you've written a little bit about this, I think. What's at stake here? I think you sort of pointed to the fact that this was an important point to understand, that Trump basically owned the GOP at this point. Explain what
This is a question of national honor. The United States of America should not separate mothers and children and lock the children into cages, into detention facilities. Should not. And it recalls the worst excesses in American history. The separation of African American mothers and children during slavery. The separation of mothers and children who were Native Americans. We have had great injustice in the country, but the greatness of the country is the ability to make great progress combating it. It's wrong. When you see a government official with an American flag on their shoulder committing that act, it's disgraceful, it's dishonorable, it's cruel, and it's inhumane. But we have become desensitized in this era of Trump to cruelty, to inhumanity, to indecency, to dishonesty, to all of our great detriment.
Why'd you leave the party?
Because the Republican Party, well, I'll say this. The Republican Party and the Democratic Party are both broken institutions. The Republican Party more so. But while broken, they also are two of the most important institutions in world history for the advancement of human dignity and freedom, despite all of their flaws.
What?
For me, I could no longer be a member of a political party that was so corrupted by Donald Trump that he consumed.
Come on,
stock
one
and
shot.
barrel, and the leadership of the political party fundamentally capitulated to him. The Republican Party is not a conservative party anymore. It's a party that's populist, that's nonsensical at times, that's illiberal a lot of the time, and all of the things that I've believed in and have steadily believed in, I still believe in, but that institution is no longer the vessel for them.
The 2018 midterm elections. Trump uses the Kavanaugh story and immigration as a way to excite the voters. The media, Fox, stokes it, supports it totally. There's a lot of lies that are told about exactly what's going on. What's the result? As a man who believes in the system and in politics and the way it needs to, and how campaigns are run, what was your view of what was taking place?
Well, there was only one issue in the 2018 election. It wasn't immigration. It wasn't Brett Kavanaugh. It was Donald Trump. And the question before the nation in 2018 is, are we going to put a check on Donald Trump and the party of Trump? And the answer to that question was a decisive yes. And part of that decisive yes were millions and millions of Republican voters who voted Democratic for the first time in their lives.
Right. this election was also fascinating in the Democratic Party because there's a split within the Democratic Party as well. And you've got progressives like AOC and others who rise up and are elected and become very important voices and define the divide within the Democratic Party. What's going on within the Democratic Party, and in the end, how does it play out from your perspective?
Well, you're seeing a rising extreme in the Democratic Party that is the mirror opposite of what you saw in the Republican Party during the Obama era. And I think Democrats make a big mistake if they answer Trumpism with dishonest progressivism. If you go out and say that we're going to give everybody free health care, free education, give everybody reparations, we can go and spend hundreds and hundreds of trillions of dollars, this is all fantasy. And in a political contest dominated by dishonesty and fantasy, and I would suggest that competing against Donald Trump is the equivalent of running a foot race against Usain Bolt. Not going to win a dishonesty contest with Donald Trump. And so, in this moment, what Democrats, in my view, should be focused on is the assemblage of a grand coalition that is fidelitous to small L liberalism, to our democratic values, that Americans of all different types of political persuasion can come into and feel at home in. The progressive agenda is represented by AOC, A, won't pass, B, doesn't have a national constituency, and C, could well be the reason that we see a second term for President Donald Trump.
You think that's a real possibility?
Sure do.
Trump's rhetoric has been blamed for rising tensions, white supremacists sort of being more blatant in their demands and their marches and such, and it is tied directly to the El Paso massacre. What is your overview on the power of rhetoric and the repetition of that rhetoric, especially if it's based on falsities?
Well, Trump has debased his office. He's debased the culture. He's debased our political conversation. And he's done it thousands and thousands and thousands of times over the last 3 years. He's a racist. He's a race baiter. He has worsened racial divisions in this country. He has energized the white supremacist movement in the country. And we know that's true because the white supremacists thank him openly for doing so. Now, we see a president who divides, who stokes, who incites, who appeals in almost every instance, not to the better angels, but to the worst impulses, the worst instincts, and the basest, darkest aspects of American history and American life.
And what does this mean long term for your GOP, your party that you used to belong to?
Well, the Republican Party will be completely transformed, probably fatally, by its contact with Donald Trump. And that may play out over 5 years, over 10 years, but when you look at the demographics in the country, there'll always be a market for a conservative message, but Trumpism is cancerous, and everything it touches will ultimately be consumed by it. But far more important than the effect of the Republican Party is the effect on the country. It weakens American democracy. I think it's also important to understand that the Democratic Party will not remain untouched by Trumpism also.
How so?
Well, if crudity, if meanness, if vulgarity, if inhumanity become mainstreamed, if the lesson of this generation of progressive politicians is to be like Trump, but with different policies, then the Democratic Party will be consumed by it as the Republican Party has.
The both sides coming up to the coming elections warn about apocalypse. You know, the consequences if the other side wins are just unfathomable. Is this the new norm?
Each election has always been the most important election in American history, and men and women running for president have always made it clear that their candidacy represents the decisive moment and the last chance to avoid the apocalypse. It may be true in this election. This country will be changed in ways that will be difficult to unmake if Donald Trump gets a second term. Donald Trump is cruel, vile, he's debased his office, he's incompetent, but it's a mistake to dismiss him as inconsequential. We are at the end of the long lifespans of the people who stormed the beaches in Normandy, who survived the death camps, and what Franklin Roosevelt's goal when he envisioned the world that we live in today, when he architected the post-World War II U.S.-led liberal global order that was maintained from President Truman through President Obama. His aspiration wasn't that it would endure forever. What he said is he wanted it to endure so long as every person who was living in the country during the war was alive on the earth. We're at the end of that era, and we see Donald Trump unraveling that US-led liberal global order. We see a regression of democracy all over the world. We have an illiberal president who assaults our institutions, our values, our democracy, who debases our culture. Another term for Donald Trump will validate his election and will validate his behavior. He will be unchecked, and the damage will be much, much harder to undo if it can ever be undone.
So we've talked about two presidents that were change candidates that the public turned to because they were so angry with the status quo in Washington and in the country. What do we learn from that, and where do we go from here? Another change candidate, but in another direction, or I mean, as Axelrod sort of says, you always go to the opposite on the next election because the people are tired of what the last guy did. What's your take on sort of American politics and where we go from here?
The Democratic Party's obligation in this election is to produce a political leader who can defeat Donald Trump and to defeat Trumpism. Not to defeat Trump by being a mirror of Trump, but to assemble a coalition that can inspire
Is there anything
the
more than that,
nation
though?
to move past this depraved era and to face the challenges that the country has to face.
Well, how are they going to
full-on,
defeat it?
head on. And so when we look at the Democratic Party right now, it's no accident that Trump is labeling Democrats, and some of those Democratic politicians are making it easy for him when he calls them socialists. Because Trump understands this. In America, the socialist loses to the sociopath in every election, every day of the week, and twice on Sunday.
What?
I just had one question about Trump's use of social media. Some folks said he's sort of the first politician or to do that, but it seems that Sarah Palin was really pretty instrumental in using Facebook in a way to reach your audience. Can you just kind of connect those two ideas?
Well, I don't think they're, I don't think they're analogous. I mean, Trump's, iPhones were invented in 2007. So the ubiquity of social media, the portability of social media, the instant nature of social media is something that didn't exist in 2008, but certainly does now, and he uses it to great effect.
The one other small thing is the use of divisive issues that he falls back on, like the NFL. How
2% minute back?
powerful
Whoa.
is that? And why does he do it?
Well, Trump understands the power of symbols. And he understands the emotional resonance of those symbols to millions and millions of Americans. And so he is a very talented demagogue. He is a very skilled liar. He is a excellent communicator, and he speaks in a language that people can relate to and that people can understand. And that's an important thing for his political opponents to understand also.
And this immigration issue, which is so central to, I mean, does it remain central in the upcoming elections? I mean, why does the potency wear off at some point?
Well, what you're seeing now is a reciprocal extremism from a lot of the Democrats. Now, you watch the Democratic debates, it's fair to ask, well, do you believe there should be a border at all? And so most Americans, overwhelmingly, Republicans and Democrats, believe yes, there ought to be a sovereign border. We should know who's in the country. And so there's no constituency for the most extreme positions that you're seeing on the Democratic side. Trump understands that. And so we have an immigration debate that's not just venal, it's completely detached from reality. When the debate is we're talking about Mexican-built walls, we are sending military to the border in publicity stunt exercises as if there's a Panzer division about to break through the southern border en route to Washington. It's a theater of the absurd playing out, as opposed to an issue that needs to be reckoned with and dealt with in a humane, responsible, and commonsensical way.
Commonsensical. I kind of like that. Makes sense. It's commonsensical. That's funny. Yep. Hi. Is it? Random meeting. 2 gold, not bad. Really? Bug. Okay, where do I go now? What do I want to do? Tier list. Say, PvP. Seems like Arcade's probably the best.
Hey everyone, and welcome to our early look PvP range tier list for the up-and-coming expansion, Shadowlands. This tier list has been put together using our expert opinions and rank 1 consultants based off of early beta arena gameplay and patch notes. This means a lot of what you see may be subject to change. What this tier list will offer though is a first look at what's doing well and why when it comes to PvP. We will be releasing a more solidified tier list shortly after the release of Shadowlands once we have finalized patch notes and tuning. Before we get started though, if you're as bored of BFA as we are and excited for Shadowlands, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring that
That's
bell for more.
how it works. The only part of Shadowlands and wait for the next
For this
expansion.
tier list, we're going to be placing our ranged specs into 5 tiers, ranging from C tier all the way up to our S tier. We'll be starting from C tier and working our way up. Alright, so kicking things off, the first addition to our tier list and our lowest tier C is going to be Demonology Warlocks. Throughout BFA,
Yeah.
Demonology didn't really bring much when it came to PvP, having quite low sustained damage and relying a lot on building up damage.
We're not defending.
Pets, and then casting a Tyrant to deal your burst
Fuck.
damage. So not only having to build
What are
up
we
your
doing?
damage, but then
We're all
casting a
attacking.
telegraphed pet cast that can then be interrupted, or you can either just line of sight. It
Okay.
just doesn't work when it comes to PvP. Moving forward for Shadowlands, Demonology is remaining relatively the same in terms of core gameplay, still revolving all around Tyrant and setting up your burst. Other than some good changes like the Azurite trait Baleful Invocation being tied into Tyrant and Demonic Circle being baseline along with the addition of curses, Demonology will definitely be improved upon, but again, the core aspects of the spec just don't work when it comes to PvP. So just like in BFA, Demonology will once again find itself in our lowest tier. The second addition to our lowest tier is going to be BM Hunter. Hunter is actually getting quite a lot of cool abilities back, including Scare Beast and Killshot, although they are still heavily lacking when it comes to PvP. BM has taken more of an AoE and cleave role when it comes to their damage, and in PvP, this, as we all know, just isn't ideal. Again, similar to Demonology, the core of BM remains the same, utilizing Barbed Shot and Frenzy. As we saw from BFA, though Beast Mastery is heavily dependent on secondary stats in order to fully maximize its potential. At the start of an expansion, secondary stats are very scarce. Not to mention, probably the biggest issue for BM is the nerf to Revive Pet, making the cast a lot longer, and we all know how important a pet is to BM hunters. So targeting this and locking them down will make them obsolete in PvP. And Covenants are also looking to not favor BM when it comes to PvP, with all of their class abilities being heavily focused around cleave. Hunters will still have some very strong specs going into Shadowlands, but BM is unfortunately not one of them. Alright, that's going to be it for our C tier though, so now we're jumping up to the B tier. First up is Affliction Warlock. Affliction is looking good for so many reasons. First is just the high damage it's capable of. All their dots do ridiculous damage. Affliction no longer relies on stacking Unstable Affliction on a single target in order to burst. Unstable Affliction now costs no shards, but is limited to only one target, and while this may seem odd in Arena, this is insane due to the addition of
It's like a truck.
PvP talent called Rampant Afflictions. Rampant Afflictions allows you to apply UA to 3 targets, meaning that you can maintain UA on 3 targets if you can cast, and now you can spend shards on Malefic Rupture. This causes you to erupt all of your dots on all targets, dealing some very high damage, and adding to an Affliction Warlock's high spread pressure. In my eyes, this is exactly how the class should play. There's also been a buff to Deathbolt, which allows it to deal huge burst damage. Another great change, while if you've not played Affliction may seem small, is that now Corruption actually deals instant damage. This gives Warlocks a way to stomp totems, side fiends, or just any instant damage at all if moving. Inevitable Demise is also set to make a return. If you remember, in BFA we had this as an Azurite trait that would stack up and one-shot if you allowed the Warlock to drain life. Well, this is back and in full effect, allowing the Warlock to set up some insane burst. The addition of curses and the talent Amplify Curse is also pretty ridiculous right now. Weakness, Tongues, and Exhaustion are all now baseline for all Warlock specs, as well as a talent called Amplify Curse. What this does is empower your next curse every 45 seconds, so you can make the target unable to crit, and Curse of Weakness currently lasts 2 minutes. While we can't really see this going live in its current form, the talent just seems ridiculous for PvP. But hey, that's not why we put Affliction in our B tier. Why they're in our B tier is the potential of their legendary items. Affliction is the only Warlock spec with Gateway Mastery. When combined with Pillars of the Dark Portal, this can offer some insane mobility, especially now that Demonic Circle is baseline, which is going to aid greatly in helping Affliction deal with cleaves. Offensively though, you can pick up Claw of the Indara. Paired up with the talent Inevitable Demise, this basically brings us back to the Drain Life one-shot spec. While another great option is the Sacrolash's Dark Strike, which buffs your Corruption damage and gives your Corruption a passive 60% slow, as Corruption has no cast time or cooldown and lasts up to 24 seconds. This makes for an insane legendary. Conduits also play into the Affliction multi-dot playstyle, giving you the ability to get a reduced CD on Summon Dark Glare. Overall, Affliction is just set to be very strong, but suffers a lot of the same problems as current day Affliction, which holds it back from reaching higher on our tier list. It's because of how squishy they are and how reliant they are on chain casting to create any substantial pressure, which isn't aided by the fact that they have only one school of magic. The secondary addition to our B tier is going to be Balance Druid. Going into Shadowlands, Balance has seen quite a lot of tuning, having their Eclipse mechanic reverted to a style similar to Wrath of the Lich King. Basically what this does is buff Boomkin's filler abilities, Wrath, and Starfire. The current iteration of Balance in BFA lacks heavily when it comes to damage fillers. All their damage is tied into Star Surge and Dots. Giving Balance some more casted damage is going to make them a lot stronger when it comes to PvP, and have a lot more potential damage output. Also, with the addition of Shooting Stars now being baseline, this is a great change. What's catapulted Boomkin up into our B tier though is the addition of an old talent, Heart of the Wild. This one combined with Restoration Affinity enables Balanced Druids to pump out some absurd healing, similar to old iterations of Balance. Not to mention the buffs to all affinities now give some abilities like Ursul's Vortex, Incap Roar, or Main Baseline. This means that Balanced Druids are going to have a lot easier of a job securing CC. Not to mention that some of Balance's legendaries are shaping up to be very strong. There are legendaries mimicking the old Arcanic Pulsar Azurite trait, as well as some very cool general legendaries such as Oath of the Elder Druid or Circle of Life and Death. What's currently holding Balance back though is a combination of weak Covenant abilities and just general damage output, although their healing, CC, and just general utility is very strong.
Call me sheep.
Next, we have a spec that
The
has
sheep
dropped
now.
substantially since BFA, and that's Elemental Shaman. Due to the damage it deals, so we cannot justify putting it higher on the list. But as with everything, tuning could change this. It seems Blizzard doesn't really know what to do with this spec, as they are toying between the addition of Fulmination or reverting back to Maelstrom. For now, Elementals are still using Maelstrom, so they're still using the same concept of building Maelstrom with your normal abilities, then spending it with Earthshock. Currently though, in BFA, a lot of Elemental's damage comes from the Azurite trait Lava Shock, which enables them to deal the hard-hitting Earth Shocks that we all know, and essences like Reaping Flames complementing their burst damage kit. Well, as we know, Azurite traits and essences are no more, so Elemental is losing a lot of its inherent power. Despite gaining some cool abilities like Echoing Shock and Static Discharge, Elemental has dropped back into the more utility-based caster role, with strong off-healing, powerful totems, and some decent burst damage. In regards to Covenant abilities, Elemental gains some of the weakest class abilities for PvP. Venthyr is a popular Covenant choice as of right now, which gives Elemental an ability not even worth using in Chain Harvest. The same goes for their legendary options, with all of them being incredibly lackluster when it comes to PvP, with their only real option being Windspeaker's Lava Resurgence, which just gives them some added damage on Lava Burst, an already weak ability. With that said though, with the correct tuning, Elemental has the potential to push a lot higher in this tier list due to just how strong their kit is when it comes to PvP. Still sitting in our B tier, we have another fall from grace. The former S tier casters from BFA, Fire Mages, have found themselves being quite a lot weaker. Although this was honestly to be expected, Fire borrows a lot of its power from outside sources, like the Lucid Dreams Essence and the Hyper Thread Wrist Wraps. While also receiving a 15-second cooldown to Greater Pyroblast, this will hit Fire hard, as now outside of their combustion they have next to zero pressure. As for their strengths though, Fire is basically the same as we know from BFA. High burst damage that's all instant casts and great CC having the addition of Dragon's Breath. This means that Fire will still be very strong, but just more limited on comp choices, as now Fire can play in caster cleaves, RMP, pretty much any comp they can do well in. But with Greater Pyroblast being nerfed and their overall damage reduction, Fire will take more of a setup role in compositions like Rogue Mage. Not to mention something that's also holding Fire back from reaching any higher on this list is their lack of legendary choice, having very limited options to choose from, with their best pick seemingly being Firestorm, but offering a low chance means it's very RNG and won't offer too much value. Okay, so based off of BFA, we have some surprising classes that went into our B tier. Now let's jump up one more tier and take a look at our penultimate one, our A tier. These classes are all extremely good right now, but just lack that something extra to put them into the S tier, in which our first edition is another spec that has had a fall from grace, and I think we're all very thankful for that. I'm of course talking about Destro Warlocks. Destruction Warlock, as we know it, was hit very hard from 3 different factors. First, the loss of essences obviously means no more Vision of Perfection. The talent Grimoire of Supremacy has also been removed, and to top it all off, Focused Chaos has also been nerfed substantially. Not to mention the lack of secondary stats during the early expansion, coupled with the loss of Flashpoint, means even securing Chaos Bolts has become an issue. Also losing some very impactful PvP talents like Entrenched in Flame Root means destruction will overall be a lot less annoying to face, and you won't have to worry about getting hit by a single Chaos Bolt. Alright, so how come, despite all these changes, Destro is still making it into our B tier? Well, Destro is looking to be taking a new path, one that we've seen before, and that's using its fire abilities to deal some strong instant damage and even stronger casted damage, with Conflagration, Shadowburn, Incinerate, and Immolate all being very powerful, coupled with things like the Necrolord class ability, Decimating Bolt. Once gaining more haste is an option, abilities like Soulfire will also potentially see some play, as sort of a Chaos Bolt but with a cast time. The spec is looking to be incredibly strong when paired with this legendary, which gives you even more instant damage buffing your Conflag. Combine this with all the new additions such as new curses, demonic circle being baseline, and even pushback resistance on fear is setting destruction up to be a very fun to play spec and powerful one, just nothing like the Destro we know today. Up next, we have the annoying to face Frost Mages. Frost remains, for the most part, the same as it was in BFA, offering strong slows, good single target damage, and some relatively strong instant burst from Frozen Orb and Ice Lance. What's pushed Frost into our A tier is the buff to Winter's Chill. In BFA, Brain Freeze makes Flurry apply Winter's Chill, which allowed you to shatter. Well, in Shadowlands, this has been redesigned and now lasts 6 seconds and affects the next 2 spells hit. This is going to heavily buff mages' instant burst damage during setups, giving them the ability to double Ice Lance after a Flurry. The legendary items Frost Mage has the potential to use are also looking to be good. Freezing Winds will make your orb setups a lot more potent, giving you constant Fingers of Frost while it's active, and then allowing you to get it back faster if you can cast. Cold Front also offers a very nice option if you're able to consistently cast, being able to constantly get out orbs. Overall though, if you enjoyed BFA Frost, then Frost is a solid spec that performs well in Shadowlands Arena. Although it may not have the potential CC of Fire or the burst of Arcane, the slows and consistent damage are enough to warrant a spot in our penultimate tier. A spec that we've not seen for some time is poising to make its return for Shadowlands. Marksmanship Hunter has been struggling to find a clear direction, suffering multiple design changes since its rework in Legion. Shadowlands is set to point that direction to a high burst, single target sniper, getting a lot of what made it strong in previous expansions back, and with some positive tuning, it's set to be looking incredibly strong, offering a high single target burst from aim shot, kill shot, and rapid fire with very short CDs, meaning in setup compositions like Thug Cleave for instance, every setup will allow the Marksman Hunter to really pump the damage. Part of what's making marksmanship so strong right now is their Venthyr Covenant class ability, Flayed Shot. This is a relatively short cooldown, single target nuke that causes the target to bleed and give you a chance to use your kill shot regardless of the target's health, and trust me, kill shot
go
is
marksman.
insanely hard.
Flayed Shot.
What's further helping marksman find its footage is the addition of a new talent, Deadeye. This gives your kill shot 2 charges and causes aim shot to recharge 50% faster, giving marksman some insane single target damage as well as finishing power. Binding Shot also now became baseline, giving marksmen a much better chance at dealing with melees sticking to them, coupled with now also having Trank Shot, giving them access to a purge. Right now, MM also has an insane legendary called Soulforge Embers. This utilizes 2 underused abilities, Flare and Tar Trap, to set your targets on fire and deal some absurd damage. Overall though, MM is looking to be in a much better position for Shadowlands, and I'm sure we'll see the return of compositions like Thug Cleave and even MM Jungle. So, we've reached the moment that you've more than likely been waiting for. Our final and strongest tier, the best of the best, our S tier. These 2 specs are currently the strongest 2 ranged casters on the Shadowlands beta.
Arcane.
Both have received some major updates or new additions that have helped put them here. So let's take a look. Another spec we've not seen in
Arcane
some time
and
to return and finding its place in our S tier is Arcane Mage. While not bad in BFA, Arcane has just been heavily overshadowed by both Frost and Fire in recent times. Well, now it's the return of the Arcane Dream. Despite its biggest drawback of now having the annoying to face displacement removed, Arcane Mages have received quite a few buffs to their damage. Not to mention having the addition of Fire Blast, Frostbolt, and even Conjure Mana Gem helps Arcane greatly, as now you have damage on other schools while also having Mana Gem to combat some mana issues. And I mean, more mana is just more damage. The big buffs that Arcane is receiving is 2 Presence of Mind, now giving you 2 Arcane Blasts, Touch of the Magi being baseline, and big buffs to its Mastery Savant, as it will now include all spells instead of just Blast and Barrage. The new talent Enlightened is also looking to be huge for PvP Arcane, giving you a passive 7% damage increase if you manage your mana. Arcane is also receiving some very strong legendaries for PvP, specifically Arcane Harmony, buffing your missiles damage by a flat amount, and then making your barrage burst significantly harder. It's also worth noting that Arcane is now the only spec of Mage with Temporal Shield. Having both Temporal and Altered Time available gives them a lot of added survivability over their Frost and Fire counterparts. Arcane seems to be the go-to spec for mages as of right now, and is set to look very promising going forward, which will be a nice change from the current plethora of Fire and Frost mages you see at high ratings in BFA. Our final and without a doubt strongest ranged on this list is going to be Shadow Priest.
What?
I mean, come on. The expansion is called Shadowlands after all. Shadow Priest has received a full overhaul, all of which has benefited them greatly when it comes to
Oh, really?
PvP. Shadow was always held back by the Void Form mechanic since its introduction in Legion. Having a mechanic where you have to build up damage never really works when it comes to a PvP environment. Void Form now has been reworked to more of a cooldown, having a 1.5 minute CD with a set uptime, meaning it's now more of a burst button instead of something you're having to cycle constantly. In its place, we now have the reintroduction of Devouring Plague, giving Shadow a hard-hitting damage of time effect, costing Insanity that not only does insane damage, but also heals the priest. A new mastery which increases your damage per dot on the target, which gains full value during Void Form. If you've played Shadow though, you would know that the two standout issues are getting your dots up and your lack of burst. Well, to address the issue of getting dots out, Shadow Priest not only has Damnation, a 45-second CD, which will apply all 3 of your dots to the target, but also Unfurling Darkness, which procs a Damnation, allowing you to get dots up onto 2 targets without even casting a single time. Shadow Word Death is also baseline and hits incredibly hard, acting as an execute, while reverting to how it used to be and giving you a way to avoid damage similar to a Disc Priest Premonition of current times. Shadow's Legendary and Covenant options also all greatly benefit PvP, with extra damage on your Mindbender, making it an insane ST cooldown, or extra damage on Mind Blast, which is more consistent single target damage. In regards to Covenants, Mind Games is probably the best ability out of all the class abilities available. This essentially makes healers' heals do damage and DPS's damage do healing, making for an insane tool in PvP. To top it all off though, Shadow received Thoughtsteal, a new PvP talent that allows him to steal high impact spells like Polymorph from mages and Fear from warlock.
What?
Overall, Shadow is set to be the strongest it's ever been if beta is anything to go by, and as a Shadow Priest main, I'm extremely excited. Alright then guys, that's going to do it for our ranged tier list for Shadowlands. What are you guys most looking forward to playing in Shadowlands and why? Let us know in the comments below. But for now, thanks for watching, and be sure to subscribe for more up-to-date Shadowlands and BFA content.
Hey folks, this is Kalani. With the Shadowlands release right on our doorstep, I know everyone is trying to settle on their main character. Or maybe a few main characters, or maybe a main and a few alts. Whatever kind of roster you plan to run, how do you know what's going to be good? Well, that's our goal for this video, to rank the ranged DPS specs from best to worst. We're going to look at their potential damage output, what specs excel in various situations like single target, AoE, cleave, spread, multi-target, etc., and take into account their strengths, their weaknesses, and what they bring to the table. And perhaps most important of all, how fun each class and spec is to play. So let's get started. Let's kick things off with hunters of the marksmanship variety. Marksmanship hunters are a bit of an odd sort because for the majority of the time they don't actually use a pet. That might seem strange when picking the hunter class, but instead of being a master of beasts, marksmanship hunters are masters of their weapons. They rely on powerful shots to take down their foes, and the focus is more on you dealing damage rather than empowering your pets to deal damage. Between your aimed shots, steady shots, and rapid fire abilities, you'll rain destruction upon your enemies with arrows or bullets depending on your weapon of choice. Aimed shot in particular is quite satisfying because it always hits like a truck. Marksmanship hunters currently excel at dealing burst damage, both single target and AoE. Their main restrictions are focus and charges of aimed shot, both of which you start a fight with at full capacity, so unloading everything on unsuspecting targets will yield some fantastic results, and then it's all about trying to sustain your damage until your cooldowns come back. That doesn't mean they're useless outside of their cooldowns though. They're actually doing incredibly well on the sustained portion of their damage too. Because of this, they might be one of the better range DPS in terms of pure throughput right now, and even though a few nerfs have been thrown their way, they're holding their own. It's a fantastic range DPS. If you love burst damage and you want to be one of the more versatile range DPS, Hunter would be a great pickup. The only major downsides are that you don't share armor with too many other classes, so gearing up can be a bit of a pain sometimes, and you're the only class that uses bows, guns and crossbows these days, so tracking down a weapon might take a bit longer outside of the raid in Shadowlands. Beast Mastery works quite differently, choosing to empower your favorite pets to slash, gash and rend your enemies to pieces. A good chunk of your damage will be from your pets, whether you're on a single target encounter or fighting a swarm of enemies. Your pets really carry your damage as a Beast Mastery hunter. Some folks aren't too fond of that, but if you don't mind how your damage breaks down, then Beast Mastery has a lot of perks. It's the only ranged spec in the game that never has to stand still to cast. Every single ability that they use in combat is instant, which gives you full freedom of movement, and because you're a ranged DPS, you can position and move better than almost anyone else. You should never get caught by those pesky mechanics as a BM hunter, and you can maintain your full DPS rotation while moving. It's an insane combination. They also have quite a few strong cooldowns that give them strong burst damage, and they have great sustained AoE DPS thanks to Beast Cleave and several strong AoE talents. You will have to get used to controlling your pet at least somewhat to get the most out of Beast Mastery though. The pet AI has been kinda notorious for doing what it wants sometimes, so you might have to pay a bit more attention to your pet as a Beast Mastery hunter, because as we said before, your pet is your damage. If your pet isn't on the right target, or it's stuck on a random object somewhere in the room, your damage will plummet before you can say Bestial Wrath. That's the main drawback of Beast Mastery. If anything happens to your pet, you lose most of your effectiveness. If it dies, you have to spend time bringing it back to life. That's lost DPS. If it gets stuck, you might have to dismiss it and recall it again. Lost DPS. Thankfully, that shouldn't happen too much, so for the most part, you should be free to sick your pet on whatever monster is trying to kill you. Both hunter specs excel as a range DPS, and being able to switch between the two for different encounter types is incredibly valuable, but even if you just want to stick to one or the other, you should do very well for yourself in the Shadowlands expansion. Hunter is always a favourable pickup, and personally I think it's one of the easiest range classes to pick up and learn, so that always earns it a few points in my book. As a hunter, you also bring invaluable utility to any group. You have Misdirect to help the tanks keep aggro. You have an AoE slowing trap, a hard crowd control with freezing trap, flares to detect stealth creatures, on-demand single target slows and interrupts, stuns, roots, and great mobility on top of all of that. It's just an incredibly well-rounded ranged class overall. Moving on to another staple ranged class, we have the mages. Frost Mage is in a decent spot right now, so let's talk about them first. Frost Mages are the masters of, well, of frost magic. Shocking, I know, but this does give them incredibly strong potential when it comes to slows and roots. They are the kiting spec. Using flurries of ice, they can slow you down permanently, freeze you in place time and time again, all the while laughing and dancing, and if you do happen to ever get close to a frost mage, they'll blink away to safety and start the process all over again. They can summon blizzards, frozen orbs, ice novas, glacial spikes. If it's frozen, they're probably going to throw it at you. Frost mages also deal more damage to anything that is already frozen, which can create some amazing combos with their various passives and on-demand freezing capabilities. They can play with or without their water elemental pet, depending on talent choices, and they're always just an incredibly safe pick. not too much has changed for the base gameplay of a Frost Mage going into Shadowlands, so if you were already familiar with it, you should be able to pick it up and deal some awesome damage right away. The one main change was to Flurry. You now get 2 stacks of the debuff to give you 2 free spells that deal damage as if the target was frozen, so 2 huge Ice Lances for every Flurry proc you get. That's just an instant increase to damage potential, especially as you get better gear and start to scale up. Frost Mage is currently doing very well in single target encounters, and they're going to keep up with the best of the range DPS pack for sure, but their true power shows itself when you have 2 targets right next to each other. The splitting ice talent gives Frost Mages almost unparalleled stacked cleave damage, especially if you have one priority target they want to focus most of your damage into. That is quite a specific niche, sadly, but it's still worth noting. Frost Mage also has some amazing AoE potential right now, so they're going to be a spec that can do it all. Now, Arcane Mage finds themselves in the same shoes as they always do. Amazing upfront burst damage during cooldowns, and then they have a bit of cooling off period before they can go crazy again. If you want pure burst damage, Arcane Mage could suit you quite well. They're the only caster DPS who actually pays attention to their mana and uses it as a resource these days. Arcane Mages build up arcane charges to increase their damage output, but as their damage increases, so does the mana cost of their abilities. So Arcane is all about balancing your mana pool and expending it to deal massive amounts of damage in short windows, and then trying to maintain your DPS while replenishing your mana to start another round of burst. It is a very different playstyle when compared to most casters, and it can yield some amazing results. Arcane hasn't seen too many changes going into Shadowlands, but one major change was to how Rune of Power works. Now you automatically drop a Rune of Power whenever you use your major cooldown, Arcane Power, so you don't have to think too much about lining those abilities up anymore. That's a very nice bonus, but you do have a bit less flexibility with how you use your Runes of Power if you decide to take that talent. While Arcane can excel on single target damage, it can start to struggle in other situations.
Hell yeah.
They have some good cleave potential, and their AoE is pretty decent, but it's definitely not their super strong point. They also don't have too many kiting tools available, at least when compared to Frost Mages, which means they also bring less utility in a sense. Arcane can be a fantastic spec to keep up to date with if you ever need to blast the socks off a boss while taking advantage of short damage windows, but I think Shadowlands Frost just does everything better right now. And then the last spec for mages is Fire. Oh, Fire, what did they do to you? This was the go-to spec towards the end of Battle for Azeroth, mainly because they set everything on fire and cackled like a maniac while they soared to the top of the DPS meters. That's kinda what Fire Mages do. They're all about fiery spell effects and critical strikes. If they get 2 crits in a row, they can fire off a huge pyroblast instantly. All of their direct fire damage also sets your enemies on fire, dealing damage over time. Let's be honest, if you love fire, I mean, it's right there in the name. You're not going to be disappointed. Going into Shadowlands, Fire Mages will lose a lot of the systems that allowed them to dominate the DPS charts, and their main damage over time effect, Ignite, also won't spread by itself anymore. You have to use a specific ability to force your Ignite to jump to multiple targets, making playing Fire Mage quite a bit more difficult, and it probably just won't excel quite as much. Fire Mage also tends to struggle a bit more early on in expansions due to the lack of stats. They're very reliant on dealing a critical strike so they can follow up with a Fire Blast, and the less crits you get, the less damage you're going to deal, period. That's why other mage specs tend to do better at the start, but with the big changes to the Fire spec, it might take even longer for Fire Mage to catch up to everyone else. Right now, Arcane does better on single target burst, and Frost does better in everything else. There just really isn't a scenario left for Fire to really shine in, and the changes have only hurt Fire's potential. So right now Fire Mage probably won't do very well at the start of Shadowlands, but thankfully the other 2 mage specs are looking much better. No matter what spec you decide to play, mages always bring some fantastic utility to a group. You have the 5% intellect buff to boost every caster in your group, you can provide portals and teleport all over the world, you have great kiting tools with Blink and Frost Nova, and you can provide food for your entire party with Conjure Refreshment. Your healers are going to love that last one for sure. All in all, mages are a very safe ranged pick because you have 3 DPS specs, so one of them should be good in whatever content you're running, and you're always going to want at least 1 mage in your raids for the int buff. Let's talk about priests next, and their only DPS spec, Shadow. Shadow priests unleash the true power of the Void upon their enemies, building their insanity up to enter Void form, an empowered Shadow form state that allows you to deal extra damage and use extra abilities like Void Bolt, which also helps you maintain uptime on your various damage over time spells. Void form is now a simpler cooldown, so while it's still incredibly important, it's not where all of your damage is focused anymore. And because Shadow Priests are a damage over time spec, they have a few abilities that you will want to keep on your targets at all times to keep that damage rolling. Then use Mind Blasts and Mind Flays to deal direct damage. If you love the idea of gradually eating away at the health bars of multiple enemies while going a little insane yourself, Shadow might just be right up your alley. Shadow also had a massive rework going into this expansion, so it's going to feel quite different. Instead of Insanity just extending the duration you can spend in your Void form, it now gives you access to stronger abilities like Devouring Plague. This is a shorter, burstier damage over time spell that fills in some of the gaps that Shadow Priest had previously. It also makes your overall damage more sustainable, and you aren't entirely reliant on Void form, which is definitely nice. If you had a bad Void form during BFA, you could kiss your DPS goodbye. Now Void form is just a power spike, and your Insanity is used on Devouring Plague. It's a good trade-off overall, and it makes Shadow Priest more balanced. Thanks to their multi-dot potential, Shadow Priests will excel on any multi-target encounter. If you can spread your dots, you'll deal more damage and generate more Insanity, which allows you to pump out more Devouring Plagues, creating even more damage. It's a wonderful cycle that all leads to more DPS, but that doesn't mean their single target is lacking. Devouring Plague stacks with itself, so if you can keep your Insanity running, you can churn out some massive Devouring Plague damage on a priority target. They have also been given some amazing talents to patch up their AoE holes, and with everything combined, you have a very well-rounded, high damage potential range DPS. They also have various support spells like Mass Dispel, Vampiric Embrace, Power Word Shield, the Stamina buff, and an aggressive Magic Purge. The only thing Shadow Priests are lacking right now is some good mobility. If you're looking for a to destroy the meters in the new raid and in dungeons, Shadow Priest is looking amazing right now. Moving on, we have the Warlocks. Warlocks are a pure DPS class, so they have 3 DPS specs. Let's talk about Destruction first. Destrolocks are all about fire and brimstone, raining hell from the sky and scorching the ground to set their enemies ablaze. It's kind of like Fire Mage, except with demons mixed in. Their main resource is called Soul Shards, the same for all Warlocks actually, but each spec uses them differently. Destruction can spend Soul Shards on their main AoE ability, Rain of Fire, to, well, rain fire on everything. Surprising, I know, but the other ability that costs Soul Shards is Chaos Bolt. You can sum up Chaos Bolt in one word: damage. This spell hits like a truck, and it looks awesome while doing it. Destro revolves around generating these soul shards, saving them up, and throwing out consecutive chaos bolts to deal incredible damage. They also have a rather unique gameplay mechanic called Havoc. If you use Havoc on an enemy, any single target spell you cast at a different enemy will be copied to your Havoc target with reduced effectiveness, but that means you can save up soul shards, Havoc something, and send dual chaos bolts flying for as long as Havoc lasts. Unsurprisingly, this makes Destruction Warlock one of the best 2-target damage dealers in the game, and they don't even have to rely on the targets being close together, which is a huge plus. Destruction might be the simplest Warlock spec to play, so it's easy to go from not knowing too much about Warlock to dealing amazing damage in no time. Their single target damage is great, their 2-target damage is fantastic, and they have some great AoE options as well. So they're well rounded for the most part, and the only patchy area of DPS they have is that they don't really gain as much when you add another extra target. So if a fight has 3 targets, for example, Destrolocks are really only dealing damage to 2 of them at a time if they're spread out. So definitely not as ideal as a multi-dotting spec when you have 3 or 4 targets that aren't stacked up, but they start to pick up again when you get into more AoE encounters. Destruction might just be the best sustained AoE DPS right now, providing everything is stacked up and you have the right tools. A few talents and 1 legendary will send you over the top in large AoE scenarios. It's going to be so fun running through dungeons with this spec specifically. If you love direct damage, large bursty spells spells, and demons, Destro is a fantastic spec to play. Now, Affliction Warlocks will play quite a bit differently, but will be just as powerful as Destruction, if not more so in some circumstances. Affliction is all about spreading their various damage over time effects to anything within reach. They have curses that deal increasing damage over time. They corrupt their foes. They unleash unstable magic on enemies that can cause mayhem if it gets dispelled. It's wonderfully dark. This spec also uses soul shards, but they will generate and use them differently. The main ability you want to spend soul shards on is Malefic Rapture. This deals damage to any target that has one of your damage over time spells active, and the damage is increased for every dot on your targets. So the more dots you have out, the more damage you deal. This can lead to some incredible damage on multiple targets, if you can keep up with all your various dots and spells. Affliction is one of the harder range DPS specs to play, because you have to pay attention to all of your different curses and spells, each with their own timers, different timers at that, on every target you have, while making sure you don't drop certain damage increasing debuffs, and you have to spend your soul shards on time, and make good use of your powerful Dark Glare Demon to increase the potential of all those dots. It's a lot, it really is. It may be harder to play, but you can see some amazing results. Affliction Warlocks are currently shaping up to be one of the best DPSs in the game right now, partly because they scale very well with additional targets and can deal their max damage to multiple targets at a time, and because they're so versatile. They have great single target damage, great multi-target damage whether the targets are spread or stacked, they have great burst damage if you save up soul shards, and they have some amazing AoE potential as well. They can do it all right now, and because a good chunk of their abilities are also instant cast spells, they can move around quite freely if they need to. The only real major drawback with these two Warlock specs is that they have lackluster mobility if it's not planned ahead of time. You have Demonic Circle to very quickly reposition if you need to, but if it's not in the right spot, you can't use it as effectively. You can also talent for Burning Rush, which will give you a speed boost, but you'll need to make sure you stay alive while trading your health for movement speed. But if you love the idea of dealing damage over time, spreading your dots around and then torturing your foes to death, Affliction might just be the spec for you. Just bear in mind that for this spec in particular, quite a few Warlocks rely heavily on add-ons to track their dots on multiple targets, so Affliction might also require some UI changes as well. And then the last Warlock spec is Demonology. If you ever wanted to command a legion of demons, this should be your go-to spec. Demonology is all about summoning as many demons as possible, empowering them, and watching them lay waste to your enemies. You have your trusty Felguard, a couple loyal Dreadstalkers, a mini army of imps, and a variety of other demons depending on your talent choices. When your army is up and running, bring out the mighty Demonic Tyrant to set everything into a frenzy. It's an incredibly satisfying spec to play if you love the idea of a mini army doing your bidding. Like a Beast Mastery Hunter, you end up relying on your pets and demons for a good chunk of your damage, so if you don't want to manage your pets, this might not be the spec for you, but for everyone else, it's a cool addition to the other two powerful Warlock specs to give the class as a whole plenty of options of how to play. Demonology is great for burst damage, and their sustained single target damage is quite good, but maintaining cleave or AoE damage outside of that initial burst is proving to be quite difficult right now. This spec also suffers from poor tuning, so while it can be fun to play and it can hold its own in certain situations, it's not doing amazingly well when compared to some of the other ranged DPS, and especially when compared to the other Warlock specs. They just don't bring enough oomph right now, but thankfully numbers are the easiest thing to tune, so if Demo gets a bit of love, they could be in a great spot. Until then, they'll probably take a backseat to Destro and Affliction, but the good news is that Demonology is fantastic for solo content due to having the stronger Felguard pet and some amazing passive defensive abilities, so it will always be useful no matter what. Warlocks as a class bring some invaluable utility to any game. They're the only class in the game with a preemptive battle res, so you can target specific members of your raid to give a soul stone to, and then they can pop right back up if they ever die during an encounter. Be that a tank who is always getting trucked, a healer who is vital to your group, or maybe even a DPS who has a special duty to die to specific mechanics. Soul stones are always going to be useful. They also have Demonic Gateway, one of the best group-wide mobility spells in in the game that allows you to very quickly reposition in any given encounter. Hellstones are always great too. It's a free health potion that can save your lives if you remember to use it, and being able to give that to an entire raid is huge no matter what raid size you have. Then they also have great self-sustain, strong defensive cooldowns, an AoE stun, various fear effects, and they now have curses again. Slow down casting speed, slow down movement, decrease melee damage and melee attack speed of any creatures. All of them are super useful, and of course, who could forget the Summoning Stone? Every pug wants at least one Warlock, so if nothing else on this list gets you invited, the Summoning Stone might just do the trick. Warlocks are always a fantastic range DPS, and they're looking like a solid pick once again in Shadowlands. Then we come to the Balance Druids. Balance has gone through quite a few changes as the beta has progressed, but that means at least the dev team is paying attention to this spec. Balance harnesses the power of the sun and the moon in an alternating cycle called Eclipse. When you use solar abilities, you trigger a lunar eclipse that empowers your lunar spells, and then when your lunar eclipse ends, you can trigger a solar eclipse to empower your solar abilities. It goes back and forth, which means you have a very cyclic rotation where you're focusing on certain abilities depending on your current eclipse. Then you also have astral power, which will continually generate as you use these eclipse empowered abilities, and you can spend that astral power on Star Surge to increase the effectiveness of your eclipse and deal some insane single target damage, or on Starfall to rain stars from the heaven onto everything.
Boom! God damn.
That's actually one
Class
of
is
their
so
most
much fun.
powerful abilities right now, which is hilarious because it was terrible
turret
for the
that.
vast majority of BFA. Starfall lets you hit anything within 45 yards, so basically it covers an entire boss room most of the time. If there's an ad somewhere to hit, Starfall will hit it. If you have a huge swarm of ads, ramp up those Starfalls and watch the light show begin, and watch your DPS soar to the top of the meters. So they have amazing AoE potential, even spread out AoE. Their single target damage does leave something to be desired right now, but a few numbers tweaks should bolster that up quite nicely. I think their overall design is fun, and the Eclipse cycle works quite well. Balance Druids also bring some interesting and unique utility to their groups. They have a battle res, as all Druids do, and they also have very reliable root spells, with Entangling Roots and the Mass and They can offer Innovate for your healers to let them go crazy without to worry about mana for a short period of time.
Oh,
they
that's
also
so
have a special
satisfying.
silence that persists in an area of effect,
Damn,
making it very
mages
useful
are
for shutting
devastating
down
in
multiple
PvP.
mobs for a longer duration. They also have Stampeding Roar, an amazing group-wide speed boost to help you repossession quickly, or just get to where you're going a bit faster. Druids are also the ultimate hybrid. They can play any role in the game. So if you want a ranged DPS that offers you some options, like being able to swap to a tank, a healer, or even a melee DPS all within one class, Druid is a fantastic pickup. And last but not least, Elemental Shamans. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for Elemental Shaman, but I think they've come to an okay destination. If you heard anything about Fulmination in Shadowlands, like literally anything at all, just evacuate that from your brain. Elemental Shamans are back to using Maelstrom, so it's kind of the same old right now. You can harness the raw power of the elements to dish out some devastating lightning,
haven't
fire,
died
or
yet.
frost damage. They do it all, really. Set a few targets ablaze with your flame shock, melt
God
their faces
damn.
off with a lava burst or two, and throw your lightning fingers at anything that moves. Few specs look as cool as an Elemental Shaman with multiple targets. You can create almost a net of chain lightning that sparks all over the place, generating a ton of Maelstrom that lets you rip open the ground with your Earthquake spells. It's very satisfying, especially if you have your cooldowns available. You also have various elementals that you can summon to your aid to help you DPS, or help keep you alive depending on the situation. Elemental Shamans have some top tier AoE if all the targets are stacked. If everything is within range of Earthquake and your Chain Lightning is allowed to bounce freely, your enemies will melt before your eyes. Sadly, if the enemies aren't close enough for Chain Lightning to bounce, that's where Elemental starts to hurt. They don't have great spread damage, so everything really does have to be stacked up nice and neatly. They can kick out some decent single target damage, especially if you talent and build for it, but on single targets the rotation does start to get a little boring. Elemental Shamans for the most part are very straightforward. You keep your Flame Shock up, use Lava Burst on cooldown, you fill with lightning spells, and then you Earth Shock or Earthquake to spend your Maelstrom resource depending on whether you're single target or AoE. That's kind of it outside of extra talents. Basically, you'll be using Lightning Bolt a lot, so I'm thankful that it at least looks cool. As far as utility goes, shamans do bring quite a bit to the table. There's various totems, AoE stuns, AoE slows, earth elemental that can tank for a short duration, some extra healing, tremor totem that negates some crowd control effects, and they're also one of the few specs that can decurse your friends. That's going to be incredibly important. Obviously, they also bring lust to the table, which is invaluable in all types of content. Overall, elemental is an easygoing spec that should serve you well, and it can provide some very useful utility. It just might not be on top of the DPS meters while it does it. And that's all of the range specs accounted for, so you know what time it is. Let's slap these folks onto a good old ranking board to see how everything is shaping up. Now, up at the top, I would place Shadow Priests and both Hunter specs. Shadow is going to destroy everything in its path. You better just hope they don't get nerfed into oblivion, because Shadow doesn't have any other DPS spec to swap to as a backup. Both Hunter specs should perform incredibly well. Beast Mastery may be a bit below marksman on raw damage, but it makes up for it with its easy learning curve and the whole DPS while moving thing that no other ranged DPS can quite keep up with. A notch below that, I would place Affliction Warlock and Destro Warlock. Both of these specs are going to do incredibly well, and having both as options will be great for any Warlock player. I would also put Frost Mage on this tier. They're looking incredibly strong, and they have a toolkit that lets them excel in a variety of situations. One tier down, we have Arcane Mage, Elemental Shaman, and Balanced Druid. They should do pretty well for the most part if you really want to play them, but they're lacking in a few areas and just aren't quite as well-rounded as the other specs on offer. Down at the bottom, as a last place pick type of deal, I would place the Demonology Warlocks and the Fire Mages. The specs just aren't holding up right now, and they need a bit of love to climb the ladder and compete with the other specs. Okay, Fire might need a lot of love. Thankfully, both of these classes have great other options, so I wouldn't worry too much about it if you're playing the class. But that's our ranged DPS ranking going into the Shadowlands expansion and where we think everything lands. Remember that fun and personal preference is something that is hard to rank, so if you find something that you fall in love with, that is going to be invaluable and you should stick with it. But what do you think of our ranged DPS ranking? Is there anything you strongly agree or disagree with? Leave all your thoughts in the comment section below. If you want to help us get ready for Shadowlands or just come ask us a couple of questions, you can find us over at twitch.tv/KalaniTV. We stream every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday and Saturday, and watching the stream and coming to say hi is one of the best ways you can support the channel right now. And if you ever wanted to be included in the long list of names at the end of every video, a subscription on Twitch is the easiest way to make that happen. You get a free sub to any Twitch channel if you have Amazon Prime too, so be sure to take advantage of that. A big thank you to everyone who has subscribed on Twitch already, and to our supporters over on Patreon. You can see their names floating by on screen. If you want to join these other guys and gals, well, now you know how. Remember to leave a like just below the video before you leave. If you want to see more, make sure to subscribe. But apart from that, thanks for watching, folks. Good luck and have fun, and as always, I will see you next time.
Oh, no. God. First time I died. Wow. Oh, I died 3 times already. Okay, never mind. How much damage did I do? 11,000. Get wrecked. Wrecked.
He clenched his fist as he concentrated on the earth beneath them and the air around them. His shamanistic magic had once made him one with the world, able to tap into the elements themselves. But the elements no longer heeded his call. They had not, since he had sworn allegiance to Kil'jaeden, as if the elements were disgusted by the demonic energy that now tainted all his race. But no matter, he had learned new skills since.
God damn.
Whereas before, the forest had been still, save for the cries of attacks and the wails of the dying, now a wind erupted out of nowhere. A griffin that a moment before been diving smoothly for another pass, beak open in an angry shriek, claws extended, now caught
Wow.
frantically as it was buffeted about as if by unseen hand. Its rider struggled to maintain its seat, but failed and fell heavily toward the ground. The unburdened griffin sought to the skies. Ner'zhul gestured with both hands commandingly, and the wind snatched up dry grey sand and proceeded to scour both dwarf and griffin with it. The wild hammer cried out, not in victory, but in agony, as his skin was scoured from his bones. It was a sweet sound to Ner'zhul's ears. Its mount was no luckier. Feathers flew and droplets of blood were cut up in the
Damn.
whirlwind. Seconds later, there was
Damn,
nothing but
man.
piles of
Damn.
forest floor.
Oh, man, that's so
Ner'zhul
satisfying.
definitely learned some new tricks, and it seems like he no longer asks the elements to serve him, he now forces them to bend to his will. Terongor was impressed, but wasn't just going to sit on the sidelines. With his dark magic, he shot down Curdun Wildhammer from the sky. They captured him, and this forced the other dwarves to retreat, allowing the rest of the orcs to continue their journey. Despite their captive, it was clear that they needed a hideout, and they needed to find one soon. The one place they could think of was Auchindoun, but Kilrock Deadeye, fearless, powerful Kilrock, he was terrified to go to that place. The history behind Auchindoun is that it used to be a holy burial ground for the Draenei, until Gul'dan's lust for power had his Shadow Council search the area for artifacts of power. They had found an
Oh, it's
artifact, to
about
be sure,
burial
but
ground.
something had gone wrong, and they released Murmur, an elemental born when the universe was created. Murmur's arrival devastated the area around Auchindoun, desecrated the holy site, and now Ner'zhul and the others, they were planning to enter this area. They had no choice though, the Alliance was right behind them, so Kilrock, he found his courage, and the party moved on ahead. Inside of Auchindoun, they found remnants of the Shadow Council, amongst them the Orc Vorpal and the Ogre Blackheart. All these years, they had been waiting for an opportunity to rejoin the Horde, and now the Horde had come to them. They would stand at Ner'zhul's side, and together they would fight against their foe, the Alliance, giving Ner'zhul enough time to reach the Black Temple. Shortly afterwards, Dun of Trollbane and the rest of the Alliance troops that follow him, they also found a way to Auchindoun, and they too gained powerful allies. Nemuran, a Draenei and one of the last of the Akunai, he'd survived the war with the orcs, and he was pissed that the orcs dared to defile their holy grounds. After talking with Danav and finding out what these strange humans were doing here, Nemuran agreed to aid them in their battle against the orcs. The spirits of the dead were called to serve once more, and the forces they clashed with each other. When they found Curdun Wildhammer, he'd been beaten up pretty good by the orcs, but a mighty healing spell from Nemuran made him good as new. Meanwhile, Terongor and Ner'zhul, they were busy with creating a portal, which would allow them to escape, and of course Danav wanted desperately to stop them, but in his way was the mighty Kilrock Deadeye. A fierce battle between the old orc and the skilled human followed, with Danav being victorious and ending Kilrock's life. This is probably why Kilrock was so scared to go to Auchindoun. He'd probably seen in a vision his moment of demise. This was probably inside of Auchindoun, which could be the reason why he didn't want to go there. Now, even though Kilrock was defeated, he did buy Ner'zhul and Terongor enough time to make their portal, to make a clean escape, which meant that the Alliance, they had to regroup, try to get to the Black Temple before it was too late. Khadgar, Illyria,
Khadgar.
Shirelian, and the troops that came with them, they were able to defeat Deathwing and take the Skull down. Only the book was now required to close the Dark Portal, and as Curdun flew in to inform them of what had happened in Auchindoun, the troops they grouped up and they charged the Black Temple. Ner'zhul had spent a full day gathering the energies, working his spell, and he was nearly ready to open the portals. The Death Knight Terongor Fiend, he stepped out onto the battlefield to buy their warchief some time, and a fierce battle between Tyrellian and Terongor took place. Light versus darkness, a battle in which Tyrellian nearly gave up hope, but his love for Illyria, it was so strong that the light vanquished the darkness. The path to Ner'zhul was clear, but Ner'zhul was done. He had gathered the energies, he created his portals, and he did not create just one portal to the so-called Promised Land. All across Draenor, portals popped up, making the already corrupted planets incredibly unstable. The orcs with him witnessed the portal in front of them, and the orc Oberys, he could not believe what he saw. This is our new world? He asked Ner'zhul, since the little that they could see through the portal did not look promising. Something fluttered and looked up, there was a sickly light through the portal, it did not look good, and it did not seem like this was the so-called promised land that would give their people what they needed. But Ner'zhul was having none of it. He told Oberys to be silent, and in that moment of distraction, the Eye of Dalaran trembled and flew out of his hands straight into Khadgar's. The Alliance had finally reached Ner'zhul, and the orc was not ready to give up. How dare they interrupt his moment of absolute glory. He felt no fear, no worry, just absolute outrage as he lifted his hands with a cry and made the tortured rock and stone obey. The ground trembled beneath the Alliance feet. Wind and rain whipped around them, carrying them high in the air and slamming them mercilessly down on the unyielding stone. Ner'zhul took great pleasure in watching them suffer. It was with great effort that he turned around and yelled at the forces behind him to get through the portal that they had to go. Oberys gaped at Ner'zhul. Surely the war chief didn't mean to leave all of their brothers and sisters behind. To do so would be the most gutless, cowardly thing to do. He tried to tell
3,000?
Ner'zhul, and as a reward, Ner'zhul extended his hand.
That's all?
Lightning balled in his palms and raced in a crackling arc towards the orcs, shooting down Oberys and putting fear in the other orcs, making them obey. With the scepter of Sargeras still in his hands, Ner'zhul left his people, their dying planet behind, thinking that he and his troops would now go to the Promised Land. The shaman that had once unwittingly led his people on a very dark path, now he willingly made the choice to disconnect himself from the burden of caring for others. As the portal closed behind him, he had just enough time to gasp at what he saw. Khadgar saw the orc escape, and he feared that the Book of Medivh was still with Ner'zhul. He needed the book to close the portal, but thankfully it was Oberys who held the book, and he gave it to Khadgar since at least the mage had some kind of honor, and Ner'zhul left them all to die. With the Skull of Gul'dan and the Book of Medivh, Khadgar was able to close the portal on Draenor's side, and they had to do this, they had to stay behind, so that the destruction of Draenor would not flow through the portal and take Azeroth with it. Ner'zhul had created so many portals that the planet had become incredibly unstable. It was transforming into Outland as we know it today, so they had to close the portal. As Khadgar cast his spell, he tossed the skull and the book to a Wildhammer dwarf, telling him to get through the portal, get these artifacts back to the Kirin Tor. As the dwarf did what he was told, he flew through the portal. Khadgar, Illyria, Torellian, Danav, all of them, they hid away in one of the rifts created by Ner'zhul as the Draenor transformed into Outland. When all was said and done, they came out of the portal. They didn't even recognize the planet anymore, and they made the promise that they would stop the orcs, they would build up their fortress, and we wouldn't see them until the Burning Crusade expansion. Ner'zhul's story, however, isn't quite done yet. The portal that he and the other orcs took to escape, it did not take them to a beautiful planet ready to be conquered. Instead, well, the book describes it in such a beautiful way. This is taken from beyond the Dark Portal. Ner'zhul, the orc shaman and horde war chief cried out at the sound of his name, his eyes flicking open. At once, the strange swirling nothingness all around him assaulted his senses, and he squeezed his eyes shut, hoping to force away the welter of sensation that threatened to drive him mad. Then, through the thrums and howls and cracklings, he heard it again. Ner'zhul! Blinking, he glanced around him. A short ways away, or so it seemed, though an instant later he would have sworn it was miles distant. Ner'zhul saw a dark form. It was shaped like an orc, and a longer look confirmed it, revealing green skin and tusks and long braids. Definitely an orc, and one Ner'zhul recognized as one of his Shadow Moon warriors. The warrior did not move. However, Ner'zhul thought he saw the other orc's chest rising and falling, but in this place he could not be sure of anything. Other shapes littered the strange maelstrom of light and shadow. All those who had followed him through the rift appeared to be here with him. The question was, where was here? Why hadn't the rift led them to another world? For whatever this place might be, Ner'zhul was sure it was not a normal world. What had happened? Why was he awake and aware while all the others were trapped in a deep sleep? A column of light rolled past, and for an instant Ner'zhul saw echoing glimmers around each of the other orcs and around himself. His eyes widened, then clamped shut as they overloaded from the sights assaulting him. But he knew what he had seen. They were trapped indeed. Something was binding them to this place. Ner'zhul.
Ner'zhul.
His name wafted across the strangeness yet again, but this time Ner'zhul felt something tug upon his chest and his limbs. The other orcs receded rapidly, or perhaps he was the one moving, while they remained locked in place. It was impossible to tell here, but within minutes Ner'zhul was alone, the rest of his orcs only distant shadows. And then a larger, darker shadow fell across him, and he looked up into the face of Wrath itself. Before Ner'zhul hung a massive being arrayed in heavy armor of etched blood-red metal. The figure's face resembled that of a Draenei, intelligent looking and clever, but with bright red skin and a demonic cast. The creature had short curving horns rising from his high temples, and two strange-like tentacles extending below his mouth and well past the short beard covering his chin. Several earrings gleamed, and the creature's eyes glowed in deep yellow, and Ner'zhul knew him at once. Great One! Ner'zhul gasped, doing his best to bow, though his limbs were still bound somehow. Ah, Ner'zhul, my unfaithful little servant, replied Kil'jaeden, Demon Lord of the Burning Legion. Did you think I had forgotten about you? No, Great One, of course not. In truth, Ner'zhul had hoped so, and after the first few years had begun to think it true. Now his heart sank as the Demon Lord continued speaking. Oh, I have been watching you closely all this time, Ner'zhul, Kil'jaeden assured him. You cost me a great deal, you know. The Demon Lord laughed, a chilling, grating sound. And now you shall pay for such failure. Ner'zhul began, but his brain could barely formulate words. You could not leave well enough alone, Kil'jaeden finished for him. I knew that eventually you would try yet again to cause magics you were not ready to handle and did not understand. I waited, knowing that someday your own arrogance would bring you to me. He spread his gauntlet hands wide. And here we are. His eyes narrowed to mere slits. You have dreamed of death. You fought to escape it. Now, my little puppet, death will be all you ever know. Brief glimpses seared Ner'zhul's brain. Agony as pieces of flesh were torn from his still living body. The dead surrounding him, closing in on him, their blood on his hands, his own blood coating them. A morbid union of death, life, and excruciating torment. No! Ner'zhul shouted, thrashing about, trying everything to free himself from his visible bonds. My people still need me! Laughter shook the demon's powerful form, a horrible, eerie sound that made Ner'zhul's heart spasm. I know full well they mean nothing to you, so do not worry, the Demon Lord whispered, stabbing the tip of one long finger into Ner'zhul's cheek. The motion burned, sending spikes of heat and pain through Ner'zhul's flesh. There is no saving them. Do you not yet understand? Little puppets, you cannot even save yourself. Then he twisted that finger, the rest of his splayed hand latching onto Ner'zhul's face, and the orc shaman let his head fall back, a horrible scream wrenching its way out past his trembling lips. He knew it was but first of many. Last week, we talked about the story of Ner'zhul, from him being deceived by Kil'jaeden, all the way to the moment where Ner'zhul was tortured and given a new purpose by Kil'jaeden. This week, we're going to go back in time a few years before that moment, and we're going to talk about the story of Arthas, for these two characters would soon become very much connected. Let's begin, shall we? The moment young Prince Arthas is introduced into the storyline, he's at the age of 9, helping out at the Balnir farmstead. Yoren Balnir and his son Yerim, they're guiding one of their horses called Brightmane as she's giving birth, and the prince was right there to witness this miracle. You might say that sitting on the ground trying to soothe a horse as she's giving birth, that is no place for royalty, but Arthas liked to spend his time amongst the common people, something that made him beloved by all, and his father allowed it. As Brightmane's son came into the world, Arthas locked eyes and he immediately felt a connection. As disgusting as the miracle of birth had been, this very moment was pretty miraculous indeed. Just a few moments later, a horse rode up to the farm. Uther the Lightbringer had come to bring Arthas back to the palace. A rider from Southshore had brought ill news. Stormwind, at this time, it had fallen to the might of the first Orcish horde, and the survivors had come to Lordaeron to seek help. Anduin Lothar, champion of Stormwind, together with the mage Khadgar and even Prince Varian, who had survived the slaughter, they made their way to the capital city to discuss what to do next. Arthas wasn't allowed in on this meeting, but that didn't prevent the prince from hiding away on one of the balconies and listening in. Anduin Lothar told all present what had happened, that the orcs were a real threat to the world and that they had to unite. King Taranis, he showed compassion to young Prince Varian, and he agreed that they should gather the nobles and make their plans. After the meeting, Taranis left Varian in Arthas' care, and Arthas had a very hard time trying to think of something to say. What do you say to someone whose father was murdered by a friend? So the one thing that came to mind was telling Varian about the fowl that he'd seen born today. Emotions flitted across Varian's face. Offense, disbelief, gratitude, yearning, understanding. Suddenly, the brown eyes filled with tears, and Varian Rin cried. Harsh, raking sounds of mourning for a father, a kingdom, a way of life that he hadn't been able to grieve until this moment. I hate winter, Varian sobbed. As the Alliance of Lordaeron formed together to fight against the Horde, Arthas grew close to the Varian, and he found out that Varian was already a skilled fighter, while Arthas simply sucked. He was frustrated about this fact, thinking that his new friend and the situation with the orcs, it would be a good enough reason to start training seriously, but instead the exact opposite happened. Any and all that could wield a sword were summoned to rise up and defend the land, so Arthas' training was put on hold, while the Alliance of Lordaeron, they managed to defeat the Horde and even capture their leader, Orgrim Doomhammer. Doomhammer was brought to the capital city to be placed as a prisoner within the Undercity, but he managed to break out only to be captured again. This time they decided to place him within one of the internment camps, these camps created to hold the orcs that surrendered after the first horde was defeated. The humans thought that this was a more humane alternative instead of outright executing the orcs, yet Doomhammer would not be caged and he broke out again. 2 years later, the Dark Portal reopened and the orcs returned for their second invasion, this time not to take the planet, this time they came to collect those powerful artifacts.
Enchanting.
2 years and Arthas underwent a growth spurt. At the age of 11, he was a proper young man, yet his father still sheltered him and no real training was given. One day, Arthas found himself in the armory, where he and Varian they had sparred together with wooden training swords when they were young. He picked up one of the swords and he advanced to one of the old suits of armor, imagining it was one of the foul orcs that dared to enter their lands. Think you pass here, foul orc? You are in Alliance lands. I will show you mercy this once. Be gone and never return. Ah, but orcs didn't surrender or honor, so Arthas lunged in as he had seen Varian do. Strike, block, duck in under the swing, bringing the sword all the way across the body, then whirl, and the sword seemed to take on a life of its own, and it flew across the room. Standing there was the dwarven ambassador Muradin Bronzebeard, who had just witnessed the future king of Lordaeron pretended to fight orcs and throw his sword clear across the room. The dwarf was as embarrassed as Arthas was, so he asked the prince where he could find his father, and he quickly left him behind. Arthas had never been more embarrassed in his life. He didn't even bother to put away the wooden swords. This encounter, however, it did show Muradin that Arthas was in desperate need of training, and after discussing it with King Taranis, Muradin told the prince that he would become his teacher and he would teach Arthas all that he knew. But if at any time he would feel like he was wasting his time, like Arthas wasn't doing his best, the training would be over. Arthas couldn't believe that he would be trained by a dwarf, and not any dwarf, someone like Muradin. He was very excited to begin, but before they could get to the training, his attention was drawn by a young girl which showed up as a guest. Young Jaina Proudmoore was on her way to Dalaran to study arts of magic, and the moment he saw her, Arthas knew that this girl was something special. She looked like she could be a great friend, someone to have fun with, a girl who didn't mind going for a swim on a hot day or being hit by a snowball in the face. He was excited to get to know her, but when he looked over at his father and Uther, he recognized the look and he knew that he would probably not even have time to see her again before she left. His training with Muradin also began, and it was as rigorous and demanding as the dwarf had warned. Uther and Taranis, they also decided it was time that the prince's training was stepped up in other areas. His schedule became very tight. He would rise before dawn, grab a quick breakfast, and then go on an early ride with Muradin. The ride would end in a hike, always leaving the prince winded. Back home, a quick bath, lessons in history, mathematics and calligraphy, a midday meal, then it was all afternoon in the chapel praying, meditating and discussing the nature of paladins and the rigorous disciplines they must observe. Dinner followed, and then Arthas stumbled into bed to sleep the dreamless sleep of the utterly exhausted. As he feared, there was little time to get to know Jaina Proudmoore, so the prince came up with a brilliant idea. He suggested to his father to escort Miss Proudmoore to Dalaran himself. His father was really pleased to see his son step up to the responsibilities. Jaina was also very happy, and Arthas got a chance to get out of his duties and spend some time with Jaina. This way, everyone was happy. On the way to Dalaran, Arthas and Jaina decided to sneak away as the guards were asleep, and they checked out one of the internment camps where they held the orcs. When they got close, Arthas saw nothing but monsters in the orcs, yet Jaina thought that they looked sad. She also noticed that they had children, and she wondered if they truly belonged in the camps. Arthas snorted and told her that they were killers, who knew what they would do once they were released. Jaina sighed softly, and they sneaked back to their camp to continue the journey in the morning, and finally reached Dalaran. Jaina was very excited to begin her studies. She felt the luckiest girl in the world, but Arthas, he had no affinity for magic, so he didn't feel at home. Outsiders weren't usually welcome in the first place, which Jaina thought was a shame, since she thought that it would be very nice to see Arthas again. As she spoke those words, she blushed, and for the moment Arthas forgot about the intimidation of the city, and he heartily agreed that it would be very nice to see Jaina Proudmoore again. Very nice indeed.
Oh shit.
For 3 years, Jaina did her thing in
that's
Dalaran,
like
while Arthas
8
focused on his
against
own
1.
studies and training. At the age of 14, he was
You got
finally
thrown
able
off
to
again.
overcome his trainer and defeat Muradin. All the while, the training had been brutal. He had stubbornly refused any offers of healing, insisting that the pain was part of the process. And for that stubborn refusal to whine or to quit, he was rewarded twofold. He learned and he learned well, and he won the respect of Muradin Bronzebeard.
How I miss those endless days in Lordaeron. Sharpening your skill with this dull blade. Forging you into a weapon meant to withstand the demands of a great destiny. Heh. You sure put them skills to use, didn't you, lad?
Now you might have wondered at the start of the video why I spent so much time talking about Arthas in the stable, about the moment that the Vaal was born, but that's because the birth of that particular Vaal would play a critical role in the rest of the prince's life. The horse was destined to belong to Arthas. He knew that from the moment that they locked eyes, and he was not going to be used for riding into battle. That was done by a completely different breed of horse. No, this one would be part of ceremonies and pleasure trips. Toys with names like Snowfall or Starlight, but in the end he decided to follow the informal tradition of Lordaeron Knights, and he gave his steed the name of Equality. Where Ufras's mount was called Steadfast, his father's Courageous, Arthas had decided to go with Invincible. One afternoon, the prince found himself having some free time, as his father was away on a diplomatic mission to Stromgarde, and Ufra had gone with him. Even with the winter chill in the air and autumn's last glorious days were gone, Invincible and Arthas found themselves riding down the glades. Snow started falling, and the next part is so crucial, described in such a beautiful way. This is taken from the novel Arthas, Rise of the Lich King. It was starting to snow again now, not the soft fat flakes that drifted lazily down, but small hard crystals that stung. Arthas frowned and pressed on, a little further, then he would turn back, he told himself. He might even stop at the Balnir farm. It had been a while since he'd been there. Jorn would likely be interested to see the magnificent horse that the gawky little cult had grown into. The impulse, having struck, now demanded to be obeyed, and Arthas turned Invincible with a subtle pressure from his left leg. The horse wheeled, obedient and completely in tune with his master's desires. The snow was picking up, tiny needles digging into his exposed skin, and Arthas pulled the cape up over his head for a little more protection. Invincible shook his head, his skin twitching as it did when he was being annoyed by insects in the summer. He galloped down the path, stretching his neck forward, enjoying the exertion every bit as much as Arthas. They were coming up on the jump soon, and shortly after that a warm stable for the steed and a hot mug of tea for his rider before they headed back to the palace. Arthas' face was starting to become numb with the cold, and his hands in their fine leather gloves weren't much better. He tightened his chilled hands over the reins, forcing his fingers to bend, and gathered himself as Invincible leaped. No, he reminded himself, flew! They flew over this jump like... except they didn't fly. At the last minute, Arthas felt the hideous sensation of Invincible's rear hoof slipping away on the icy stone, and the horse flailed, neighing, his legs frantically trying to get a secure footing on thin air. Arthas' throat was suddenly raw, and he realized that he was screaming as Jack Stone, not smooth snow-encrusted grass, rushed up to meet him with lethal speed. He pulled hard on the reins, as if that could do something, as if anything could do something. The sound cut through his stupor, and he blinked his way back to consciousness with the bone-chilling shriek of a beast in agony clawing at his brain. He couldn't move at first, though his body spasmed of its own accord, trying to move towards the awful cries. Finally, he was able to sit up. Pain shot through him, and he added his own gasp of agony to the hideous cacophony, and he realized he'd probably broken at least one rib. Probably more. The snow had picked up and was coming down hard and heavy now. He could barely see 3 feet in front of him. He shut out the pain, craning his neck, trying to find Invincible. His eyes was drawn to movement and the widening pool of crimson that melted the snow, that steamed in the cold. No, Arthas whispered and struggled to his feet. The world went black around the edges and he almost lost consciousness again, but through sheer will hung on. Slowly, he made his way to the panicked animal, struggling against the pain and the diving wind and snow that threatened to knock him over. Invincible was churning up the bloodied snow with 2 powerful unharmed rear legs and 2 shattered forelegs. Arthas felt his stomach heave at the sight of the limbs, one so long and straight and clean and powerful, hang at odd angles as Invincible kept trying and failing to stand. Then the image was mercifully blurred by the snow and the rush of hot tears that spilled down his cheeks. He slugged towards his horse, sobbing, dropping to his knees beside the maddened animal and trying to do what? This was no scratch. To be quickly bound so that Invincible could lead to a warm stable and hot mash? Arthas reached for the animal's head, wanted to touch him, to calm him somehow, but Invincible was manic with agony. And he kept screaming, "Help! There were priests and Sir Uther. Maybe they could heal." Pain, greater than physical, shot through the youth. The bishop had gone with his father to Stromgarde, as had Uther. There might be priests in another village, but Arthas didn't know where, and with the storm, he shrank back from the animal, covering his ears and closing his eyes, sobbing so that his whole body shook. With the storm, he could never find a healer, before Invincible either died of his injuries or froze to death. Arthas wasn't even sure he could find the Balnir homestead, even though it could not be far. The world was white, everywhere, save where the dying horse, who had trusted him enough to leap off an icy embankment, lay churning up a steaming crimson pool. Arthas knew what he had to do, and he couldn't do it.
Pull him out of
He
his
would never
misery.
know how long he sat there, weeping, trying to shut out the sight and sound of his beloved horse in agony, until finally Invincible struggle slowed. He lay in the snow, his sides heaving, his eyes rolling in torment. Arthas couldn't feel his face or limbs, but somehow he managed to move through the beast. Every breath was agony, and he welcomed the pain. This was his fault. His fault. He took the great head in his lap, and for a brief, merciful moment, he wasn't sitting in the snow with a wounded beast, but sitting in a stable while a blood mare gave birth. For that moment, everything was all just beginning and not coming to the shocking, sickening, avoidable end. His tears fell on the horse's broad cheek. Invincible trembled, his brown eyes wide with now silent pain. Arthas removed his gloves and he ran his hand along the pink-grey muzzle, feeling the warmth of Invincible's breath against his hands. Then, slowly, he eased the horse's head from his lap, got to his feet and fumbled with the warmed hand for his sword. His feet sank in the red puddle of melted snow as he stood over the fallen animal. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." Invincible regarded him calmly, trustingly, as if he somehow understood what was about to happen.
Oh.
It was more than Arthas could.
I'll be right back. Yeah, Arthas is the best character. Wow. Horde. So is Ozomite really only used for that? What's it called? Oh, I see. $72. $60. That's it. That's all it's used for. $11,000. $8,999. $115. $105. Okay. $125. $30. People aren't actually buying them, are they? Alrighty. Damn. BFA was just so broken. It was ahead of the most useless crafting. It's worthless. It's all like an auction. That. That's it.
That's it. I got mouths to feed, pal.
Switch back. Alright, Dragonblight. 15. I'll just do the next set. First. I don't know. Maybe. Well, I'll just skip. And spend the rest of the time in Storm Peaks until I finish that and then go back to Soldier. Maybe. I guess the orange is closest. Maybe not. Yeah. There it is.
Title of this segment, Donald Trump listens to Jimmy Dore. What? Get the hell making stuff up. Well, I got invited to go on the Tucker Carlson show again last week, Thursday. And again, it's my pet issue, which is war and stopping the wars. It's nuts what's going on. So I got invited to go on Tucker Carlson, and there's a real chance that Trump, there's a real chance I don't know. I'm not saying there's real possibility. I'm saying there's a real chance, which is different than a certainty probability. There's a chance
Tiny chance.
that Trump could pull troops out of Afghanistan and the Middle East. There's a chance. So this is what I said on Tucker Carlson.
Jimmy Dore is the host of the Jimmy Dore Show. This is a subject he's followed very carefully for a while. Jimmy Dore, thanks so much for coming on. Are we ever getting out of Afghanistan, do you think?
Well, if we ever are going to get out of it, it's got to happen before the end of the year, before Biden and his military-industrial complex goons take over, because they're never going to get us out of there. So Donald Trump has a chance right now, right? Mr. Art of the Deal. Don't be afraid of Mitch McConnell. What he's got to do is order those troops home right now and then have them fight it out in Congress. Have them reveal this. If he has to blow up the GOP to do it, do it. He can be a man right now who goes into history books if he does that. Or does he want to go down and being a big shot on Twitter? He can do it right now. I mean, he's been commander-in-chief for 4 years. Now, I know he's head-faked and said he wanted to take people out before, and he's drawn down troops here and there, and then he's ramped them back up in the Gulf and done other things. Now is the time for Donald Trump. Everybody is sick and tired of these wars. You know it, I know it, left, right, in the center. Sure. Everybody wants these wars over. Donald Trump can do it, and he can be a man of consequence. Right. Instead of letting it, because he didn't give everybody health care, he didn't drain the swamp, he didn't bring our troops home. He can still do that. He can pull this off. It's not too late. Is Trump for real? Because if he brings our troops back home and invests that money back here, he will be remembered as a historically consequential president instead of an aberration in a reality TV show host who got lucky. Trump, he's forgetting what got him elected in 2016. He didn't fulfill any of those promises. Now is a chance for him to do it. Bring those troops home. Show Mitch McConnell you're the boss, not him. Expose the warmongers in Washington and in the military-industrial complex, like he said, and do it now. If he doesn't bring the troops home by Christmas, then Donald Trump is not the art of the deal. Donald Trump is weak. Donald Trump doesn't follow through on his own promises. So he's got to bring those troops home by Christmas, and then you'll know Donald Trump is the art of the deal, and then you'll know he means business. But if he doesn't, you know he just rolled over again for the intelligence community and the military-industrial complex. Because it's been 4 years. I get, hey, he's appointing McGregor now. That's fantastic. It's a little late, right?
What does it tell you? You said a second ago that the public supports this left, right, and center, and I think all the polls show that. No one can explain why we're in Afghanistan, and yet we're still there. What does it tell you about our system, about the democracy and the health of the democracy, that the public wants something and has wanted something for a long time, but it doesn't happen under any administration? What does that reveal?
Well, we have to resist the undue influence of the military-industrial complex is what it tells me. That was one other president who told us that. What it also tells me is that our vote doesn't really matter when it comes to foreign policy one bit, right? Yeah, because the people want, even a president wanted to bring people home. And who really is pulling the levers? It's the military-industrial complex and their toadies in Senate and the Congress. Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief. Do this.
I agree with that. Jimmy Dore, thanks so much for coming on tonight. Good to see you.
Thanks.
It's nice to see I'm wearing the exact same thing. Actually, I have a different. This is a gray T-shirt. I had a black T-shirt on, so that is different. But that's what I had to say. That's what I went on Tucker Carlson. On the outside chance that the president watches. I know the president watches that show. That's not an outside chance. But at the outside chance he sees that segment. And who knows? Well, guess what? Trump orders Pentagon to pull 2,500 troops from the Afghanistan and Iraq. If I known it was that easy, I would have said it went on, hey, give everybody health care and a UBI. I should have just said that. Hey, how about give everybody a Green New Deal and a living wage? A weak president would you'd be strong if you did that. Anyway, again, he had 4 years to do all this. He has, he ramped down in certain places, then he put troops back in other places. So it's 6 to 1, half a dozen. He hasn't started any new wars. He has ramped up the drone war like nuts. Hey, President Trump is expected to order the Pentagon to withdraw forces from Iraq and Afghanistan, furthering his promise to end U.S. involvement in world conflict and defying many Republicans and many Democrats, too. The orders would call for the U.S. military to draw down the number of troops in both countries to roughly 2,500 each day by January 15th, 5 days before President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration. So
God, I remember when you had
I'm
a
gonna show you what happened
auditorium and a
when they started. So that's unbelievable. So we already covered the story. McGregor, he appointed McGregor, got rid of Esper, the guy straight from Raytheon, and so now is Trump on? Is he
better rods,
But
classic.
Watch this. This is CNN. Watch how they talk about this. You want to see some? We already showed you CNN doing pro-war propaganda in print. Here they are with their on-air hosts. Watch.
There's probably an element of this that is about weakening Joe Biden as much as possible for purely.
So just so you know what she's saying that Trump is going to draw down the troop levels in the Middle East to think something he ran on, something everybody wants
14.
done left, right, and in the middle. And this person on CNN says he's doing that to hurt Joe Biden. What? That's a grown-up person said that. And those other two people are like, yeah, that makes sense. This is what you get on CNN. Watch this.
Political reasons, because this is a president who is going to be leaving the White House while also ceding the ground for a potential second run for office. And he's also trying to build a foundation upon which Republicans can continue to succeed with Trumpism. And in order to do that, he has to be able to say, you know, I promised to get us out of these foreign wars, and the Democrats want to keep us in these foreign wars. So a lot of this is about being able to have a rhetorical platform for the president. But again, as you point out, there are obviously real life consequences. And I think the most important part of this that sticks out to me that we can't forget is that the president just.
Let me just stop it there. She just said there are real life consequences to endless war. There's real life consequences to endless war, not real life consequences to ending a war. There are real life consequences to endless war. Talking head on CNN. And if the troops come home, I frankly don't care who does it. Obama, Biden, Trump, or Mickey Mouse. I don't care who does it. And I certainly don't care if it hurts a war hawk president like Joe Biden.
Have a good one.
Hey, we may be de-escalating troops. I don't know how I feel. How will this affect Joe Biden in 2024?
Platform for the president. But again, as you point out, there are obviously real life consequences. And I think the most important part of this that sticks out to me that we can't forget is that the president just spent the last 2 weeks purging the civilian leadership of we have to ask real questions about why that happened and what was the end game. Why would the president try to do that was the question that we had all along. And maybe now we're seeing one of the main reasons why. And that should really be an alarming thing for a lot of people in Washington.
So Trump just cleaned house at the Pentagon and got in some people who he wants to get us, what he seems to be signaling to get us out of these wars and draw down the troops. And she just said that's dangerous. Now we see this is dangerous. Did you hear what she said? I'm backing up.
Try to do that was the question that we had all along.
Why is he trying to do it?
And maybe now we're seeing one of the main reasons why, and that should really be an alarming thing for a lot of people in Washington.
You should be alarmed that Trump is trying to end one of the 8 wars we're in. That Trump is trying to de-escalate a war. You should be alarmed that he's trying to do that. And why is he? Because it might hurt Joe Biden. That's why you should be alarmed. I'm not making that up. That's what she said, right? I wish there was another person here. Because I often think I'm crazy when I'm watching CNN. And it turns out, no, that's exactly what they said. They're just crazy.
And Gloria, I mean, if he's, you know, doing this to weaken Joe Biden, he's doing this at the expense of the safety of American troops.
Absolutely.
To do something this quickly. I mean, not that we should be
Okay, so this is what's called attacking Trump from the right. Do you understand? So Trump is trying to de-escalate a war, bring our troops home, and they're going, wait a minute. There's something wrong with Trump doing that. He should ramp up. So what they're wanting is for Trump to keep the wars going. That's attacking him from the right. He needs to be more war hawky.
Yeah.
And look at this. And she has a serious. Look at how serious her face is. It's a serious face. Her lips are pursed. She's also, look at her. She's over it. Yeah. We got to keep the wars going. Got to keep them going. You just do. I've never fought in a war. Never will fight in a war. Never had my kids murdered in a war. But we got to stay there. Nah.
Particularly surprised. We're also watching him stand idly by while Americans die, and he doesn't really seem to give a damn.
So here is Trump trying to bring the troops back home, and they're saying he's standing by while people idly die. But you'd like them to die in Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, right? You'd like that? Iraq, the Sudan, Somalia. You'd like them to die there. You just don't want them to die at home from COVID. It's a squiggly line of morality you have. COVID death bad. War death good. Isn't that something?
That they're dying of coronavirus. He hasn't changed his tune. He just pretends it doesn't exist.
So she's pretending to care about the people who die in America about coronavirus. And what you're revealing is that you don't give a damn about the troops, soldiers, or anybody else who dies in our foreign wars. That's what you're saying. Screw those people. Jesus. Talk about Trump This isn't Trump derangement system. This is just what CNN does. They're pro-war all the time.
And here he is doing something that really could put at risk American troops.
Right. Absolutely. And I think
black is white, up is down. He could be risking troops by bringing them home. Because everyone knows that they could slip off the plane when they land in the United States. What? He is risking the lives of troops by taking them out of a war. Like you could say and by the way, that'll never be censored on Twitter, but they'll censor President Trump, but they'll never censor that. Ever. But they'll censor you if you try to tell the truth about Joe Biden. But pro-war, advocating for death, never be censored on Twitter or Facebook or anywhere.
I think what he wants to do, as Abby is saying, is drop a problem in Joe Biden's lap. And if you know the history of Joe Biden,
my God.
he has not been one who is for robust military intervention.
Tell that to the people of Iraq, Serbia, Kosovo, Libya, Syria. Tell that to those people. Tell that to those people that he's not one for military intervention. She's just straight up lying. Like, that's as big as a lie I've ever seen on television, and that's really saying something. That's as big a lie as Trump has ever told. What she just said is a bigger lie than anything Trump has ever said. Joe Biden isn't for military intervention? What are you, nuts? No, you're not nuts. You're just a paid liar. You're a paid propagandist. Joe Biden was for the Iraq war before the war, during the war, after it was clear it was wrong, he was still for it. He shamed Democrats who were against the Iraq war. And that's why she's paid to come on and lie. Because that's what she does. That's what they do. They're paid liars. Isn't it nice? You could get women to lie just as much as men. Isn't that great? She wanted to show you it's not just Trump. We can all do it.
14.
Crazy warmongers. They don't give a damn about the troops. They care less about the troops than Trump does. They don't give a shit. You'd have your kid killed, somebody else's kid killed, as long as they can keep coming on television. Whatever the CNN wants me to say. Is Trump for bringing home troops? Well, then we're against it. Is Trump for clean water? Then we're against it. everybody, this is the part where I tell you where all our live shows are, but there aren't any. And then this is why I tell you we're joining our
Yeah!
premium program and get extra content, but
I love
nobody's
this
got a
one.
fucking job. So just enjoy.
Probably my
it.
second favorite. I wish Strand of the Ancients was still back. Nope. Shaman? The cult's here in Shaman? What?
Let's just start with the backstory. The Steve Bannon kid, the brawler your brother said, right? In what way?
Well, I mean, it was our neighborhood became it was kind of white working class, lower middle class, old internal suburb of a old city, Richmond. So it was inside the city limits, very close to downtown, and it became predominantly black in the 60s. And my parents, wouldn't leave. That was our neighborhood. So it was a pretty, it was a fairly tough. North side of Richmond is a fairly tough section of town. And you just kind of, I was raised in a, working class Irish Catholic family. Went to a military prep school, and it was just kind of a, just raised to not back down. If you believe in something, you believe in something, and you can't. If you show any weakness in a neighborhood, like it's quite Darwinian as a young person, right? If you show weakness, you're going to just get picked on and bullied and all that. So you just learn from the playgrounds, and you learn from the schools and the sports. There was no big organized little league or anything like that. Everything was kind of inner city. Baseball leagues or basketball leagues, etc. You just learn you got to stand up for yourself, and you got to fight. And if you fight, people give you some space. And if you don't fight, it's just you're it's not a great life. So it was just and it wasn't any big deal. It was kind of like breathing air.
So I remember the story about your dad that you told that almost felt like a one switch gets turned on, and young Steve Bannon, or you're a grown up by then, but. It goes to this idea of trust in the government, trust in your company, trust that your dad had for his retirement accounts. And
well, look, we're Irish Catholic. The Catholic Church, the Bell. My grandfather and father, I think the only two guys in the history of the Bell system to be both 50-year employees. My grandfather worked there 50 years as a lineman and a PBX guy, and my dad was 50 years, started in the sewer pulling cable and worked for 50 years. So as a father and son, worked 50 years for the phone company. So you had these big institutions. I was fortunate enough to be raised in a great time in America, right? The 50s and 60s, but you believed in these big institutions, the Catholic Church, the phone company, and these were permanent fixtures in your life, and it's kind of that stability. I came from a neighborhood that was a little bit tough, but it was not like it was a very solid, great background. As I go throughout the world and meet these very wealthy people I deal with all the time and see their kids, the greatest thing you can give a kid is that kind of basic core loving family that's there and rock solid. So the family, the church, the community, the phone company, these are institutions. And so institutions are everything. It's a very institutional life when you think about it, and quite hierarchical, but it gives you a set framework that you can grow and be, get to be an adult, and there's a real sense of, something that's solid there, something that's real. And I think that's what broke down the financial crisis. I mean, my father he would tell me stories back in the Depression about one of the things about his father working at the phone company is that they never laid anybody off during the Great Depression. My dad was born in 1921, and as a very young person, he remembers all the neighborhood fathers got let go. His dad still had a job. The phone company didn't let anybody go. He also told stories about the borrowing against, they had like 1 or 2 shares of stock, which was everything. And they would borrow against the stock to like buy the house and buy, I think the house cost like $2,500 or something in the 30s to build. They borrowed against their AT&T stock. AT&T, the Bell system, incentivized working class people to put X amount of their income away and actually become a shareholder. And being a shareholder in the phone company, that's where my dad's entire net worth was. And so when after the collapse, a couple days after the collapse, Kramer went on TV, Jim Cramer went on TV and CNBC, and that morning just goes, hey, if you need cash in like the next 5 years of your life, I mean, he's in full panic. If you watch the video, it's quite shocking. It's shocking CNBC actually let him on. But he's sitting there going, if you need cash in the next 5 years, you just got to sell everything and go to cash. Because we don't know where the bottom of this is. And 2 days later, remember, I'd been at Goldman Sachs, and not like my dad asked me my opinion. A couple of days later, he sold all of his AT&T. He would have sold his stock in a Catholic church before he sold his stock in AT&T. And he sold his stock. That struck me as that this is a crisis of the institutions of our country, right? This is a massive, we now have a institutional crisis when guys like Marty Bannon, who the country's this kind of steady Eddie guy, whose whole thing is to raise a family, to be there for the family, to be there for his community. These are the kind of building blocks that civic society is built upon. When guys like that are questioning the system and dumping their ownership in the system can't go on like that. You're now in a real crisis.
It felt to me when we were watching, we made a number of films about it, and one of the things that happened in the cascade, because we make political films, we were thinking about, let's talk about Sarah Palin, for example, somebody who could identify in some way what that was, what that fear and that anger was, probably in your dad and lots of dads and moms all
I got a nerve arcane so bad.
I was actually living in Shanghai at the time. I was living in the French concession. Spending most of my time there. I had a massively multiplayer video game company that had a big Asian presence in Hong Kong, Kowloon, South Korea, and in China. So I was living there. Came back because I thought there were some financial problems. I was going to sell real estate, but then my sister pointed me to this woman, Sarah Palin, just been named was going to be the vice president. I actually went to the Republican convention as just with a filmmaking guy that produced the Passion of the Christ, Steve McAvity, and went to the Republican and saw something unique in Palin and saw her go around. People forget when the financial crisis, when Lehman was put into bankruptcy, which was put into bankruptcy, I think on the morning of September 15th in London, right? And then it cascaded down. The smartest guys in the room didn't realize that the commercial paper market, the global commercial paper market, which is the way that every company in the world gets its working capital to kind of make payroll and to pay for the lights going on and for the janitors and for everything that's paid, the GE, the biggest companies in the world, the commercial paper market, every day you're selling commercial paper to provide working capital. When that froze up on the morning of the 15th, the whole system froze up. On that date, Sarah Palin and John McCain, I think, were up 1 point in the Gallup poll on Barack Obama. People forget, Palin came with such force out of that thing for the first 2 weeks before she started to be kind of destroyed. They were on fire. It was in that sequence of events that week, I think, talks about the corruption of our institutions, and I think it talks about how the elites are comfortable with decline. Remember, on that Thursday morning, Monday goes into bankruptcy. By Thursday, there's a crisis that nobody knows what's going on. In this commercial paper market, the whole way that the whole entire global system is financed is now frozen up. And that's when you have Bernanke and Hank Paulson, who are not alarmists, particularly not Bernanke. And he's an expert. Remember, he's an expert in the Great Depression. That's his claim to fame. That's where his PhD is in. They go to the Oval Office to go see Bush, and they have a meeting, and they tell him, hey, and we know all of this by congressional testimony later. So these are the facts. They go to him and says, hey, by 5 o'clock today, we need $1 trillion of cash infusion into the system, or the American financial system will collapse in 72 hours. The world financial system will collapse 48 hours after that, and we will have global anarchy and chaos. And Bush goes, that's interesting, but the White House counsel said, we kind of checked the Constitution. I don't really have authority to do that. You got to go over to Capitol Hill. It's kind of their problem. And so they go up to Capitol Hill. They go to Nancy Pelosi's office in the afternoon, and they have the same meeting. In fact, they got to keep their BlackBerries outside. It's so confidential. And they talk in there about they need this cash infusion. That's when, Hank Paulson gets on his knees to Nancy Pelosi and makes some sort of pitch to her. The country's in literally what the Germans and the Japanese, military and the Soviets, what nobody could ever do to us. Osama bin Laden, nobody. We've now done to ourselves. We have literally caused a financial crisis that will bring down the entire system in 72 hours. The biggest revolutionaries that have gone after the United States could never dream of what we had done to ourselves. And so that began a cascade of, and here's the thing, nobody has ever been held accountable for it. Nobody's ever taken responsibility for it. And it just kind of, that's why, that we have never recovered.
Well,
we've never recovered from that catastrophe.
Somebody's been held accountable, which is probably why we have Donald Trump sitting in the White House now.
Why is there so little? He's so little.
I can talk about it. What happens politically among the group that become the deplorables to Hillary Clinton, the forgotten to Donald Trump?
The bang that went off on November 9th of 2016 at 2:30 in the morning was lit in the Oval Office on September 18th of 2008. It was lit right in that room. Now, because it was lit, that fuse, that long fuse that has this populist explosion, exploded later. But every financial crisis, I think, in at least modern history, is always followed by some sort of populist, right? Now, sometimes that devolves into fascism and other things, but every time there's a financial collapse of this, and remember, this is the biggest financial collapse in the country's history. This is bigger than the Great Depression. This is bigger than the one in the 1870s that caused such a big problem. This is bigger than the one that caused the Federal Reserve in the early 20th century. This is the biggest financial collapse in American history. And this was one that was not done just by simple Ponzi schemes. This was done by an organized, thought-through effort of the financial and corporate elites that knew it was going. Remember, the scams pulled off here are absolutely outrageous. And so that's why you had this immense collapse. You had so many of the elites making so much money. Then when it collapsed, they wanted the taxpayers, the whole thing of the $1 trillion. The Federal Reserve didn't call all the financial institutions together and the corporations say, hey boys, we got a problem, right? This is a problem and we need to pass the hat and you gotta call for some cash. That $1 trillion was from Marty Bannon.
The hit print, right?
The hit print, the hit print, but the guy's going to pay for it is the little guy. We live in
God damn.
This is not capitalism. This is where you have a underclass, right? A lumpen proletariat almost is taken care of by the state. You have the very wealthy, and you have this kind of neo-feudalist working class and middle class in the middle that pays for everything. And the guys at the top, we've socialized the risk. That $1 trillion of infusion, right? Remember, the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve on the morning of September 18th, 2008, when they're in the Oval Office talking, is $880 billion. The balance sheet of the Federal Reserve on January 17th or January 20th of 2017, when Donald Trump raises his hand, is $4.5 trillion. The most progressive president in the history of our country, President Obama, saved the wealthy. And here's how they did it. They just turned on the taps of liquidity. We call it, the technical term is quantitative easing. Right. The not technical term is called bailing out the people who are guilty. Okay?
So
essentially, if you owned anything, you had the greatest 10-year run in history.
Wait.
Yep.
Let's move to the TARP vote and whether you think, so now all of that is happening.
You have to do TARP, the first one you have to do.
Yeah.
You know why? Your fiduciary, when a guy like Bernanke walks in and says, I need $1 trillion, right? You don't have time to debate. History's going to look at you, and he says, the American financial system's going to collapse in 72 hours, and the world financial system 2 days after that, you have global anarchy. There's not a person on earth. I don't hear these libertarians and all these, free market, let capitalism take place. Yeah. No. When they come in and ask for the first $1 trillion in an emergency, I believe you have to say, okay, we got to do it. I don't know what went on here, but if you're telling me this is going to save me and at least get down the road, I'll do it. But remember, that's the first $1 trillion. We kept on for another $3.5 trillion. $3.5 trillion. This is just bailing out the people that caused the problems. Got to think about it for a second. Goldman Sachs didn't lose any equity. None of the partners really missed any bonus payments. None of GE still in business, AIG, it all still exists. All the donors, okay? The reverse side of this, remember, there is a corollary to this. It's quite powerful, and we know from the notes of the Federal Reserve, a guy named Richard Fisher, the president of the Federal Reserve of Dallas, argued this in the room constantly. He said, by doing this quantitative easing, which you're just flooding the zone with liquidity, we will save the institutions. And we will save anybody that's a big real estate holder or a hedge fund or bank. But he said, there's a huge reverse here. Number one, savings accounts, you're going to go to 0 interest rates. Savings
Oh
accounts are
my
gonna go to 0.
God.
So 5,000 years of the Western tradition back to
Oh,
the
yeah,
Marty
let's do
Banners,
this then.
which is be a good householder. Get a wife, get a mortgage, get some kids, and you save your money. Well, now if you save money, you're a sucker. Because it's broken the trust. That's the trust that's broken. If you save money, you're a jerk because you're not going to get any interest payment. In fact, the bank's going to charge you. So there's been no, you can't put money away to save into the system. Number two, the pension funds. The pension funds are going to be destroyed. Today we have a $9.5 trillion gap between the obligations of the pension funds and what we've earned off the pension funds. Why? Because it went to 0 interest rates, and the bonds that they can buy have no juice in them. Right? The other thing is public schools and all this. Even communities that are not leveraged can't issue bonds because there's no juice in the bonds because the negative interest rate is 1.5%. We've essentially put the burden on the bailout on the working class and middle class. That's why nobody owns anything.
Right.
But the millennials today are nothing but 19th century Russian serfs. They're better fed, they're better clothed, they're in better shape, they have more information than anybody in the world at any point in time. But they don't own anything. They're not going to own anything. Okay, and they're 20%. If you mark in time against their parents, they're 20% behind in their income, and there's no pension plan in the future. They're all gig economy. We've literally destroyed the middle class in this country.
Okay.
And both political parties. By the way, this is not about Republicans and Democrats.
Right.
This is the way the system works, and this is the way the system comes together to protect itself and to move itself forward. Okay. And so because nobody understands even the rudimentaries of finance, right? And they keep the public kind of economically illiterate, right? This allows to go on. And now we're in that crisis, what Trump understood.
Wait, don't
Yep.
go to Trump yet.
Okay.
So we've created this world of unhappy people. The middle class is shrinking and destroyed in lots of ways. We're going to catch back up with it in a minute.
Okay.
But now let's go to you, Breitbart, coming out of Los Angeles, coming to Washington with what kind of a plan, what kind of an idea, what was Breitbart in Los Angeles, and what does Breitbart become in Washington?
Well, Andrew had been Matt Drudge editor. He had been one of the launch editors for Ariane Huffington and the Huffington Post. He always had a vision of what a news site could be. At the time, he was a blog, right? And kind of people posted stuff that were citizen journalists. Andrew had this big vision of what a real news site could be. We were the blog kind of for the Tea Party. This Tea Party energy, right after the financial collapse in the spring of the next year, in fact, Rick Santelli had this rant, this very famous rant that took place when the first TARP thing was being talked about. And he was basically saying, hey, all the working class people are paying for this, right? That rant initiated these group of kind of disparate people to have a meeting and basically have people come out on April 15th on tax day, April 15th of 2009. That was the beginning of the Tea Party. And Andrew saw very quickly, as I saw, that there was this real populist power in this. This was something totally different. This was not standard Republican Party. This was a whole new deal. And so we started covering that, and Breitbart kind of became the blog site for that. Andrew wanted to do a news site. We were able to raise some money. And in 2011, we closed on the money, and we decided that the center of gravity of our political coverage had to be in Washington, D.C., and we released this house right in back of the Supreme Court, and we called it the Breitbart Embassy. And the reason was we were an embassy in a foreign capital, right? Because everybody told us, we were lectured by guys saying, you're not going to have any access, you're going to have to play the game to get access. And we kind of said, hey, we're going to just kick down doors. How about this? We're going to be totally different. And so we called this place the Embassy for the simple reason that we thought we were in an embassy in a foreign capital, that this was owned and run by the permanent political class. And so a handful of people like Peter Schweitzer and others, Matt Boyle and Andrew, we started this news site. Now, unfortunately, Andrew died tragically, 4 days before the site was to be launched. He was working 20 hours a day to build the site, to perfect it. He was quite a visionary when it came to new media and how people accessed information. And so the whole site you see today was really his creation. He created every component piece of it, including how news flowed through the system, how we promoted things, etc. And so that was this kind of rowdy. And remember, the one thing the decision we made very fundamentally, and I kind of was, I think, a big influence on Andrew on this. I said, look, we're attacking Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama. We're so far removed from having any influence over that, because this time we're a very small site. I said, we're the populist, kind of economic nationalist part of this. Let's attack the real enemy, and the real enemy is the Republican establishment. What we're going to do is just go after the House leadership. We're going to go after the Mitch McConnells. We're going to go after the donors. We're just going to go hard at kind of this kind of Paul Ryan philosophy.
Why did you think Boehner and Cantor were vulnerable?
Because they were vulnerable, because there's a huge disconnect. Remember, the one thing is Democrats they have lined up, they have actually, at least here recently, donors in their base kind of line up. The Republican Party is totally dysfunctional. It's essentially a working class party. The votes all come from working class or low and middle class people predominantly, right? And it doesn't represent their interests. This book written by a guy called, What's the Matter with Kansas, where he kind of walks through how the donor class, the singers and the Kochs, these kind of libertarians, had this entirely different concept, this kind of Austrian school of economics concept that the political apparatchiks, remember the consultant class, the political class around it, and the donors all line up perfectly. Unfortunately, you've got a working class party that, for instance, trade, mass illegal immigration, which the Chamber of Commerce pushes all the time, and more legal immigration, and trade are just two sides of the same coin. Right? The two sides of the same coin, it's suppression of workers' wages. Okay, mass illegal immigration is to flood the zone against predominantly black and Hispanic working class so that you've got unlimited labor pool and you can keep wages down for higher margins. The immigration and the H-1B visas are the same thing in the tech area, that you don't have to hire American citizens. I can do it with these visas to increase margins. Trade is the same thing. Trade is just you're competing against foreign labor in foreign countries unfairly. And so all of it is to suppress workers' wages and to have higher margins, therefore higher stock prices, therefore more wealth, of which the workers don't own any piece of. And so our thesis was the not just the cultural stuff, but the economic stuff. You have an ability to reform this Republican Party and make it a true populist entity.
But they weren't going to let that happen. They were going to resist that in almost...
They did, and we took them down. We took down Cantor. Remember, we took down Cantor with Dave Brat. We took the first time in the history of the Republic that a sitting majority leader had ever been beaten. Remember, he was beaten in a primary. That Cantor was up here in D.C. on the day of the primary and schlepped down there last night. Fox News, and they came on last night, didn't even know Dave Brat's name. This was unknown, and we had worked it with Laura Ingraham. I mean, we had been Breitbart had been all over this. We had Dave Brat on our radio show, I think every week for the 10 weeks run up to the election. We saw real vulnerability.
Did you know it was coming?
You definitely knew it was coming. That was also happened to be my home district, but I could feel it. I knew that a guy like Brackett, they were very weak. They were very weak. They didn't have a grasp, and the
46%
was picking up. So, you had the huge Tea Party revolt in 2010, which we won 62 seats. The Republican Party didn't see that coming. That was all grassroots oriented, which played out over time. Remember, today, the 2000, really Obama's 08, in particularly the primaries, in the 2010, I think changed American politics pretty fundamentally, because the concept got to be mobilization versus persuasion. I don't believe we live in an era of persuasion anymore. People are so saturated with this all day long, they kind of know where they come out. You just got to motivate them to get out there and vote. You got to motivate them to go door to door. So the 08 Obama primary that completely caught Clinton by surprise was all about mobilization. The 2010 Tea Party, particularly the House part of it, that was absolutely, the biggest in the history, I think, since the Great Depression, 1932, was about mobilization. That's why Romney didn't want to have anything to do with it in 12, right? He washed his hands of it. And that's why in this very room in January 2013, they had this huge controversy between the Republican Party did the autopsy that said, oh, the reason that Romney lost was because we didn't reach out to the Hispanic community, we didn't talk about DACA, we didn't talk about open borders immigration policy. And a young guy named Stephen Miller, who was on the staff, he'd been with Michelle Bachmann for the Tea Party revolt, we were very close to. Stephen Miller and Jeff Sessions and myself had a dinner in this very room at basically the same week that Rupert Murdoch and Roger Ailes had this dinner with Schumer and Rubio in New York to talk about the Gang of Eight bill. And we just came down and looked at this. There was a lawyer at Hunt and Williams in Richmond that wrote a 3-part piece, I believe it was, for Real Clear Politics. His name is Sean Trendy. He looked at the same analysis coming out of 2012, which, remember, all the donors thought Romney was going to win in a landslide. He looked at the same thing and said, the inability of the Republican Party to connect with working class voters is the single biggest reason that they're not winning. And that's where Sessions and I talked about, we're going to take trade from number 100, right? It's not an issue. The whole Republican Party's got this fetish on free trade. They're like automatons. Oh, free trade, free trade, free trade, which is a radical idea, particularly when you're against a mercantilist opponent like China. So we're going to make trade from number 100 to number 2, and we're going to take immigration from about number 3 to number 1. The 1 and 2 issues will be immigration and trade, and that will be focused on workers, right? And we're going to remake the Republican Party. In fact, I'd
That's
asked...
like, wait a minute, that's like the anti-autopsy.
The 180% out. Autopsy, and I told Ryan Slater to his face, it was a total joke and another donor-driven lie, okay? No statistics, and the victory in 2016 showed that. And by the way, all the guys in the verticals, the Jeb Bushes and the Marco Rubios and all these other guys, Chris Christie, all the geniuses and their staffs all bought into the autopsy. Remember, they thought we were crazy. We had Palin in 8 and hoped that she had run in 12, and it just didn't work out. I actually worked with Lou Dobbs and tried to get Lou Dobbs to run in 12 as a populist, because there's Lou Dobbs' economic ideas on his TV show all the time, particularly China and immigration and trade. And Lou Dobbs, for a host of reasons, didn't do it. And here, I actually talked Sessions into doing it. I told Sessions, just like I told Palin, you're not going to be president of the United States. But remember, if we win the primary, and you will win the primary, you control the Republican apparatus. You take over the RNC for the whole next cycle. You can turn the RNC, you can turn the Republican Party into a worker-based party. The goal is to get control of the party. You're not going to win the presidency against this. That'll take time. And Sessions goes, I remember he said, it was about 5 hours, we walked down those front steps, and he turns to me and goes, it's not me, I'm not going to do it. He says, but our guy will come along. We'll find our guy. And that guy, a couple of years later, turned out to be Donald Trump.
So you go hunting for a guy, and
100%.
You're banging him hard. You're banging Boehner and everybody else hard on the front page of Breitbart. And so help me with the understanding of the growth of Breitbart through those 2 years while you're...
Oh, it was fun. I think when Andrew passed away, the night we opened the site, I think if you go back and check, I think we were at 10 million. I think we were at 10 million uniques. Excuse me, we're 10 million page views a month. I think we're 1.5 million uniques. I think the total time on site, total time was 90 seconds, and 70% of our traffic was coming from Drudge, okay? At the height of the game, I think later in August, when I left in August of 2016, I think we were, 300 million page views a month, 40 million uniques, people staying on site 5 minutes. It was a whole different deal. It was a combination of, we were, number one, we were new. Andrew's site, it was news, not opinion. We didn't put any, our opinion was in the news. Well, but it's like the editorial page of the New York Times is on the front page.
Yeah.
Okay? If the New York Times didn't publish, CNN would be a test pattern every day. Okay? Look, it's all partisan. It all comes from what I call an angle of attack. We're partisans. And we put it right into our news, and people read it and know it. The facts are the facts. You're going to dispute the facts, but the angle attack is right in there. So it's going to be hard-hitting, populist, nationalist. We're going to have heroes and enemies.
Who's reading it? Who's reading that then?
We caught on with this kind of working class, middle class audience. We made this stuff very intelligent. We had these radio shows that were listener based. We got people engaged. The comment section, which is not for the uninitiated. I took off almost virtually all controls on the thing. We had monitors to stop the really bad guys, but I got lit up more. The reason that all the conservative media had gotten away from comments is that most of the comments are attacking the writers and the editors. And, you know, we took it off and said, hey, we're building a community here. And it was the comment section that started to build some of the power of Breitbart, coupled with, we were just smarter. We had amazing search engine optimization. There was a merger of technology and content. Search engine optimization, and particularly I had an entire team that did nothing but deconstruct the algorithms of Facebook. If without Facebook, Breitbart could have never gotten to the size it got. You saw the Harvard study where we were the most powerful news organization in the 2016. That was all by design. We literally focused on being able to deliver a punch, okay? And we did it just like the guys at Harvard did. We did it by understanding Facebook, understanding search engine optimization, maximizing the technology part of it, and also comments to build community, to have people have ownership in this, right?
Well, and also understanding that there was
We did it. Or no, we didn't.
and half the division didn't have a voice.
This whole thing on division too. It's the taproot of democracy. What you want is engagement. Okay.
Wow.
The left was doing it with talking points memo and everything. That you want engagement. We just had in 18 a midterm election. 113 million people voted. Democracy in America has never been more robust. And one of the reasons it's robust is you've got these sites like Breitbart, and on the left you got Talking Points Memo and the Huffington Post that have people engaged, they have people buying in, they have people passionate about this, okay? Now it's permeated not just political culture because of Trump and now people like AOC, et cetera, it's permeated popular culture. We now have the most engaged the country is all about politics. Every dinner party you go to, every conversation you have, Saturday Night Live, all the late night comics. If you look back at Johnny Carson's era, and you look back at the Tonight Show and all this he have maybe a few jokes about Reagan and such at the beginning, but now the heart of the nightly setup of Kimmel and all the Tonight Show and all that is politics. And why is that? You now have people that are engaged, they've bought in, and it's aspirational. It's part of their lifestyle. It's like you wear a certain brand of shirt, you have a certain brand of politics. Right. And this is what I mean by mobilization. We're not in an era of persuasion anymore. Everybody, there's so many, since the social media has disintermediated the traditional media aspects, and that's one of the things Andrew understood, is that now it's part of your life. It's an aspirational lifestyle brand that you're either a progressive Democrat, a reactionary Republican, a Trump guy wearing a red hat, or somebody that believes in AOC and thinks Trump's a devil. That's all fine. You've bought into that, and that's where you go. So people say it's divided. Yes, the country's been divided before, and people got to come to this and make their own decisions. But it's very divided, and the media has definitely added to that by
finally someone says it.
Reinforcing and also presenting to people the news in a certain way.
Fantastic. So, thank you. That section's done. Next section, Trump, the campaign, all of that. Does he find you or do you find him? Are you two guys looking for each other? What is it? What happens between the two of you?
Well,
How
he
do you
comes.
first
He
meet?
comes. You know, I in 2010.
Oh, heal me.
I'm making these films for Dave Bossie, Citizens United. I just made Generation Zero, which is about the financial collapse, and that's where I kind of made my chops in the conservative media area. We were on Fox. That film is about this new generation that's not going to own anything, right? So I made that film in 2009. So I'm making films. I'm making 3 films for the 2010 midterm, all about, and I'm editing for Bossie, and Bossie calls me up and says, what are you doing tomorrow? And I said, what do you mean what I'm doing? I'm at your studio editing these 3 films, and we got to get out in 4 weeks. Yeah. He says, well, can you go to New York? I go, no, I can't. He says, well, you got to go with me. I'm going to see Donald Trump. And I go, well, look, I don't need to see Donald Trump. I don't know Donald Trump. I don't care to know Donald Trump. He goes, well, you got to come with me because he's thinking of running for president. And I said, of what country? And so I get on the train, and we're talking. We go up there on Amtrak, and I said, now, I'm there for one reason. I'm the Tea Party populist guy. I'm supposed to explain to him, because Dave's a traditional limited government conservative. He loves the Tea Party, but he doesn't quite get what this whole thing's about. So he's going to walk through the whole thing of a primary and all the technical stuff. I'm going to add the juice. So we go there, and it's amazing. We sit in the same conference room that 6 years later, the Billy Bush weekend and all this stuff is going to play out. The exact same spot. In fact, Trump and I sit kind of in the same location where the final decision on not doing the TV shows about Billy Bush Weekend, which is really what saved his candidacy.
What's your first read of the guy? What's his aspect? What did you think?
Well, I was not looking, I had no interest in the meeting because I'd never watched the show. I just remembered him as a guy that was bankrupt all the time and a guy Goldman Sachs would never finance, so he's not in my radar scope, just a promoter. I get in there and I was number one, blown away by his presence. People like Palin and Obama and these people, there's something about their charisma and something about their ability to own a room. Trump walks in and he owns a room. There's a presence about the guy that I was not, because I didn't take him very seriously. We sit down, it's a 2-hour meeting. He doesn't know a lot because he's not supposed to, it's all about politics and very specific. And he doesn't know any policy, which he shouldn't. He's a real estate guy and a TV guy. He doesn't know any policy. Dave's walking through this. But what struck me, I talk about populism, and I say, I give him the history of populism, Andrew Jackson, William Jennings Bryan, bring him up to date with Ross Perot, everything like that. And he turns to me and goes, "That's what I am." And I go, "What?" He goes, "A popularist." I go, No, it's populist." And he goes, "Yes, yeah, I got it, popularist." And I go, no, it's populist. And after I said it the second time, Bossy gives me the kick under the table. He says populist, I let it go. And then he turns on about China. And we get into this conversation about China. And we talk about trade, we talk about non-trade barriers, talk about the South China Sea, we talk about currency manipulation. Of a 2-hour meeting, the China thing is 20 or 30 minutes long. It's the one thing he knows. And I realize he's regurgitating my guy Lou Dobbs. But I'm telling you, it's the one thing he's engaged and he's got well-formed opinions. So we leave the meeting. Bossy says, I'm on the train on the way back. Bossy said, "What you think?" And I'm sitting there going, I've been thinking about it. His thing on popularist, I was wrong and he was right. And he goes, "What do you mean?" He says, "You wouldn't let off on that. That's why I kicked you." And I said, "Yeah, I was trying to give him the standard thing." He thinks of things differently. He is a popularist. He's not a populist. He thinks about things from himself. And I said, "That's pretty amazing. He was actually right and I was wrong." And Bossy goes, "Yeah, I could tell that." And then he says, "What else? What about this China thing? You guys were on China forever." I go, "Dave, here's the amazing thing. I can't, in Washington, D.C., outside maybe some nudge at a think tank, have the conversation I just had with this guy in China. Nobody will talk about non-trade barriers. Nobody will talk about currency manipulation. They couldn't pick South China Sea. He talks about the South China Sea." I said, "It's amazing to me. He actually has what I think is one of the biggest threats, if not the biggest threat we got coming. He understands China better than anybody in the city. And that is going to be," and he says, "What do you think here?" I said, "No chance this guy will run. It will never happen. He'll never run for president." But
so you sort of park him.
I just kind of dismiss it. Yeah. And later, Bossy gave him 2 things to do. I said, "You got to have 2 asks of this guy leaving," and Bossy did. He said, "Number 1, you've got to give in the maximum, the $2,500, you got to give to every congressman and every senator who's running, and make them come to Trump Tower, look you in the eye, shake your hand. It's not a marker, but you're getting into the system." So and I think that came to $500,000 something. The second is you got to write a policy book. And so I would tease Dave. And Dave says, "What do you think?" I said, "There's no chance he writes any checks. 0. And I said, "Number 2, he'll never write a policy book. Forget it."
Why did you know that about him, about the
I know guys like Trump. I just see Trump. He's not right. You're writing him a check. He's not writing you a check. It's not going to happen, right? Unless he's got some sort of problem in a city about a casino, you're not getting a check, okay? Right. Not for some congressman from Kansas. His mind doesn't think like that. You tell that. So I would keep teasing Bossy, and eventually I said, "How's that $500,000? How many of those meetings you had? How many hands did you shaking at Trump Tower?" Right? And eventually, Dave calls me up. He wrote a $250,000 check, I think, to Karl Rove's general fund, like 3 weeks to go, and bitched and moaned about it the whole time. Now, here's the interesting thing. The guy who's a managing editor for me, Winton Hall, is one of the great ghostwriters out there. Once a year, we give him permission to ghostwrite a book. And Winton calls me up at like the end of this year and says, "Hey, I need time, and this one's going to take a little longer." I go, "Fine." I said, "How long you need?" He says, it could take up to 4 months or 5 months. I said, "This crap you type out for these conservatives takes 30 days. I said, "Who takes 4 months?" He says, "I got a guy that's got the biggest advance in the history of Regnery. And I go, Regnery, advance? They don't give advances. I mean, it's not their business model. What is this? He go, it's Trump. I go, are you kidding me? He says, yeah, it's to write a policy book. I go, you're kidding me. And that book, I think the subtitle is Make America Great Again. That book, if you read it and look at the 2016, this book came out, I believe, in 2011. And it's an amazing book. Winton Hall is a fantastic writer. He said Trump was so engaged in this book. This book has many of the foundational issues that Trump ran on later. So it's quite amazing. But Trump, you know, there was some element of him that always looked at Obama and thought he could take Obama on. But I think he was smart enough to realize he would have gotten crushed going after Obama.
So
And so he was smart enough to kind of wave off on it, but the seeds of his interest was enough to start taking meetings, and Dave
What's
gave
on?
a very detailed presentation on don't worry about the general election. You worry about the election that's in front of you. Worry about winning the Republican nomination. Dave had a quite detailed map of that, so you could tell it was serious. And then later on is what happened is Bossie starts putting on these cattle calls very early on in the system. So Trump showed up at CPAC. He gave a great speech. And then the first one I remember, I think was in late 2013 or early 2014. It was in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
And I go up, and they had a cattle call. It was Rand Paul. It was Newt Gingrich. It was Ted Cruz. You had all the kind of conservatives around with the media all over Cruz and all over Rand Paul. They were the hot things. I think Walker was there too, I think. And Trump spoke. And what I would do when these guys would speak, I would sit off to the side and just watch the audience. And Trump gave a totally non-traditional Republican speech. He talked about trade. He talked about immigration. He talked about, and not in political speak. Every other guy came up there. I don't care if it's Rand Paul or Mike Lee or Newt Gingrich or Ted Cruz, all of them. They all speak in a political vernacular. Now, these were grassroots leaders, Tea Party and the people you have to convince in New Hampshire to work for you. Trump comes up, totally off script, just stream of consciousness. I think he had a speech, never even looked at it. Stream of consciousness. These people are leaning forward. People are clapping. He's getting standing ovations. And I'm sitting there going, this is amazing. So we were doing our radio show, and Trump was going to come and do an interview with us. We got Sam Nunberg to give us an interview. So I'm sitting there going, look, this guy's on fire, right? And you could tell in the room, he was kind of owning the room. And Jeremy Peters is my buddy from the New York Times. We interviewed Jeremy. Jeremy's beat, he had covered Andrew for years. Jeremy's beat at the Times is to cover the crazy grassroots of the Republican Party, right?
Yeah.
So we interviewed him, and I'm sitting there with Jeremy. I go, hey, Jeremy, I got Trump coming up next. If you're good, I'll get you 5 minutes for Trump so you can interview him. Jeremy looks at me and goes, Steve, if my editor found out that I even talked to Donald Trump, I'd be fired. And I go, why? And he says, he's not a candidate. This is just show.
Publicity stunt.
This is a publicity stunt. This is a marketing stunt.
Right.
And so, and by the way, CNBC, MSNBC, they're all up there. The only interview he had all day was Breitbart Radio and then Breitbart News. Nobody would even consider him, and he owned the room. And then I started noticing, as he would go to these things, he was owning these rooms. I mean, you could tell in these grassroots things that Bossie kept putting on.
My sense was, and you go back and look at it, you guys hadn't really decided yet. There was Cruz, there was this, there was that, it's going to be somebody else. And Trump was never getting the oxygen.
We would give him fair coverage, right? But we had, remember, because look, it's like this whole thing with the alt-right, right? To build a massive news site, it's like sedimentary rock. You need different layers of it. So we would have the, Christian conservatives. We would have the libertarians, the Rand Paul guys. We would have the limited government conservatives, the Ted Cruz guys. We would have the gay Republican Lincoln, club guys. The alt-right started as, before it got taken over by these kind of white nationalists, when we originally got involved with it, these were the guys that said, hey, all this conservatism is all, there's no fight in it. We want an alternative that actually fights, right? It was kind of these meetings. So my point is there's probably 20 groups. Of that, we try to cover everybody. So honestly, if you go back and look at the coverage, probably Ted Cruz is the guy that, in fact, Ted Cruz deems to give Breitbart, when he goes to Liberty and announces his candidacy at Liberty University in that massive rally with 15,000 students, Only Breitbart's backstage. He invites us to the family quarters. We do his wife, interview his wife. We then have all this private time with Ted Cruz, because we're like the Cruz site, because part of the sedimentary rock is limited government, heritage organization, conservatism, right? This whole populist nationalist part of it is a significant part, but it's not the overwhelming thing. We're getting more and more populist every day. Trump comes up, and really the key moment is coming down the escalator. When Trump, at the top of the escalator, if you go back and look at the polling, I think Trump was in 7th place, right?
What?
At the bottom of the escalator, in the speech, and particularly when the media bites, and I'm sitting there watching, we have 5 people up at Trump Tower. We have Boyle leading an entire team. We got wall-to-wall coverage. And in the speech, when he starts going on to not just the immigration part and trade, which nobody's ever talked about, but when he starts doing the over-the-top stuff, and I said, you watch, they're going to bite hard. And they're going to bite hard and blow this up. I'm sitting there watching this thing on TV. When he starts talking about the Mexican rapists and everything like that, I go, oh my God. I said, he's just buried everything. They're going to go, CNN is literally going to broadcast 24 hours a day. He goes to Iowa, I think that night, it's all they talk about. He goes from number 7, he's at 1 and never looks back. The next day polling, Trump's gone to 1. In fact, I think it's the next day, the day after, Don Lemon has him on for the most classic Trump interview in human history. Lemon's sitting there hammering it. You got to show us some facts. You got to show us some facts. And Trump, it's a phone interview. Trump goes, Don, somebody's doing the raping, right? It's just so, but it was the mainstream media that catapulted Trump from, because remember, when people at the top of the escalator, nobody still thought, even though he had filed his financial report, right? Which in hindsight, is the financial report, but nobody thought this. They thought it was a marketing ploy to get a better deal at The Apprentice, etc. The mainstream media catapulted him to the number 1, and then it was within 30 days we had the Fox News. The first, on August 1st, I think it was the debate when Fox News, when Murdoch and Ailes, or particularly Murdoch and Ailes, being the part of the Bush apparatus, decided they were going to kneecap Donald Trump right out of the box. And that's what Megyn Kelly, they went through his Twitter feed, they went through all the Apprentice tapes, they went through everything, and came out and did a hit like the left would do on somebody. And that's when all war broke out. That's when Breitbart, that's when you had to choose sides.
Who's in the war?
Well, the war was Fox and all the conservative media, National Review, Weekly Standard, the Republican, basically, it's a racket. Okay, it's a racket because the people are over here, the voters are focused on illegal immigration, trade deals, jobs, why income inequality, where's my pay raise, basic nuts and bolts stuff that people, the sovereignty of the country, the National Review, Weekly Standard, neoliberal neocons are kind of a donor, beck and call the donors. It's a total disconnect on foreign policy. And remember, one of the powers of Trump, and the basic thing is that America's in decline, and the elites are okay with that. This is about managed decline. So whether it's healthcare, the southern border, NATO, China, Iran, pick it, right? The education system, we're in managed decline, and the elites are fine with that. And what's looked at as the Republican elites are okay because they're kind of the junior partner in the punching bag of Obama and these progressive Democrats, and they don't do it. They kind of agree with them at the end of the day. Remember, after 2014, the reason Obama becomes a hero to the Breitbart staff, we call him, honorary honey badger, and because we're humping this thing in 14, Ebola, the border, and all of a sudden he gets smoked in the midterm elections. Okay, what does he do? He calls a press conference for the next day. Press conference, everybody shows up.
This is the shellacking?
He gets shellacked.
Right.
He loses the Senate. He shows back up. He gets smoked. He calls a press conference, and all CNN and everybody, New York Times, is he going to listen to what the people are saying? The country going a different direction. Obama going to listen? He gets up there and he goes, okay, guys, here's how it is. I'm president of the United States and you're not. He goes, here's 10 executive orders I'm going to sign immediately. And by the way, you know that DACA thing? I got a DAPA. I'm adding the parents onto it. How do you like that? I'm sitting there going, this guy's my role model. I said, he just got smoked and he comes out and hits you right in the mouth. Right. This is a leader. Remember, Boehner collapses. We get the omnibus. Everything we fought for, we just won. And Boehner does this omnibus bill, gives him Planned Parenthood, gives him DACA, everything he's wanted and more. That's when you realize the Republican apparatus is the Washington Generals to their Harlem Globetrotters, right? This is, you're just set to lose. And so, but that is this thing that builds up. And so when you get to the Fox situation, Fox has chosen a side. It's so evident in that debate that they're there to kneecap Donald Trump, okay? They're there to take him out. And that's when we go, okay, so we run 20 stories on Megyn Kelly. I get Tony Lee and Matt Boyle, my two hammers. They go right after Megyn Kelly. We're going to Linsky her, right? We're going to cut her out call her out from the herd and just hit her nonstop. And after about 48 hours, I get a call from Ailes, who was kind of a mentor. But remember, in building Breitbart, I never allowed anybody at Breitbart to go on Fox, ever. I went on a couple times about films. Because National Review, Rich Lowry, Tucker Carlson at the time, Daily Caller, none of those guys existed unless they were on Fox. They're on Fox, their guys are on Fox, they're a subsidiary of Fox. When Ailes calls them up, they got to line up in a certain way, and this was the payoff. He calls them up, they all got to line up and back into Megyn Kelly. We're independent. We don't need Ailes. I don't need Ailes financially. They're not going to do anything for me, right? So we never had anybody. I was never on Fox.
No reason
None of
to.
our reporters are on Fox. If you want to come here and get some story and get a Drudge link and go on Fox, you're in the wrong line of work because it's not going to happen. We're Breitbart, and we got our own point of view. We're going to do it our own way. And this is where it came down to. All of the rest of them line up with those with anti-Trump. And Ailes calls me up and says, "You got to knock off these stories." She's crying. She's all upset. She's getting death threats. I go, sounds like a personal problem. So we're not backing off. We're gonna put more stories up tomorrow. And he goes, you gotta come. What are you guys? He says, no, you're not gonna pull what the left pulls. This is the typical drive-by. You're gonna go into a guy's Twitter feed. You're gonna go into 14 years of a show, and this is what you're gonna come up with is Rosie O'Donnell. It doesn't roll like that, okay? We're all in now, okay? And if you don't like it, that's your problem. Because I don't owe you anything. You have no bearing whatsoever on how we do.
What were the stakes for you, Steve, at that moment?
Well, the stakes was the countries. To me, it's about the country. You finally have somebody in Trump that is now giving voice to kind of this voiceless working class and lower middle class that's had no representation. They've been voting for Republicans that work exactly against their economic interest. Look at these trade deals. You know, you have all this theory of free markets. These free markets against a mercantilist power is destroying the manufacturing base of the country, right? You have these guys that are Chamber of Commerce that, look, the state of Texas is controlled by Republicans. You know, you have Republicans, why can't you shut down the border? The reason is they want the labor. The Republican Party donors want the cheap labor. That's the point. So you finally have a guy that's speaking in a non-political vernacular, and you can tell he's connecting with people already in the rallies. I said, this is our guy. He's a very imperfect instrument, but he's an armor-piercing shell, okay? And here's the other thing. They're scared to death, right? They don't know how to handle this guy. And remember, he's against this Republican primary. There's 16. This is the flower of a generation of $1 billion put in by the Kochs, put in by the Singers, put in by the donors, the Heritage, AEI, every vertical. You got Bush, you got, for the Libertarians, you got Rand Paul, for the neocons, you got Marco Rubio, for the big government conservatives, you got Chris Christie, you've got Ben Carson. You look across the board, these 16 in every vertical, it's the best we've ever had. It's a hell of a field, and you got Trump. And Trump is going to tell the guys, he's going to go through this thing like a sift through grass, right? Because he's talking about what the voters care about. These other guys are kind of, you know, mumbo jumbo and all this stuff that you can't win national elections anymore. The kind of the Heritage Organization talking points, the Paul Ryan, you know, limited government. It's fine in concept. You can't win places like Wisconsin and Michigan and the big heartland the states in this country to win national elections. You showed that with Romney. Romney and Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan got smoked by 9 points in Wisconsin. Okay, here's a guy that can actually get Reagan Democrats, could actually get low propensity voters. You could see it line up at that time. So we went to Fox and ourselves went to war. And I have tremendous respect for Roger Ailes. He just sees the world differently. They think Trump's a disaster and is going to blow up the whole thing. And remember, Roger worked for the Bushes. This is a totally Bush mindset, okay? The Bush neoliberal global economics, neocon foreign policy, which is the elites that are leading us in decline. Trump is a total rejection of that. And they're not into the rejection business. They're not into disruption. And Trump is a huge disruptor. He sends his lawyer down here the next day, who I know pretty well, his personal lawyer, to come down and kind of like in The Godfather, give me some bad news. You guys have got to stop. This is going to start getting ugly. And I said, we're not stopping. I said, we're all in. We're a populist nationalist site, okay? And this guy is the populist nationalist candidate. We're going to do the news. We'll do it straight. But we're not, and we're going after Megyn Kelly, okay? Because she's bad news. I told Ailes in the second phone call, I said, look, you've created a monster. Don't think that monster's not going to turn on you one day. I said, she's out of control, right? And we're going to take her on. And so we kept pounding every day of anti-Megyn Kelly articles. And of course, if you look at the comments section, these things were getting 10 and 15,000, 20,000 comments. The whole Trump, all the Pepes, all these Trump guys were pounding in here. And it caused a problem, but it started to stay with Fox. I think started to get the joke that this guy's eventually going to be, going to be a real guy. And so throughout the fall and winter, it was this intense kind of battle, but we had his back the entire way.
So let's talk about the Access Hollywood moment back in that conference room, sitting there. Tell me what you said to Trump. Tell me what you thought when you heard it. Take me, in there.
So we finally had Trump very engaging. Let's say this: when I got there in August, debate prep was not exactly top of his list. Trump as a student would be your roommate. He's what I call a game day player. He's not a guy that's going to every lecture, getting the books, the textbooks, and reading the notes, okay? He comes in the night before with a pot of coffee, learns what he's got to learn, goes in and gets whatever grade he gets, right?
I know that guy.
So Trump is very engaged because this is the second debate, and it's the one that's going to be in the round. This is one he's not going to be anchored to a podium. He can get out and kind of, you can see the chemistry and stuff like that. So this is the one, and we're actually doing real prep. And that day, we're up in the 26th floor conference room, and it's Friday afternoon, about 2 o'clock, and I'm sitting there going, this is, we're closing, we're still losing, but we've closed, we're like 12 points down, or 10 or 16, whatever thing you take in mid-August, we were way down. We've been closing it ever since, and so we're competitive. And all of a sudden, Hope Hicks shows up outside the glass thing, and she's giving me the signal. And so I step out, and I go out and I read this thing. She got this transcript. And she's like about to cry. She goes, oh, this is terrible. I go, what is this? She goes, oh, they got some videotapes or audio. But I look at it and I read it. The first time I read it, dude, doesn't look that bad to me. And I said, what are you so upset about? What is this? And I said, the Washington Post is going to publish a story in an hour. And I go, what's so bad about it? And she goes, well, look at it. She says I'm grabbing by the pussy. And I go, oh, maybe I haven't focused on that. So I look down and go, oh, okay. So I called Don McGahn, who's our legal guy. And so Don McGahn's going to call the Washington Post legal department. I'm going to call like the editor. And I call the reporter. I don't want to talk to you. Give me your boss. I'm the big shot. Give me your boss. And I go and I said, look, here's the thing. You got this thing right here. Give it to us. We'll authenticate it. We'll do our thing and authenticate it, and we'll make sure we'll come back to you. And it may take a couple of days, but by Tuesday, we'll be back to you and we'll authenticate if this is really Trump and it hasn't been modified.
You want to get beyond the debate.
Thank you. And I said, we'll authenticate it. I'm like this big shot. We'll authenticate it, and we'll do all this. He goes, hey, look, dude. He says, it's 3:50. This thing's going up in 9 minutes. It'll authenticate itself. Boom, that thing hits, and we're sitting in the conference room. And on video, I didn't quite realize it was audio and video. In video, it's pretty powerful, so everything shuts down.
Pretty powerful.
Locker room talk. Yeah. And so the rest of the day, we got to figure out. Now, I got a little something. Understanding this is the time that he's going to have Hillary Clinton on a stage with him and Bill Clinton in the audience. What I had done is that months before, with a guy named Aaron Klein at Breitbart, it was about filming and getting the actual women that Bill Clinton had sexually assaulted. And even in that, we had a special guest, the young woman who Hillary Clinton had, the rape victim that Hillary Clinton defended, the rapist. We had them all, and we were supposed to get them up on Fox during that week
Fox.
On Sean Hannity, like I'd done this movie, A Hope in the Change, about Democrats who voted for Obama or not. We'd do an audience show, and he was going to have all the people up there. We're going to show all the videos, have them cry on stage, boom. And for some reason, and I'm not saying it's Fox senior management, that thought maybe Hillary was going to win, and so they didn't want to get this kind of down in the mud. On Wednesday, we were told, early in the week, we were told it's not going to happen. And so Aaron kept filming them at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C. And so as soon as I saw that, this is now, I think, 3 or 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon, I called Aaron and I said, check and see if they're available to come to St. Louis, right? And he checked, said they'd love to come to St. Louis. I go, fine. Aaron was going to put these things up on the Breitbart site, the filmed interviews of these people, because Fox wouldn't do it, and Drudge was going to link to it. It was going to be up Sunday morning, and somehow would get him there. So I got a little thing in my back pocket I'm not telling anybody about. We go in there, and it's kind of a disaster. We're trying to figure out what's going on, and we're being inundated now by the Republican Party. So the first thing we do is, okay, Trump's going to answer this, and we're going to do a video, right? To have him answer, at least buy us some time. Right. That's the thing they call the hostage video, right? We finally get it done, I think at midnight. It is a fiasco. We have tough time technically. He has to read it off a screen. He's editing the thing. And I actually, when we look back on it, I actually think it's a work of art. Let's say this, the general journalistic community did not agree with me at the time. They're going like, who put Trump in this little box, right, with a fake New York City background in a hostage video? But I think it does. So that gets us through Friday. Next day, we're going to have a high command meeting.
Wait a minute, on Friday, Ryan and all, is that when Ryan runs and lots of other guys run
They're
away?
starting to run, but they don't run to Saturday morning. You're getting, but listen, I can tell the dam's about to break, right? We're getting inundated, nonstop calls, and poor Reince is sitting there. In fact, Reince says, hey, I'm not going to stay for the stream of the video. Let me get back to D.C. and calm things down. Okay. And I go, fine. And I said, but, we got to be back up here tomorrow, because tomorrow's going to be Dien Bien Phu, right? We're going to be under siege. So we set a meeting for 11 o'clock in the morning. And by that morning, it's starting to, we're getting guys, Condi writes, everybody's, they're punching out the ticket, they're off this thing, out. And Reince says, I call him, and he's on the train, fine. We get there, it's about 10 minutes to 11, I think it is. No Reince. We're going to have the meeting up in Trump Tower, okay? And this is how serious it is. Jared and Ivanka, who are very observant, Jewish, observant Jewish people who really take the Sabbath very, very seriously, and all the campaign have never taken off. They actually, that night, are around for the shooting of the video, and according with their religious beliefs, but they actually do everything and come back up the next day. Everybody, so the whole high command's going to be there. And there's no Reince. And, I get Reince in front, I go, where are you? You got it, where are you going to be? He says, well, I'm at Penn Station, but I'm going to get back on the train. I go, what do you mean you're going to get back on the train? He says, look, I've talked to the donors, it's over. I can't, if I go there, I'm going to get fired as RNC chair. I go, dude, you're showing up. And he goes, I can't do it, man. It's over, this thing's over. And I go, what do you mean it's over? It's not over, we're going to power through. He says, you're not going to power through this, thing's over. We get in this huge argument, and I'm pretty close to Reince. Reince is a solid guy. I said, you got to show up here. If you don't show up here, you're going to get torched worse than you ever think you get torched by the donors. Yeah. And you're going to have to do the perp walk. You're going to have to come through Trump and that thing with all the TV cameras. You're going to have to get in the elevator bank, and you're going to have to come up and join us. And he does. And so we get up there, and then, it's Rudy and Christie and all the traditional politicians are saying it's over, and you got to, Trump's going around and saying, give me your percentage, and what do I do? And they're all like, 0%, 20%, and they want to have him go on 60 Minutes. They want to have him, Kellyanne comes with an idea that David Muir would come in, would do a live ABC News thing, with Melania and Ivanka, and they're not into this. So the whole thing's kind of a fiasco. So he finally comes around to me. He says, what's your percentage? And I've told him from the day I've taken this job on and thing, you have a 100% metaphysical certitude that you will win if you just stick to this populist nationalist message and hang her as the representatives of the elite. We hang that around her, that she represents the elite, you represent the people, you're a populist, and we hammer, you're going to win. I don't care if you're 16 down. It doesn't matter. The key number is 70% of the people think America's in decline. You're going to return America to her former glory. He comes to me, he says, what do you think? I said 100%. He goes, 100% what? I said, 100%, you got this. It's a metaphysical certitude of lock. He goes, knock off with the 100%. He goes, I got to hear your real number. I go, it's 100%. And he goes, I said, listen, they don't care. This is locker room talk. They don't care about vulgarity or anything like that. They care about they're losing their jobs. They're losing their country. They see their country going away from them. They don't have anything to pass down to the kids. That's what they care about. You know, Jared and I we're basically rented the Hilton Ballroom 2 blocks over, and at 6 o'clock we're going to go out at noon. We're going to go out here in a half hour and put up on your Twitter and on Facebook, we're holding a rally for everybody who shows up in a red hat, and we'll pack it with a bunch of hammerheads, and you're going to throw down and just go after the Washington Post and the media. And that's how we're going to power through this. No excuses, no, you know, let's power through and see Hillary and thingamajig. Let's say this, that didn't exactly get voted. There was not a unanimous consent we should do that plan. And we decided to compromise. The compromise is David Muir and ABC. So David Muir is like out in the Hamptons, they're gonna helicopter in, ABC gets the whole crew over, 6 o'clock, we take a break and go down to the infamous 25th floor conference room where we've had all the big events in my life with Trump. We're there. Trump is going to take an hour, get sorted, come down, and Christie and Rudy are going to write his preamble that he's going to be able to say on ABC. This is 6 o'clock on Saturday night, live to the nation. It'll be the biggest show in history since MASH, right? Donald Trump addressing the Billy Bush tape.
Right.
And I'm sitting at the end of the thing with Stephen Miller and watching this. I'm thinking there going, it's over. If we do this, it's over. There's just nobody, you can't pull, you can't pull this off. So I'm sitting there thinking, what do we got to do here? And he gets there, and Christie and these guys, it's not even typed. I think it's handwritten by Christie. He puts it over, and Trump comes out, and Trump's in a bad mood. The time we left him alone up in the tower had not been quality time, okay?
In what way?
I just don't know, but he's not in a good mood. Yeah. He's in a bad mood, okay? There were a lot of people in a bad mood up there, okay? The tape was pretty raw, right? And now we've got, by the way, now we've got a full revolt. You know, Pence is nowhere to be found. He's not out there saying great. He gives we get a letter from him. Paul Ryan's out of the campaign. McConnell's out. I mean, now it's a thing that, and Reince lays up a proposal. You know, he's asked Reince, what do you think? He says, well, you got 2 choices. You're either going to lose by the biggest landslide in history, or you step down today, and we've got a way that we can restructure the ticket that we only Colorado's out of play because they got to mail in the ballots. Everything else we can get changed, and we can do this. I go, are you nuts? You're not going to do that. So that's what I told Reince later. I said, why'd you even bring that up? It's not going to happen. Okay, it's not going to happen. We'll fight this through some other way, but that is not going to happen. He's not going to quit. Just even to bring that up is absurd. That was the donors. Because they thought they're going to lose the Republican Party. They thought every woman in America will never vote for a Republican again, right? Because this guy's a barbarian. We're in the conference room. Christie gives him this thing with Rudy, and he starts reading Donald Trump. He gets like 2 sentences in, and he goes, this is crap. This is baby talk. He goes, am I a baby? I'm not going to do this. He turns around to him, he goes, it's got to be better, I'm out. And they go, well, make this change. He turns around to him, he goes, this is ridiculous. I'm not doing it. And Kellyanne goes, well, we got to do it. They're flying. ABC's loading up. This thing's set up. David Muir's helicoptering in. This thing's a go. And Trump just goes, I'm not doing it. And you hear you're all the way up on the 25th floor at Trump Tower. You can hear on the streets, Trump goes, what's that? And you look down, there's got to be 10,000 people on Fifth Avenue. They got the police on the horses. They got riot police. You look down, and there's literally this mob down there. And he goes, look, there's my people. My people, that's what I got to do. I said, we can't get the Hilton. We let it go. He says, well, I'm just going to go down and talk to my people. And I said, well, you know, I don't think all of those are our people. Of the mob, it's probably 80% of want Trump's head on a pike. There's 20% of the deplorables. Most of them are sitting there, angry women that are sitting there want to tear Trump apart. I said, I don't know if that's exactly our crowd. But this is what a leader does. He just says, no, these are my people. I got to go talk to my people. The Secret Service says, this is not going to happen. You're not going to walk out there. We have no control. And he just goes, I'm going. He takes off. and Kellyanne goes with, I go with him, and then Christie and I have a sidebar tete-a-tete off to the side. Trump goes down. That's that famous picture. Trump just walks out there. And if you listen to the crowd, 2/3 of the crowd is, we hate you, right? But he blocks it out. He's waving and everything like that and turns it into, I think, a seminal moment. That was, in that moment, he won the presidency. And I realized all my study of military history and everything like this, campaigns come down to 1 or 2 decisions made with imperfect information in the heat of battle, in the fog of war. One way leads you to victory and the other way leads you to defeat. There was 90% chance we would have gone the other way that day, from the night before, from the pressure that was on him and everything like that. And that's what a leader does. He's able to reach in and understand something. I think people misjudge this on Trump. He's got a natural leadership ability to basically focus and make the right decision. That was the inflection point. The women, we got there the next day and everything like that, but it was in that moment when he stood up and said, I'm not doing this. Oh, you can't, ABC's here, everything like that. He looks down at the crowd, which was a hostile crowd, but in his mind, turned it into, those are my people. I've got to go down and address them. When he went down and did that thing, the whole thing kind of reverted, and from there on in, we had to still punch it out, but it was, if it would change in that moment, if he had gone on ABC, Hillary Clinton would be president of the United States.
When we've seen the video of you lining up Paula
All right, I'm done.
and you have this kind of, it's a mirthful look on your face as you're going in behind the cameras as
Thanks
that
for coming
is
in.
unfolding. What are you thinking at that?
So I wanted to spring the trap on these guys because I thought in the Twitter feeds and everything like that, they were so one-sided. So what we did.
All right. See ya. I'll be back on at 7 a.m. for a electronic drum stream. If I could actually get to work. If not, I'll do machine. See ya.